basics of that programming in real. Uh, Hello everyone, my name is Mahindo Mbarak and I welcome you to our other class of creating mobile application. In today's class, we are going to go into practicals of making real mobile application. Before, we've been looking at basics of that programming language, and we got introduction to that programming in a structured programming way. And then we went ahead and looked at object-oriented programming, where we looked at classes and objects. So I believe at this moment, if you've been following from the first lecture and you've been practicing what I've been requesting you to, I hope you now know at least basics of that. So that means that you have good grounds of getting started with Flutter as a platform for creating mobile application. So in this class, I request you to be so much attentive because by the end of this class, it's when you'll be able to create your first mobile application. As we always do, we'll begin with our first section of 60 minutes, and then we'll have a break. And after drinking water, we'll come back and finish the last session. So we're going to cover a lot and most important things that may even change your life. Once you know this knowledge, the way you're going to and you practice and you be good at it, the way you're going to think is not going to be the same way that you were thinking before. You're going to get ideas. You're going to have even more capabilities, more things that you can do than the one that you've been doing. Because one thing that I've learned, once you have more abilities, even the mode of thinking changes. If you grew up, you know that you can do a certain thing, maybe doing a certain business. But when you start getting more skills, then you see that even things start changing, the way even you think, even the way how you plan your time. So with that much simple information or introduction, let's go straight into the business. Okay? So as I told you before, I said that Flutter is nothing but an development kit or an SDK that will help you to do things with simplicity and then convert that whatever you've done and make it something and communicate with with an operating system. So we'll do something that is with less pain and achieve something really big. For example, creating a button in Java or creating a button with a plain Android programming like Java or Kotlin, it can cost you like 10 lines, okay? But with Flutter, it's going to cost you like 3 lines, and those lines will be really organized, not in a way that you need a back end and a front end, because that's how Java and Kotlin do it. You create a button as a user interface, again you come and write the back end, it's another side. But with Flutter, you can do all the things in one line. So it is very, very important, and it's going to solve most of our problems. So as I said, Flutter is an SDK, so it means that you'll have to add it in your computer to use it. So the first thing that you do, you'll open your browser. I will share with you the video that will show you how you can do those things specifically. So open your browser, go to google.com and search for Flutter SDK. So I hope you guys have somewhere to note down. Sorry, SDK. You should get a paper and a pen where you'll be noting down some important points that I'll be making. So go ahead and search Flutter SDK, then come and click on install. And then here, installation documentation, they will show you step by step of how you can install Flutter on your machine. So for me, if I'm using Windows, I'll click here. If I'm using Mac, I'll click here. So if I use Mac, you'll go ahead and download the one from Mac. In the previous class, I showed you how you can download huge files. Okay? For example, this file is going to be 1 GB. So you should be having enough data, at least 1.5 GB as your data. And also, maybe you can use the application that I shared with you to download a big file like that one. You can even use it to download movies. And to download for example, I want to download this Flutter. I will just simply click on download. Then it will start. For example, if I'm using the Intel chip, Me, I'm using the Apple Silicon, the M1 chip. So I can go ahead and click on that, and then I start downloading. So when it starts downloading, I'll cancel it. Okay, I'll cancel it. Okay, then I'll come and download this software that I told you, FDM. You can use it even to download movies. We use it to download what you call torrents. So go ahead and download this FDM, whether you're on Windows or Mac. Go ahead and download this FDM. It even have the Android version. So download the FDM and let it go to your laptop or your computer. And once it finishes downloading, this is what you'll get. You'll have something like this. Okay. So once you go ahead and open FDM, and then after you come to your downloads, go to your Chrome and go to downloads, okay? And then you copy the path or the link of Flutter, okay? So I'll go ahead and copy the link address where I would have downloaded it. Remember, I've cancelled it. Then after, I'll click on this plus. I'll open FDM and click on plus, and then I can click OK, and then it will start downloading. So the advantage here, even though my internet goes off, it will still do what? It will be able to resume. And also the other advantage here, it downloads really faster than what? Than the normal browser. You can pause, you can do anything. So once it finishes, you'll have the Flutter SDK in your laptop. So let me go ahead and delete this file because I don't need it. So that's how you download SDKs using Flutter. So if you want to download movies, I'll show you. Go to yts.mx, and then you'll find there are a lot of movies. Okay, first of all, you may also first determine the movie that you want. Best movies. Okay, it's relevant. So look for the movie that you need. Maybe this one, like this Beast. Okay, so once you determine the movie that you need, visit yts.mx. I think some of you think I'm now crazy to show you these things, but we know this is part of life. Okay, it's freestyle thing. Okay, so go ahead, go to yts.mx and click on quick search. So let us say I want to download this movie called The Beast, this one. So I'll come here and search Beast, The Beast. Okay, so they'll show you the suggestions, the movie with their years. For example, the Beast of 2022. Click there. So if I have FDM, I'll just simply click on download. Then they'll show me. But you'll find some adverts, a lot of adverts popping up. So you'll be closing them. So you click on the magnet. So according to your size of your data, the size of the storage that you have, the internet speed, you can determine the size that you want. So if you have less data, so less size, of course, less quality. Higher size, higher quality. But higher size, of course, more data. So I can click on this magnet icon. So when I click on the magnet icon, it will take me to FDM. And when I say OK, it will start downloading that movie. So that's how you can download free movies in your free time if you have too much data using FDM. But that's not the business of today. That is just one trick. You can also download any kind of software from the piratesbay.org, though that's not part of our today's business. So you can download all the softwares from here and movies using what? Using the FDM. Okay? So assume that our Flutter has finished downloading. Then the next thing, you'll go ahead and unzip that what? Unzip that Flutter zip that you'll have downloaded. Then after unzipping it, you'll put it in a certain path. I'll share with you the specific video that will show you how you can set up the Flutter in your laptop or in your computer. So after installing it, copy that unzipped file, that folder, put it in a path that is not going to confuse you. For example, if you're using Windows, you can put it on disk C. I'll show you in that video that I'll share with you. If you're using Mac, you can put it maybe on the top of your disk. Then after, you go ahead and create for it a path. As here, they'll show you step by step how you can put it in the path. And then after, you should be able to run the Flutter commands. So if you're using Windows, still the same. You click on Windows and then they'll show you step by step. So if you get stuck don't give up. Don't give up. Keep trying. You can as well learn from other teachers how to install Flutter. Okay, so you can learn from other teachers. You can try like 10 videos. Go to YouTube and for example, if my video that I'll share with you, it does not help you because setting up can become challenging, try these different YouTube. See, there are so many YouTube videos. Try 10 different YouTube until you're successful, because you know the first one to do what, to set it up. So when you're successful, then come back to me and I show you now how we proceed. Okay, so that is it. So don't give up. That's all the whole point that I'm trying to make. Don't give up on setting up. Maybe you find that it's problematic. Another one will spend one day to do what? To set up. Another one will spend maybe 1 hour. Another will spend maybe 30 minutes while everything is already okay. So another one can spend even 3 days. But the main point is it is all possible and it's not magic. Okay? So after installing Flutter, from the video that I will have shared with you or from any other tutor, you will be able to open your terminal and run Flutter like this, the command called Flutter. So you run from the command called Flutter, we get these things, these lines that are telling you that Flutter has been installed. So you can clear your screen, and to confirm that Flutter is really there, you can run a command called Flutter Doctor. So Flutter Doctor will give you the whole status of your what? Of your Flutter setup. So once you are able to get Flutter setup and shows that you have successfully set it up, so you'll be able to do what? To create a Flutter what? A Flutter project. So you see my Flutter Doctor is still analyzing. It can take a minute to analyze and show you the current setups of your what? Of your computer. And the setup of Flutter, you see, Flutter is already installed, and then the update is there. So they are showing me everything. So everything is okay apart from this. So you can go ahead and run the Android license, okay, until you successfully install Flutter as you supposed to, until you successfully run the Flutter command. So after running the Flutter command, so the next thing will be to create your Flutter project. So to create Flutter project is pretty simple. You go ahead and see where you are. For example, write pwd to see where your project is. You see, I'm in Mac, users Mac. So I can, so likewise to Windows, you can see where you are by writing pwd. Okay, you already know these things. I taught them to you. So I can proceed to my desktop by writing ls. When you write ls, you'll see the list of folders that are there. So I can proceed to my desktop by saying cd desktop. You see, there I am. So I know my folder of GitHub is there on desktop. So I can proceed to the folder of GitHub. So I say cd git, okay? I mean cd GitHub there. So I now know I'm in a folder of what? Of GitHub there. So I can go ahead and create my Flutter project. So to create a Flutter project is really simple. Okay? You just write the command of creating Flutter project. Just simply write Flutter and then the word create, and then you put the name of the project. Okay, so I can put maybe Flutter test project or Flutter test like this. Okay, I'm going to delete it. Flutter test. So when I press enter, Flutter create test like this. It's not a package. Flutter create. Is it Flutter create? My test should be one word. You see, Flutter create, you're not supposed to begin that Flutter, right? So Flutter create test. So you see, I've successfully created my what? My Flutter project. So if I want to proceed into that project, I can just simply say cd means change directory, and then I write the name of the project. It is called my test. So if I say my test, you see the folder is there. If I press enter, I'll be able to proceed the folder. If I say ls, I'll be able to see the Flutter folder project. Okay, that's when you're using terminal. So if you want to run it, you can say Flutter run, but you're not going to do those things blindly. So the main point here, I want to go to see where the project is. I can close here Okay, and then I go to my folder, which is here. I go to desktop, I go to GitHub here, and then I move to flutter test. I should find there that flutter. I mean, it's called my test. You see, it is here, my test. So once I have that folder, it means that I can even open that folder from anywhere I want. So we are going to use editors. Okay, so there are two editors that are recommended for Flutter development. The first one is Visual Studio Code. The second one is Android Studio. Both of them, they have pros and cons. They have advantages and disadvantages. So for example, the pros of using Visual Studio Code is that Visual Studio Code, it is light. You don't need to have a very, very powerful computer to run Flutter project. And then the cons of it, it does not really look very good. And for me, I don't know for others, but for me, when you're using Visual Studio Code, you will not have full control on your Flutter project. Things will not look very great. So that's the con that I have on Visual Studio Code when you're doing Flutter project. Then on Android Studio, you know, they are the creators of the Flutter. So with Android Studio, the con is the disadvantage of Android Studio. It is heavy. If you're having a laptop that is having less than 4 GB RAM and it does not have i3 and above the CPU, don't dare even to install Android Studio. You'll be just creating pain for yourself. Okay, so guys, I recommend you to upgrade your laptops if you want to learn if you really want to learn these things. The first thing you should note down, your laptop should be having at least SSD. If you don't know SSD, this is what you meant by SSD. Okay, storage is a solid storage device, not hard disk. Hard disk will slow you down, will really slow you down. So give it what it takes. Sacrifice by SSD and remove that hard disk from your laptop so that you become a real developer. Otherwise, if you're still using hard disk, things are going to be super slow and you're going to be demoralized. You may even end up giving up. I'm telling you facts. So please go ahead and sacrifice. It can be less than 300 Ugandan shillings, 300,000. It's less than 200,000, I think. Go to town, change your change your storage from hard drive to SSD. That's when your laptop will be fast. And your RAM should be more than 3 GB. Otherwise, if you don't have a hard disk to work, but things will be really slow and you may even give up along the way because things will be super slow. So now this is the project that I have. I can go ahead and drag and drop it into what? Into the Visual Studio Code. You see? So it means that I'm opening it into Visual Studio Code. So if I expand it, you'll be able to see my Flutter project there. Okay, so you'll have to add the plugin of Flutter so that Visual Studio Code should recognize your project as a Flutter project. So to add the plugin or the extension of Flutter into Visual Studio Code, that is very important thing that you should know. You will just simply come here to where there is extensions and search a Flutter extension right here, Flutter, like this. So you should be connected to internet for the first time. So you'll see the extension that will help you to debug the Flutter. See, it is here. It is having a blue tick. Click on it. Go ahead and install it. So for me, I already have it. Installing it is not magic. Just simply click on install and then it will come to your laptop or your computer. So I have it, so I don't need to again do what? To install it. So that one will be able to enable you to use Flutter in your project. So after doing that, then it means that you now have Flutter in your in your project, and then you'll be able to see things in form of this. So these are the folders that you'll have when you create a Flutter project. These are the folders. I will explain them, but I'll explain them maybe from Android Studio, but they are simply straightforward folders. And you see our main file here. I'll explain from Android Studio. So if you're a Visual Studio person, go ahead and run your project by just simply coming to go here to run and then say start debugging. Okay, so there you'll be able to run your project. But before you click there on run, there are some few things that I'll have to show you how you debug your project. So leaving it there, let me show you now the plan B, or the most recommended one, which is using the Android Studio. Even though using Visual Studio, it's okay, it will work, but I'm not a fan of Visual Studio. But you can still go ahead and use Visual Studio. Everything will be all right. Okay, as I said, I'm not going to use this project. I already have a project that I created, a fresh one, and it's the one that I'm going to use. So I can go ahead and delete. So if you want to put now this project on GitHub, now you can go ahead and drag and drop it to your GitHub project. I mean GitHub folder. If you have a special folder that you want to create for specific this project for GitHub, go ahead and create a GitHub repository as I showed in the previous videos. Then come and copy all the files that are here and drag them in what? Into that GitHub repository and then push them. Okay, I'll show you how I'm going to do mine. So let me go ahead and delete this guy because I don't need it. Okay, now I'm going to show you how I'm going to put my project. I just called it mshop. It's a new project that I just created right now. It is here, mshop. It is just a completely free new Flutter project. Now I'm going to show you how you're going to be putting your project to GitHub of Flutter. So after creating the new project of Flutter, so the next thing, I'm going to create a GitHub project for it, repository, so that I should be able to, you know the advantages of GitHub, right? So I don't need again to explain myself. So let me go ahead and open my GitHub for desktop. Sorry if I'm taking you so far, but all of these are only important for you. I'm here. I'm going to create a new project. So to create a new project, you just simply click here and then you'll find the button of creating new. Where is it? Here. Add. Okay, so when you click on add, I'm going to say add new repository. Okay, so my project is going to be mshop, or I can say Flutter e-commerce or anything. I don't know how you can call yours. Maybe many can call it mshop, because before you create a project, by the way, the first thing that you have to do is to determine the idea of the project that you're going to do. You cannot just come from anywhere and start creating project. So before you start creating project, first determine the idea. For example, I want to create a shop. So I call it mshop or mobile shop or anything. So if you're learning for practicing, so it's up to you. So I'm creating a new repository called m-shop. And then after, I can put m_shop or anything, okay? I can say my shop. I can say Flutter shop. Flutter shop, like this. Okay, so after doing that, I'm going to put it somewhere. So I specify where it should be saved, and it is okay, it should be saved under desktop on GitHub. So for you can specify anywhere you want. I can put here the description of this project. Okay, Flutter, maybe Flutter practice. Okay, so whatever. Okay, you can give the description. So after I create the repository, so that's what you're going to do, because that's going to be your next assignment. So I have my own repository here, and then I publish it to my account. Okay, so I'm publishing this repository to my account. Publish. So publishing may take a minute, or have kept it private. I wanted it to make it public so that you can be able to access it, but I can change. So it is been published, so I can click on view to GitHub and then it will show me where it is. Let me go ahead and do what and make it public. Here it is. So I can go ahead and set it and make it public, maybe. Change visibility so that you guys can be able to do it to access it. I want to make this repository public. Make this repository public. Yes. Okay. I put my password. Do I still remember it? I hope. Yeah. So it is okay now. Now, if you come to github.com/mobahood/flutter shop, you'll be able to see this project. Okay, but you know, this project has nothing inside it. There are nothing. Okay, so I'm going to put my Flutter files. Okay, so to do that, I'll come to our GitHub for desktop and I click open or show folder in Finder. If you're using Windows, you'll see show folder in Explorer. So here it is. Okay, so I'm going to drag and drop my Flutter projects, my Flutter project files here. I will come and look for mshop. You see mshop, so I can drag and drop the whole of it. But how I want to do it, I want to come to mshop here, the main project, the main folder, not the outside folder, but the main folder. I can make every file visible. To make every file visible, press Ctrl and Shift and the dot on Mac. But on Windows, you go to settings and make settings, view setting, and then you unhide every file. So I select every file. You see, this is my project of Flutter inside the folder, and I want to drag and drop this one into my repository. Where is it? It is called mshop. I can as well come back to GitHub here, and then I say show in Finder, which is this one. Flutter shop, sorry, Flutter shop, this one. Okay, so I'm going to drag and drop these guys here. So I'll drag and drop them here. Everything is beautiful. So everything has been copied from the temporary Flutter project that I created into my GitHub repository. Okay, so what next? The next thing, I'll have to commit and publish these changes. So I can go ahead and say my first changes. So these are just good practices, not becoming wordy, but these are good practices. So I can go ahead and publish them. So they can take a minute to sync. It depends on your internet speed. So you see, they've been published. So if I come now to my project and I refresh, you see, beautiful, and you can see everything has come to what? So if you're using, wherever you are, if you clone my project, you'll be able to get my changes. So every time I finish something, I'll just go ahead and push. So when I give an assignment, you'll do that. When you finish making your changes, you push, and then everything will come here, and I'll be able to trace your work. You get it, If you don't get it, you forget about it. Don't forget about it, You keep trying, okay? So that's it. So everything is beautiful and everything has been published. I can go ahead and proceed, okay? So that's how we add our Flutter project into what? Into our GitHub. So the next thing now, we have already seen how we open it to Visual Studio Code. For those with weak laptops, please don't do things that are not of your sizes, okay? So maintain Visual Studio Code. For those with powerful laptop, you're having more than 4 GB RAM, yes?
Is that the only way of creating the project, or is there any other way?
Creating which project? The Flutter project? So to create a Flutter project, I think that's the only way. If you're using Visual Studio Code, it is simple. Just go ahead and open your Visual Studio Code. Okay. Then open a certain folder. Then go to terminal and write Flutter create and the name of the project. You see? Like this. Open your terminal if you're using Visual Studio Code after you've successfully installed Flutter. If you use Visual Studio Code, open a folder that you want to go to, and then expand the terminal and write the command Flutter create, then the name of the project. Is it so complicated? It is not. So that is one way if you're using Visual Studio Code. Okay. The second way, you have your Android Studio. So that's the other way of using Visual Studio Code, right? You have to write that. Well, it's just one command. It's not really Chinese, okay? And when you keep on practicing, you'll get used, So don't be scared. So the second way, open your Android Studio. To install Android Studio is very, very simple. Just simply go to your browser, search Android Studio, and then download it using this method that I showed you, and then open the file and install it. Okay? So I already have my Android Studio there. So the next thing, you'll have to add the plugin of Flutter into your Android Studio. So if you already have Android Studio, well and good. If you don't have it, download and install it. But I'm repeating this: install Android Studio if you're having 4 GB RAM and above, and you're having i3 and above. It should be i3 or i5 and above. If you're having the dual core, please know your limits. Don't try Android, okay? If you're having dual core, it's not for dual core, okay? So have at least i3 and above. And I recommend to put SSD, not that one down. Everyone should put SSD. I think someone should mute their microphone. So this is my Android Studio already opened. Someone should mute their microphone, okay? So my Android Studio is there. So the first thing you'll have to do, you'll have to add Flutter plugin, not SDK, plugin of Flutter into your Android Studio. Click on plugin here and then search Flutter like this. Okay? So you'll see the plugin there. So me already have it. Just click, just like the way we added this Flutter plugin in Visual Studio Code. So likewise to Android Studio, you'll have to also add it there. So me already have it there. So I just click on install, then it will go ahead and install it. So me already have it. So they will ask you that this plugin will depend on the Dart plugin. So you can go ahead and install the Dart plugin. So I already have both of them installed. Installing them is really straightforward and simple. Just click on install. Boom. So it will ask you to restart Android Studio. You go ahead and restart it. You see, they are the only plugins that I have. So once you restart your Android Studio, the next time you open it, so after you've successfully installed Flutter, when you open it, this is what you will have. This is what you'll have, okay? Now, if you're using Visual Studio Code, there is no way how you'll skip that thing of creating the creating Flutter using terminal. But if you're using Android Studio, you have a button here, new Flutter project. I hope you can see it. It is here. Straightforward. New Flutter project. So go ahead and click on new Flutter project. So when you click on new Flutter project, they'll first ask you to put where you had put your Flutter files. I remember the SDK, we had to unzip it and save it in a path, maybe on disk C. Okay? So go ahead and select that path and put it here by just simply clicking there, here, and navigate to where you put your Flutter SDK, okay, folder, and select the Flutter folder and then select it. So that is where Android Studio will reference the Flutter SDK. So for me, I already have it. Then I'll click on what? On next. So when you click on next, the remaining will be simple. You give your project a name, specify where you want it to be saved, give it a what? A description. So the remaining you may leave, okay? Leave the other things, okay? Just give it a name and then specify one to be saved and then give it a description and then see finish. So after it finishes, you can now go ahead and move that project from where it is and put it into your GitHub project, just like the way I have done what I have shown you. So that is, when you do like this, you don't need again to do what? To write a command, okay? So that's it. So once your project is ready, me already have my project here, the one that I've just shown you, the one that I've just put in GitHub, this guy, okay? So I can open it in Visual Studio Code, or I can say show in the Finder. It is this one, okay? It is not really hard. Don't be scared, okay? So what I'm going to do, since I already have it, I'm going just to drag and drop this project into my Android Studio. So Flutter Shop, drag and drop, okay, into Android Studio. Okay, I'll drag and drop it into Android Studio. Or you can go ahead and say open project and navigate to where it is. Okay, so it is opening. I'll wait for it to open. So as it is opening, I will wait until it finishes. So it has finished opening. So that is just how we create a project, which is really, really simple. And at the beginning, it can become confusing. But when you create like 5 projects, oh, that will be just water. Okay, so we now have the project of Flutter open in Android Studio. So if you have a poor computer like a weak computer, please, it's time for you to what? To upgrade if you want to start making money out of what? Out of these things. So there we go. Now I'm going to explain everything step by step so that you should know the grounds of Flutter. I think I should use, okay, let me use here, no problem. I don't know how I can zoom so you can see things clearly. Let me go to settings and zoom, and then so that you can see things properly. I'll go to settings, preferences, and then I'll come to editor and come to font, and then I may make font maybe 18 so you can see clearly. Apply, and then I'll also come maybe to the appearance and come to appearance and come to font size. Here I make it also 17, the font of the text itself. Okay, I'll apply and everything will look like bigger. Okay, so I'm going to explain now the folder of Flutter project. So open your eyes very wide so you can see things clearly. Okay, so here we are. Let me even close everything so that you can be focused. Let me put it on a new window here. So once you create your Flutter project, you'll have folders. So I'm going to explain that structure of Flutter for project folders so that you can understand it properly. So I've opened my Flutter project here. So the next thing I'll have to expand here. So in expand here, you'll get a lot of confusion, but don't worry. But the main thing that you're going to be working with, there are just a few folders. The first folder is the lib folder, where you're seeing lib, library, okay? The second folder that you're going to work with is this asset folder. I think is also within the lib. So the main folder is the lib, okay? Is the lib. Then the other folders we have the pubsec.yaml. This is a file, and I'll explain what it means. So I'm going to go to the lib and expand it. That is, ignore the rest. Don't look at them. Just look at the lib. So when I expand the lib, it is having just only one file called what? Called main.dat. So that is where our whole project will always start from, in this main file. So your project can lack everything, but it shouldn't lack this main file. So the main file is where our project main.dat file is where the project is going to start from. Then we have another important file is called what? It's called pubsec.yaml. So this pubsec.yaml, it is where we'll be putting the configuration of our what? Of our Flutter. For example, you see the name of my package is here. Don't change it. And then when we'll be adding more packages into our project, we'll be adding them here. When we start using external images, so using asset images, we'll be using them. We'll be adding them in this pubsec. So this pubsec is just a configuration file. So there are two main files to make a DAT or to make a Flutter project. The main file and this pubspec, not pubspec, the pubspec.yaml, .yaml. Those are the two important files that we need to create a Flutter project. So now the next thing is now to do what? To debug. Okay? To start debugging or to run your project. Now to run your project, before we even come to explanation of all these things, the first thing that we want to do, we want to see at least this application running. So to run your application, there are two things that have to be put into what? Into consideration. The first thing is, where are you going to run this project from? There are two ways. One of the way is through using what we call the emulator. Emulator is something like a phone. It is a phone that you can set up in Android Studio and it works inside your what? Inside your laptop, inside your computer. That's what you call emulator. So it will work like a phone inside your computer. The second way is using your physical device. Okay, so we're going to demonstrate both of them. We're going to begin with the emulator, and then we'll show you how you can use what? The physical device to do what? To run your project. So to use emulator, your computer needs to be super powerful. I repeat it. To use emulator, if you don't trust your computer, please don't dare. Okay, your computer needs to be powerful like mine. Oh, it should need to be powerful. Need to have at least 8 GB RAM. So you are no longer now on 4 GB. You need to have 8 GB RAM and having an SSD. Okay, so that's when you can be able to use emulator without too much problem. Otherwise, if you're having 4 GB RAM and you want to use the emulator, your laptop will just freeze. So for the case, if you have 4 GB RAM, I'm going to show you how you can use now your physical laptop. Okay, I mean your physical mobile phone. Now to use an emulator, you'll have to first create an emulator. So you'll find the tab for emulators here. Can you see here? Called Device Manager. So click on Device Manager. So if you don't have an emulator, you click here, Create Device. But I repeat, you should be having at least 4 GB RAM. And then you click on Next. You select the device that you want. If you want maybe Nokia, Pixel, all the devices will be here. Then you click on Next and go ahead and create it. Select the operating system that you want to put and then go ahead and create it. So this operating system should be already in your what? In your machine. If it's not there, you'll have to download it, which can cost you also another 1 more GB. Me already have mine here. One of them is already here. Tiramisu. I don't know, it is Android, maybe Android 13. And then go ahead and do it and install it. So that is how you create a device. It is just next step thing. But for me, I already have my device, so I don't need to create a new one. So you see, I already have here my Pixel phone, okay? And it's spending 11 GB on my laptop. So you also need to have storage. So you should have at least an SSD of 250 GB on your laptop. So it's not a thing for poor people. You really need to be rich. That's now the whole secret. To get started, you need to invest in. Otherwise, if you don't need to give it what it takes, then, of course, everyone wants to do these things. But why is it that few are doing it? You really need to have to invest. And that's the whole secret. So if you don't have someone to give you a secret, you'll try and reach in the middle and say, CV, and you'll quit. So I'm giving you the secret. You need to invest, put an SSD into your laptop and increase its RAM. If the laptop does not have good RAM, cannot support SSD, please, you can sell it and buy a better laptop. You can invest even 1 million. But my friend, once you have this knowledge in your hand, you can't be broke. Trust me. So let me go ahead and open this guy. Okay. So I'll click on Run. So when I click on Run, it's going to open that emulator. I want to send this to my other phone. Okay. There we go. So now I've opened my emulator, is loading. So as I said, emulator is nothing but an Android phone or an iPhone into your laptop. Okay. So I have now Android phone. Can you see it? You see? It is here. You see? I now have an Android phone. Wow, beautiful. I can do anything with this Android phone. It's just like as a phone inside my laptop. But as I said, it is not for cheap laptops. For weak laptops, you may become annoyed, but that's the truth. You need to have a powerful laptop, at least 80 GB RAM. Okay? So please give it what it takes, but you'll get the profits. if you understand, once you understand this knowledge. So you see, I have now my emulator, so I may not need a phone to do what? To debug. So once I have emulator, I'm now going to run my application and it will come to this phone that I've just put in my laptop. So let me go ahead and run. So I can, once I've launched my emulator, so I'll click on this run. Okay. So I'll first select where I want this to run from. So I'm selecting should run from this emulator. Okay. This is where your devices will be showing. So I'll click on run. Likewise, if you're using Visual Studio Code, still the device will show. Okay, but with the Studio Code, you may find a lot of pain to succeed, but still at the end of the day, you'll succeed. So this is a point where many people give up from. But once you pass this level, you'll be unstoppable. Okay, you'll be unstoppable. So when it is running for the very first time, it will take time. It may even take, according to how powerful your computer is, it may even take 1 hour while it is running for the first time. That's what you should know. It may even take even like 3 hours. So you should be aware that it will take too much time when it is compiling for the first time. But once it finishes compiling for the first time, later it will be fast. So for me, I had already compiled mine. Okay, so you see, here it is where we'll be seeing the progress. So you see, it is now installing the app into my emulator. So can you see? There goes. There we go. My app is now on the emulator. So I can collapse this guy. These things of Mac. I want to make it full screen, but it cannot allow to share the screen. So I can put the emulator here, you see, and then so I'll be creating the app, and then the thing is here. So here it is where I can be seeing the progress of the app. So that is our first application. Can you see? So I can click on plus and it is showing. Okay. Now, if I want to change here, you have pushed buttons this many times. So I can look for that text and I change it. You see here where there's Flutter demo app. So I can come and here and delete and call it Flutter shop, and I save. So when you press Ctrl and S, Flutter comes with what you call hot reloading. It will load and update even without compiling. So when you press Ctrl S, it will just load here, and then after, my changes will reflect without even too much pain. That's beautiful, isn't it? So we have our first mobile app. So for those with laptops which may not be able to support emulators, I'm going now to show you how you can use your Android phone to do what? To debug your application. By the way, that's what I always use. That's what I also use. You need to have an Android phone. Otherwise, if you don't have an Android phone, things will literally be slow. Emulator will be disappointing you. So I'm going to show you how you can use your Android phone to do what? To debug your app. I want to join this Zoom using my phone. Let me join so that I show you how it is done. Oh my God. Let me send myself a link to my Android phone and I show you. So members, it is that simple or it is that hard. It depends on your attitude. Both can be true, but it depends on what? On how you look at things. If you were so fearful, and then it will be hard. But if you're really motivated and ready to face anything, if that's the attitude, like you're ready to face it all, then it is that simple. So let me send this Zoom code to my WhatsApp so I can join. Shit. Oh my God. I want to show you how you'll be using a mobile phone to debug. So I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll show you how. I've not been sharing my screen. You guys, have you been following? Wait a minute.
Yes.
What have you been seeing?
Everything.
But I see share screen. Have I been sharing my screen?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, I see the button of share screen is still active. These Zoom people, they are not serious. If I'm already sharing my screen, why do they again say share screen? Okay. Now, I was scared that you guys were there masquerading. Kumbe, you are following. Okay, so I've joined with my phone. By the way, that's me, if you didn't know me. That's the guy. Can you see me, guys?
Yes.
Am I handsome? Let me get feedback.
Of course.
Thank you. So that's your tutor, Muhindo Mbarak. Yeah. Simple guy.
Okay.
This is my workplace where I work from. I have my team there. Let me show you. Today is a
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I can't see your screen.
You can see my face, right?
No.
Hey, bad luck. You can't see. Look around. You'll see me. You can't see me still? Okay. Others have seen me. So that is me. I'll cut this part from the video. Don't worry.
I'm saying already.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing my camera. I hope you've seen me all. Today is a Tuesday, so we did not mind much about wearing smart. That is my table.
Your laptop.
My laptop is there, my beast. That's my monitor. Those are my boys. That's my lady. Yeah. Yeah, we are here pushing things. We are doing stuff, technologies. Okay. So I'll stop sharing my screen. But good you've seen me today. Now, I want to share my screen and I show you how you can debug from what? From Android phone. Kato, you have something to say? Steve Kato.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I
Say
had
it.
something. You talked about having an Android phone.
Mm.
And I'm like, should we now come to the same time since I do iOS development and I use
iOS first.
for me to go into.
So to answer you,
into Android fully.
iOS you need an Apple account to debug for iOS, but it is possible
Yes.
also for iOS. If you're having iOS, still it is possible. The same step that I've shown you, they're the same step that you do.
Yes.
But for iOS, you need an
Yes.
Apple account. If you don't have an Apple
I have
account, you have it.
Yes.
Then everything is
I've
beautiful.
been developing for a while. I have the things, but I was saying now switching to Android there. That's where the confusion is.
No.
I have to deal
You
with my team.
you can do an emulator for iOS. I will show you.
Yes.
And if you have an iPhone, they are still exactly same steps.
No, yes, I understand, but I mean doing Android develop because I'm saying you're doing and you're going to teach Android development
Yes, sir.
fully.
Mm.
Yes,
Mm.
but I to understand that. Should I still stay in my lane and just help my group mate?
I would. Okay.
But
I don't know whether.
to install Android Studio again and all those things.
So you'll develop for both. If you're using if you're using iOS, you need Android Studio. That's something that you did not know. So Android Studio understands iOS, and I'll show you.
Yeah.
You get it, eh? Your network is breaking.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I was
Kato.
saying,
If I can answer you, let me try to answer. Then if you don't understand, then you will respond. Eh? First of all,
okay.
if you're using iOS, if you're iOS guy, Flutter will run on either iOS or Android. So the single code that you'll write, you will decide whether you want to run it on your iOS emulator or Android emulator. So the
Yes.
decision is in your hands. So whether you want to work with your team or what, but the decision in your hand. The same code that I'm going to show you, that I'm going to run on
Yes.
Android phone, that is the same code, exactly same code that will run on your iOS. So it is up to you. For example, right now, I'm teaching using Mac machine. I'm on laptop of a Mac. But
Yes.
if I share with you my code, even if you're using an Android laptop or Windows laptop, still will be able to run it on your Android. So don't worry about the compatibility. Flutter provides both. Apart from slight changes, but you can debug for any. You get it, eh?
Yes.
And Android Studio will even support iOS. Yeah, that's what, if that's what you're doubting.
No, I'm not doubting anything. I was saying that in the beginning of the sessions, I requested that I still do iOS development natively, but how I was, all of them are going to do Flutter, and I don't do real proper. I might tell them of app and Brave Sketch, be implementing some logic, but I didn't want to mix my Brave and then fully. I would confuse myself. And I get.
You're breaking, Kato, but I hope we are on the same page still. Kato, you're breaking. I don't know whether I'm the only one who is facing the challenge.
No. Yeah, I was saying.
First wait, Kato. If I ask you, is your concern for the whole people here in the class, or it's about you and your team?
No.
First differentiate the two.
The team.
It's for the team.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead,
because
please.
everyone is to do Android now. Yes. Now my team. That's where my concern was.
It is for the team. It's not for the whole class.
All of them are going to do Android. I know they are going to do it. So you talked about okay, I didn't understand. You said okay, you need to put Android Studio. So then I thought that as you develop, it's going to be mostly on Android. That was my request. Is that
even
continuing my iOS thing.
So if I answer you, Kato, if I answer you, Android Studio is not just because you see when I say Android doesn't mean that you're not going to do iOS. Android Studio is going to be your main platform where you're even going to develop those iOS apps. Just click on Android Studio, click on the emulator, select the iOS emulator or select your iPhone. From Android Studio, it will debug even for your iPhone. You don't need again Xcode. That is the whole point. You don't need Xcode. I think I don't know whether I've answered you, but the point is Android Studio will use it even to create your iOS apps.
Yes. I get your point. I was saying that I'm used to Xcode by now.
So if Xcode does not support Flutter,
I've never tried.
So it will be up to you.
I was saying learning Android Studio also might become hard for me.
Why?
So I was still because both of them are heavy.
Both of them are heavy.
They are heavy.
Which size? Which storage do you have on your laptop?
I have 256.
256.
And I put.
That is little. Sure, you have to decide one. I get your point.
Yes.
I get where you're coming from. You have to decide one. So you either get a Windows machine or you get rid of VS Code.
Yes.
I understand now your problem, but that's a personal thing.
Yes, and I was saying personally because I have Visual Studio.
I get it.
But then I have this Xcode.
The other side, you can use Visual Studio Code to run this Flutter. No problem.
True.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
You can use Visual Studio Code. Still can do for you everything, And remain with your Xcode.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome, Kat. I hope that thanks is genuine. Is it?
Yes.
Okay, we proceed. Kato, that's it. You can choose one, unless you're having 500 GB on your storage, then you can be able to have both Android Studio, because both guys are really giants. But still, you can have Android Studio. Android Studio not so heavy. It will not take more than 5 GB. It will not take more than 5 GB. So you can add it if you have like more than 10 GB in your laptop. So our time is up, but let me use 3 minutes to show you how you can debug from iPhone. Members who are not involved in our discussion, it's okay. It's part of the thing. But I'll cut non-important parts. But here you see that I look different. I look different from what? From what you expected? Oh, yeah, I'm just a boy. So I'll go ahead and search here. So what you do if you want to debug using your mobile phone. So this is the step number 1. You have to go to your mobile phone, as you can see my screen. Then go to settings. Go to settings. Members, I hope you're following. Go to settings, and then go to where there is phone about the phone. You can search it, but you can look for it. About the phone, I don't know where you can find it. It's systems, okay? And then look where there is. I don't know where it is. Okay, I can search it. So wherever it is, but look where there is about phone. Just search for about this phone. Okay? So navigate where there is about. Okay? I had clicked back. So go where there is about the phone. Is it here? Let me go step by step anyway. So come to settings. Look where there is about the phone. I don't know where it can be found. This is a new phone. I think it is systems, and it will always be on bottom, I think. And then about phone. It's not here. It depends on which phone you're using. I've been using Samsung, but this guy, I look for it and I see about the phone. How can I find it? Okay, let me come. My phone. Yeah, I think it's around here.
Go to your phone.
Yeah. My phone. Then now where you go, where there is build number. So whatever phone that you're using, whether you're using Samsung, whether you're using Katochi, whether you're using Kabiriti, an Android phone, whatever phone you look for, there is this guy, build number. So I hope you're listening, members. So click on build number 3 times. Okay? So when you click on build number 3 times, they will tell you that you have enabled developer what? Developer options. That is step number 1. Then come back to the main thread of settings and go to bottom. You'll find something called developer options. For me, I've found it here in other systems, but most of the time it will be here on settings. Then you'll find developer options here. This you'll not see it if you're not a developer. Kabiriti, it's not possible. I was joking. So go to developer option, okay? So click on developer option and set some settings. Enable it. If it's not enabled, go ahead and enable debugging, put it on, and then you can make your phone to always be awake, stay awake when you're developing, and then okay, and then enable this guy here. Can you see where there's USB debugging? That's the most important part. Click enable USB debugging. Okay, so once you enable the USB debugging, then get the USB cable, put it in your laptop, and connect it to your phone. So once you do that, you'll be able to now see your phone under the debug elements. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I've enabled developer options. I've connected my phone with my laptop, and then if I'm using either Visual Studio Code or I'm using Android Studio, I'll be able to see this guy here. Can you see? If I come here where there is phone, I'll be able to see my phone. So if it is Samsung, if it is Tecno, if it is whatever phone, now you can be able to do what? To select it. Now let me stop the emulator, and I'm going to select the phone. Right click here. You see? I'm selecting now Tecno. So it means that I'm selecting a physical phone. So for those who are not using phone, you will have to select a physical phone and then select run. So it will process, and then the application is going to come to your what? To your phone. And then there you can even start sharing your friends' experience of how you're doing what? You're becoming a real mobile application developer. So let it load before we go to our break. When it finishes, then we'll go for a break. And then these minutes that we have used, maybe they're 10 minutes, we will reduce them from the second session. So it is compiling. So you wait. So if you're using Samsung, you'll find Samsung there. So here on this run, it is where we'll be seeing the progress. So you see it is installing the app. Now it is installing the APK. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share my phone's screen and you see what is happening. So my phone has come, has shown the app. So it will load. I hope you can see my phone screen. Let me. Okay, let me share my phone screen and you see. Don't worry, these minutes we'll reduce them on the second session. So, hope you can see my screen. You see? The app is there. Beautiful. Can you see? It is there. So this is my phone. So, you have your laptop there. You have your phone connected. And you are able to debug. You see? When I click on plus, it is increasing. So that will become your first what? Your first application. So before Thursday, I'll need at least someone to have what I've just done here. So beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go for a break of how many minutes? 5 minutes. So by 30 past 3, we will come and start the last session. Now that's what we're going to do now, the real magic. Keep time and don't miss. After 5 minutes, immediately from now. So let's go and drink some water and come after 5 minutes. At 3. Yes, Ka. Am I muted? Jessica, you look lovely. Vani. Should I compare you? Hello, and how are you? Welcome to our second session of creating mobile applications. We're going to set our timer and make 40 minutes since the first session was pretty long. It's closer. Closer. Okay, so let's get started from where we stopped at. I hope you can see my screen clearly. Can I get someone to respond? I shouldn't be here alone. Hello? Members, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me, eh? Okay. So now I'm going to start explaining things. Now be attentive here. How to simbude. Now, when you open when you start your Flutter project, as I said, you'll have most important folders. This lib folder and the what and the pubspec.yaml. So this will be putting our configuration. Then this lib folder, it is where our projects are going to be. Okay. So in the lib folder, you'll find the main.dat file. So you can as well collapse these things from here. You see? So in this main.dat, it is where our project is going to be. All the project files are going to be stored. So I'm going to explain step by step, and I show you how things are organized in a Flutter project. So in the main.dat, you'll find there the main function. As you know, in every Dat program, the main function must be there where the project will begin from. So this main function is the one that we'll call what we call the app. You may not understand the whole magic here, but at least you should be able to get the concepts. So it will call this app. So this app will be extending a class called stateless widget, but you're not the one who's going to create these things, okay? So don't mind about it. Stateless widget, and this stateless widget will have a constructor called my app, and it will be invoking the super.key. Don't mind about this one. So in case there is a key, it will be invoked from here. Then we'll have an overriding of the build method. So this build method is the one that will be called by the operating system for the app to start executing. So the whole logic of the app will always start from here. And then there we have now the app itself, which is the app component, which is this one, stateful widget, the one that you see here. Okay. Right now they may not be making sense, but when we proceed, I'm going to explain everything so that you can understand everything, how they are related to each other. Now, we have what we call material app inside this build. So material app is now the real system that is giving the structure of the whole application. So the Flutter people, they realize that we may need someone to help us to organize how our app should look like. For example, being able to control this space here on top and the whole space in the system. So to do that, we need something called material app. So that material app will take parameters such as the title. So this title, it is now the main title of the particular page that we have opened. For example, this was called the Flutter demo. And then we have the theme data. So this theme data, it is where you're going to we'll be putting the information about the theme or how our application should look like. Then a material app will have a parameter called home. Don't worry about the Chinese that I'm talking about right now, but just I want you to get the concept, because most of the things here, they'll be generated, okay? So the home, it is where now the project will be the main project. Now this home is going to become a class. It's going to be a class that is extending a stateful widget. We have two types of widget, stateless and stateful. We'll explain everything, okay? So this is now the screen itself, okay? You see there are two. The one that's saying the stateful and another saying is the stateless. So this is now the page that we are seeing here. So the page will the stateful widget will have to have also the parameter, but this parameter is optional. You see, it is having a title. So in case you want to display title, you can have it here. And once you pass through this parameter, you can access it from the other side. And when you create a state, you will have now the real class itself here. okay, that is going to display on the screen, which is this one here, the one that you're calling here, this guy here. So create state will call this one, and this one's the one that we're going to now display things on the screen. Once we remove and useless things, we'll be able to do what? Relate them. For now, don't mind about the confusion that is there, but when you proceed, you'll be able to put them together and understand. And don't worry, most of the things are going to be what? To be auto-generated. Now, once you do that, you see, we have a function here. This is a function. You remember how we created the function? We have a variable, a public variable called what? Called counter, and it is having 0. It is an integer. And then you have a function called we have a function called what? Called increment counter. So the task of this function will be calling it to increase the what? The counter. So you see, every time you call this function, we are doing plus plus. So meaning it is increasing one by one. And then there is something that we have surrounded with, which is called set state. As we proceed, we'll explain and everything about the state management. So right now it might not make sense for you, but don't worry, we'll explain it. But the main purpose of this function is to increase the counter. Then this is the counter value that you're seeing here. Because when I click on this plus, you see I'm able to get this. Okay. So now we have the build method that is inside this stateless widget. I mean this widget that sends the state. Now it is where we're going to return what we call scaffold. A scaffold is a structure of our app. For example, the scaffold will have something called app bar. So app bar is this thing that you're seeing on top here, that blue part, what we call the app bar. So if I remove this app bar, it means that this screen will not have the app bar. You see, I've deleted it, and I save, so it will do auto reloading. Oh, sorry, let me first stop the Techno. It is now updating from the Techno. Let me stop the Techno and let me run it from the emulator. Okay, so it is going to execute from the emulator. So this is the app bar. Now we have the body. The body is what you're going to see here. So the app bar is this blue screen, and then the body is what you'll be seeing in this section. Then we have what we call column. Column is a layout that we'll look at, and we'll see what it really means. And then other things, and inside this column, you see we're having now this text. You have increased this thing many times, this many times. So you see here, we are displaying. If you still remember how we used to present a variable inside Flutter. So you see, this is here. It is here. So we are displaying this counter here. So that is how you can even display data into what? Into your counter. So with that much said, I'm going to delete all the unnecessary things, and I start everything from scratch, step by step, so that you can understand. So when Flutter creates for you such a thing, it gives you even what? Some description about everything. So I'm going to delete unnecessary things. Okay. For example, I'm going to remove this button. So this button is inside the scaffold. Okay. The scaffold, as I said, is a skeleton of our application. So they know that you may need this plus button, because you're finding it on WhatsApp, on Twitter, almost in many applications, this plus button. So they know you may need it. So that's why they had to put it into consideration. So you don't need to hard code everything by yourself. For example, that you can find, and then you make it use of it. I'm going to remove it, and we're going to build everything by ourselves. I'll delete that guy, delete the comment, save. So when I save, it will update. You see, it's gone. I'm going to remove this app bar. I can remove the app bar. See? I save, it's gone. I'm remaining with what? With the center. I mean the main content. So this content, I can remove it also. I am going to remove the whole body. You see, I select up to here. So I've removed the body. I can remove these unnecessary comments. So what you'll do, you'll have to remove the unnecessary comments. You're not seeing my screen?
I'm seeing the screen, but it is now coming. We have not been seeing it. Is not.
It's not clear?
What you have been removing was not appearing on the emulator.
But can you see now? Hey, the emulator. On the emulator?
Yeah.
Yeah. I removed the app bar, it disappeared. Didn't you see it disappearing?
They have disappeared, but not instantaneously. They have taken some time.
Yeah, because of the network maybe. So everything going to disappear. So if you have an error, you'll not be able to do what? To save and see the changes. So if I try to save right now, so go ahead and remove all the unnecessary comments, just only the comments. Now, most of the things that we are going to do, I can remove in these counters. Most of the things that we are going to do them here inside the what? Inside the scaffold. Can you see? Where there is scaffold, it is where we're going to put most of things. So I'm going to show you that first. So we create this scaffold. You can as well create the scaffold yourself, and I'll explain how you can do it, okay? So this build, we are returning scaffold. This is the basic thing that we can always start from, okay? And now this scaffold is showing me an error. Why? Because it's expecting something and I've not put it. That's why it's doing like this. Now everything that we put in this project is called what? It's called a widget. Everything that you'll be seeing on the screen is called an independent widget. So we are going to we have removed everything here, but we have not put anything there, the part, something that the body should take. So I'm going to put here a text that's going to display as simple as my body, something like this, so that you should be able to see that this is our body where we are displaying the things. So to do that, if you want to display text in Flutter, there is a class for you. So everything will be calling a class and give it parameters, and then Flutter will do the remaining magic by itself. So I'm going to call this guy called text like this, okay? It's a class. I open it and then I pass a string, double quotes, a string, and I say this is my body, okay? So I've fixed all the errors now. So I save. When I save, you'll see it has saved here. Can you see? It is there on top. Okay? It is on top. I hope you can really see it. Can you see? It is on top. It is almost even in behind the time. It is behind the status bar. Okay? So we're going to see how we can now fully control our screen in a way that we don't have things even outside the what? The status bar. So that is how we can get started from. So go ahead and clean unnecessary things as I've shown you and remain with scaffold and only display the body. So once you do that and you're able to save and see the update, then that means you're in control of your project, whether using Visual Studio Code or using what? Android Studio. So once I have that, now the next thing that we're going to look at, we are going now to look at what you call layouts. So we have different types of layouts. But before we proceed to a layout, let us first understand what is meant by a layout. A layout is a feature, or what I call a widget, or a feature, or a component that will enable us to organize our things in different ways. It is just like you can see a table. A table is not a real thing, but a table helps us to do what? To organize our things and put them on the table. It's just like you can see a basket. A basket is not a main thing, but you use the basket to carry our things or to put our things in the shape of what? Of basket. So likewise to Flutter, we have what we call components, Flutter components or widgets. One I categorize into two. It is either a layout or it is either a component. I don't know how you can call it, or a widget itself. So a widget or a component is the one that will be able to show something or affect our screen. Like you can see here, text. Then a layout, it will help us to organize the components. So we have different types of what? Of layouts, okay? Different types of layouts in Flutter. So among the layouts that we have what we call columns, and then we have what we call columns, rows, and containers. So I'm going to begin with one by one, and then as we proceed, then after we'll go now and proceed to widgets. So listen very, very, very very carefully. Now I'm going to put back our up bar, so that our up bar at least should be having a title. So to put up bar, I'll just simply come here into scaffold here and write up and then bar. Okay, so here up bar, it will take a class, so I begin with the capital letter up and then bar like this. So Android Studio or Visual Studio Code will suggest for you up bar. Then I open the bracket. Now this up bar will take parameters. Among the parameters it will take, it is title. Okay, so title, it is going to be a text, is going to be a widget. So in this title I can pass text, okay, text like this, and I pass parameter and I say home screen. Okay, like this, home screen. So you see, that's a home screen, and you see, this is my body. So that is good. Now the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to start teaching you different topics by topics, but as I'm showing you them in the different screen, just like they've been doing. Okay, and when I will ask you to demonstrate, and I'll also want you to do the same thing, though you may be creative than me and do something better to show me that you understood it even better. Okay, don't do exactly what I've done. So every topic I'm going to give it a special section. So we begin with the first section of looking at layouts. Okay, so we're going to design something, layouts, different layouts. Okay, so the first layout that we're going to look at, we're going to look at a layout called column. As it sounds, column, you use it to design things in a horizontal way. So let me go ahead and create a column layout. But to create a column layout, it will be better to put it on a separate screen, so that when you're looking at my project, you can know, just like the way you did in that, you can know where I am or where I stopped. Okay, so I'm going to create a separate screen where I'm going to put the layout for column. So to create a separate screen, it means it will be better if I create a separate file. Okay, so I'm going to come here to my lib, okay, where you see lib, and I'm going to create a separate file that's going to contain separate information for the separate screen, and then I'll put here the navigator where I click on it and it takes me to that screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll right click to the lib, so everything that you do will be in the lib. So it will be better to organize your things into folders. So all the screens, they better be into screens. When we start, we'll work looking at the models, the classes. So even the models, they'll be in their section. The controllers will be in their section, something like that. The widgets will be in their own folder. So I'm going to create here a special folder for my screens, or what we call activities if you're using Android. So I'm going to create here screens, others call them pages. So I'm going to come here and say new directory. So I will need you also to do the same things. Okay, new directory, I'm going to call this one screens. Okay, I'm going to put my first screen there, my second screen in fact. So I'll right click. So this is going to be nothing but a dot programming file. Okay, and I'm going to call this guy file. Okay, and I'm going to call it so when you're naming your components, it becomes interesting how you name them. Okay, so every screen of mine, I'll be attaching for it on one screen, and every file, I'll be starting with a capital letter. So that everything should be organized in that way. So for example, this is going to be columns screen, because this is where I'm going to demonstrate the columns from. So I'll begin with the capital letter and say columns, okay, screen. Okay, that is column screens, dot. Hope that's the spelling of column. Okay, dot. Don't forget to put the extension of dot, otherwise to not be seen as a what? As a dot program. So this is just nothing but a file. So I'll press enter, So they'll ask me, do you want to add this guy to your GitHub? I said, don't ask me again, please add. Okay, so automatically this file is being added to my what? My GitHub project. So now you see this column screen is under screens. Now here is where we're going to put the logic of working with columns and the rest. Okay, so let's go ahead and create now the screen. So you can either come and cheat from how this guy did theirs. Okay, but okay, let us cheat. But when you become experts, I will show you how you can even create your own without even cheating. So the main part that you're going to cheat from, or the main part that you're going to copy from, you just need only these two. You don't need these other things. All what you need these two. Okay, this one that extend the stateful and the one that extend the state. Though I'll show you a shortcut of creating a stateful widget like this. Just STF and press enter, you'll be able to. But before we reach that side, let us first begin by copying, by cheating. So let me go ahead and cheat. Copy this guy, okay, and then come and paste. I just copied two things: the one that extend the stateful and the one that extend the state. So I hope you are together. I think I should increase my font so that you guys can see things. I think they are still clear. I don't know. Let me increase the font. It is our screen, so why don't we? I'll come to editor. I'll come to font. I'll make it 20 so guys can see shit clearly. Okay, so there we go. So I've just copied those two. Now I'm going to explain everything. Now I've just put this one into column screen. Now it will be better if your column name is having the same name as what? As I mean the class name is having the same name as the column. So I'm going to name this class and this one. So what you have here is what should be here. So I'm going to double click here and call this guy column. First of all, okay, let me first begin by renaming. So I'm going to rename this guy and this one. By the way, you can expand. You can expand by just simply clicking. You use this part to collapse and expand. So I'm going to rename this guy. Everywhere there is home page, I'm going to rename it to that particular screen. For example, column screen like this. Okay, so that's going to be my class, and come and rename this guy here, and come and rename this guy here. So you see it is extending here state. So I better come and rename this guy here. I'll show you the better way to do that. I'll rename this guy here. Beautiful. So you'll still seeing errors. Okay, so this one should be a constructor, so it should have also the same name. I hope you are together. So you should still be seeing errors. So I want to remove these errors. If you want to remove these errors, there are two ways. One way, you click on an error and then you'll see this red bulb. That red bulb will give you suggestions that will automatically fix your errors. So when I click there, you see my errors have been fixed by importing this class of Flutter. So other way, you can press Alt and Enter. I don't know on Windows machine, but on laptop, on Mac, just press Alt and Enter. But on Windows, try to press Ctrl and Enter or Alt and Enter to get a shortcut of this bulb. And you see the suggestions. Select the first suggestion and press Enter. You'll see errors fixed. So I'll do the same here. Click in the error, Alt and Enter, import the library. Error has been fixed. So I have my second screen. So I can give this screen a what? A title here. Okay, I can call it column screen, or I can call it columns. We are going to cover the topic of what? Of columns. Are we together? So that is the basic part that will be used to get started. Okay. I may remove this title if I don't want to do it, but we can as well pass it. So it comes from the other side, and if you want to access this title from here, just put the $sign, and put the word widget. Sorry, put widget dot then you'll be able to access things that are from this title. So I mean that this title will be coming from whatever thing that will be calling this guy, but that is all option. It's all option. I can as well remove it. Let me show you. I can remove this guy this way. I just delete the title and I remove this one. I just only leave the key. This we are just showing us how we can use it. Then mean this title is no longer there. So I can call this guy columns. Okay, or we are going to cover the columns from. So if there's nothing going to change, you better put it constant. That is a constant. So I hope you are together now. Okay, now the next thing is how can we navigate from the other screen to this screen, or from this main home to this second screen that we've just created. So those are the interesting topics that you need really to be careful to watch and understand. So I'm going to show you how you can navigate from another screen to this screen. So to do that, I'll come back to our main function, to our main app. Now we have two screens, but they're not linked. And then I come to where there is, this is my body. I'm going to change it and call it maybe columns, or where I'll be showing the topic of what? The topic of columns. Okay, so I want when someone clicks on this column, it should take him to the second screen of the column. That is what we are going to do right now. Now, to do that, the first thing that you'll have to do is to add what we call a click listener, or the tap listener, so that when someone clicks on this guy, we should know that he has clicked on it. So to do that in Flutter, it is pretty simple. We are going to surround this guy with another widget. So to surround an item with a widget in Flutter, it is simple. You can either do it manually by hard coding, but there are other options that you can use. So you just simply click on this bulb. So we have two things that, if Flutter widgets have two things that will provide you. It will either provide you a child, means that item will expect only one parameter, or it will provide you children. It means that widget will provide you multiple parameters. For example, if I put on center, this center is going to expect me to provide it with a child or one particular item. If I put in column, as you know, columns, it is what it is going to provide. It's going to have many items, so it will be children. So I'm going to put this guy in center. Okay, by just simply right clicking. You see, I click on the item that I want to surround with the widget. Okay, whether in VS Code or Android Studio, you'll see this bulb. Click on it and then say center. So you see, Flutter will automatically do for us the magic. Can you see? Now let me show what it has just done to us. It just created a new class called center and passed a parameter called child, and we've given it whatever was there. It has just added it. You can hard code it, but why would you hard code it? Yet there is a suggestion. Just click and then on the bulb and then put what you want to surround it with. So you see, these things are on one line. Okay, if you want them to be broken, it to be in the two lines, you just come here at the last here, okay, and put a comma. So when you put a comma and press Ctrl Shift L for Android Studio guys, and then for Flutter, for Visual Studio Code, Ctrl Shift F to auto arrange your code. If you cannot auto arrange your code, search it on Google how to auto arrange, or shortcut for auto arranging Flutter code. Put Visual Studio if you're using Visual Studio. Put Android Studio if you're using Android Studio. There your code will be auto arranged. Can you see? Now my code has been auto arranged. So the Flutter thing that you should know also, it is organized in form of parent and child relationship. So you see, this is center. It is surrounding the text. So this is a child surrounding the text. This is a parent of child of center surrounding the text. So if I save, you can guess what's going to happen. This thing is going to be put in center. Okay, beautiful. So if again you want to add another thing, it will also going to be a child to that one. So it will be child. So everything will be a parent to the what? To the other. Now, that's not the reason why we put this center. I put the center because I wanted to put a click listener. Okay? So I want to change this center because I know how to write it, the click listener by myself. It was painful. So I want to change it. But you can as well write it. So instead of putting this center, I'm going to put a click listener here around this text. So the click listener, as it sounds, it will listen to clicks or to the taps. So I'm going to put here, in Flutter, we have what we call inkwell, or what we call on inkwell, yeah? So the inkwell will listen for someone who is clicking. So if you click on it, the inkwell will listen to that, okay? So I'm going to delete this word center, okay? And I'm going to replace it with inkwell. So I begin with the word capital letter and then IN. You'll see inkwell will be auto-suggested there. So when I press enter, everything is okay. Now this inkwell will take another parameter called on tap. So that parameter, it is where we're going to put a function that will execute when someone clicks on this child that is surrounded by the inkwell. So I'm going to pass that parameter called on tap like this, and then put the colon, and then put the comma. So here it is where I'm going to put the function that I want to be called when someone clicks here. So I'll open the bracket and close it. So when you open, automatically Flutter will open and close for you. Come outside here, open the curly bracket and close it. So between here, it is where, so between here, it is where we are going to put the whole logic of, in case someone clicks, in case someone clicks, this is where we will do the logic. So I want, when someone clicks, I want to put here, maybe to print something in the console. So to print something in the console, it is still the same way. You can simply write print, and I say, hello, you clicked or you tapped on me. On phone is tapping, Okay, you tapped on me, and then I put a semicolon there. You see, everything is really straightforward and beautiful. So if I save, remember we remove the center, so our column's title will be here. So I'm going to click on run. So when you click on run, it is where I'll be seeing everything that comes in the console. So I can delete everything that is there, and then I click here. So when I tap, you see, hello, you tapped on me. So can you see? When I click, beautiful. You see, things are coming. So it means that we are able to listen to someone tapping on something that we want on the screen. That is so beautiful. So now we want, when someone taps here, we want to open the second page of what? Of columns, or the other page that we just created, this one of columns. So that's when you come to what we call the navigation. So to navigate to another page in Flutter, you just simply write this piece of code. Okay, navigator.push. I'm going to write it for you here. So I want when someone clicks here, I open the second page. So I'll come to this where we are putting, you have clicked on me here. I'll remove this guy. I want to navigate the other side. So to navigate the other side, you do like this in Flutter. Okay, you write in capital letter navigator. You will see it being suggested. Just press enter when you see suggested. Then you put dot push. Okay, so when you put dot push, it will expect two things. It will expect what you call push, and then it will expect the context automatically they suggest for you, and then expect for you the second thing is the route, or where you want to navigate to. So where you want to navigate to, you pass the class called material page route, this one. Okay, press enter, and it will take two things, the builder, and then you delete what has been suggested, open the bracket, and put there context. Okay, so when you write it for the first time, it can become too much, but next time you'll just copy and paste, just like I've shown you here. And then after the context, you put here equal sign and greater than sign, and then you put the page that you want to do what? That you want to open the class. So you know the class name here, it is called column screen. That's what we want to open. So I'll go ahead and either type it or paste it. Okay, so I can type it. I can type it column screen, the other class that you created. So when you press enter, automatically it will be shown. And then come here at the end, put the semicolon. So I remove this guy. So that is how we can navigate from one screen to the other. Simple and straightforward. But I'm telling you, navigating from one screen to the other using React, oh my god, it is painful. You even need another external library. So Flutter is really beautiful. So you see, that's how we'll be able to navigate to another screen. So if you want things to be organized, you can separate this guy with a comma here and a comma here, and then you auto arrange your code with my shortcut Ctrl Shift L, and then you'll see when someone taps, you see this bracket will be executed, and this bracket is having navigator dot push, and you are passing context and material page root. It having builder and it has context, and it points at the next the column. So the next time we want to navigate, we'll just come and copy this guy. We will not suffer again. Okay, so I save. So it means that when someone will click on this child, this function of on tap will execute this guy. So let's go ahead and see. So I've saved. So when I click on tap, boom, beautiful. You can see it, right? You can see it. When I click back, when I click, so I'm able to move into two different screens. So beautiful. So that is nice, isn't it? It is nice. So that is your first homework. You'll be able to, you should create an application that you can move from one screen to the other. So in the next 2 minutes, let us finish at least this first topic of creating of columns. So I'm going to show you how we can create columns in this second screen. So I will come now to our screen of what? Of columns here. And you can see it is displaying our title here, and this is the body here. So instead of putting the body text here, I'm going to surround it. You can delete it or you can surround it. I'm going to surround this guy with columns. So to create columns is simple. You just come to the bulb and say columns. Then you'll have column. Or you just simply delete the guy and write column in capital letter with followed small letter, column like this. Press enter, open bracket. So every column will take multiple widgets. So if we're expecting it to take multiple widgets, we have to give it a parameter called children. Okay, so it will take children. So inside this children, it's where we're going to put now the widgets, or what we call the components. So I can say text. Now here inside text, I can say my text one. You see. So if I want to add another widget in this column, as it sounds, it is a column. So I can put comma here, duplicate it. To duplicate in Android Studio, you press Ctrl Shift, it's Ctrl D, Ctrl D. Yeah. Whatever editor you're using, you have to find a way how you can duplicate something. If you're using Visual Studio Code, I think it's Ctrl Shift and arrow down. Or you try Ctrl D. If you cannot do it, please go ahead and search. Okay? Because I'm not the one who created those things. So I'll duplicate, put this guy 2, Ctrl D. You see? 4. You see? Simple and straightforward. Ctrl D and 5. So if I save, I can be able to see my text 1, my text 2, my text 3, my text 4, my text 5. That is so beautiful. Is it? Our time is up. Let us use more 5 minutes to finish this topic of what? Of columns. So I hope we are together. Click on columns. I'm able to see my items in form of columns. They may look ugly, but as we proceed, you will see we'll look at more things. So that is it. That is so nice. I'm saying things are nice yet I'm not doing them. So now each widget or each component that Flutter provides you, it takes multiple parameters. It will give you more options or more parameters that you can do with it. So to see the parameters, you can just simply come. So I'll come out of these children and click on top here. So if I press Ctrl and space, is it Ctrl and space? I will be able to see different parameters that this item can possibly. I mean, Ctrl and enter. Is it Ctrl and enter? Ctrl and space. Ctrl and space on Mac. On Windows, I think it's the same. Ctrl and space. You will be able to see the parameters, the possible parameters. Or the other way, you can just simply press Ctrl, hold it, press Ctrl, hold it, and then click on the item. It will take you to the Flutter source code itself. You cannot change, but it will take you there. And you can see different parameters that they're expecting. Can you see? So that can give you a hint on how you can use a particular widget of Flutter. Or you can go ahead and search on Google and see multiple parameters that a certain particular widget can take. So you see, it takes children. We've already taken the children. The other thing, it takes what we call main axis alignment. So main axis alignment will help us to organize our code. And then we have main axis size, main cross axis alignment. All these things are there. So the most important part, by the way, you should also learn how to switch the tabs. For example, if I want to switch from one tab to another using using Windows machine, it is Ctrl and the tab key. I think using Mac. On Windows machine, it is Alt and tab key. You'll be able to switch the tabs. Alt and you'll be able to switch the tabs. Then Windows button with the tab key, you'll be able to switch the windows. There are the shortcuts that you will need as a developer. They should be inside you. Okay. So one of the things that we're going to look at is called main axis alignment. So the bit about Flutter, when you start typing, they will suggest for you. So press enter, main axis alignment. So it will take main axis alignment that begins with a capital letter, and then press dot. So we have dot start. So dot start, it means that the content that are inside there, they're going to be organized at start. So if I save, you see, they're at start. So if I delete and I put dot end, okay? So I save, you'll see, they are organized at the end of the what? Of the y axis. If I put dot end, we have dot end, we have dot center. You can guess. Dot center will put them in the center of the y axis. We have dot space evenly. It will make them space in the even size, just because we don't have this in the form of a container. So you see, they have been spaced in the even size. We have another one called dot space around, dot space between. So the space will be between them. We have another one called dot space around. The space will be around them. Okay. We have another one dot what? Dot those are the ones. So if one put maybe dot start, then it will be on that. If I put dot send, then it will be in the center. So according to your creativity, you can see where you want your items to be, and you go ahead and put them there. That is main axis alignment. It has another property called cross axis alignment. So it will take, you can guess, it will take capital letter of the cross axis alignment, press enter, press dot. So cross axis alignment is for the y axis. So I press enter. So I'm going to, the x axis. I'm going to center them in the what? In the x axis. I think because you don't have the width specified, so they'll automatically be there. So that is how you can deal with what? With the columns. So you can look ahead, you can go ahead and look at text baseline, text direction, text direction dot overline, underline. I don't know what this one means. Okay, but the main point here, we use the main axis alignment to organize where we want the items to be aligned. So that is just the beginning. In the next class, we will look at the rows, we'll look at the containers, we'll look at the text, we'll look at the images, we'll look at the buttons. We'll look at how we can create also independent widget and reuse them. We'll look at the list view also. Then we'll now look at the styling, the designing of those items. Then after, we can look at the navigators, for example, the drawer, the bottom navigator, the tabs, and then we can do now the logic of maybe communicating to internet, sending information to internet. Okay, we also look at maybe displaying images. Then we look at now the local storage, how you can maybe store the information within the Flutter application. We look at the external libraries, all of those. If you stick around, we'll be able to show them to you. So that's it for today. I'm going to push my code to GitHub. So I'll first stop my what? My project. So I've just done these two, this and this. Stop my project. Come and file. Close project. Close project. Close my emulator because this emulator takes much of my CPU. Close the Android Studio. Open my GitHub. Come to my project and then say first class session, or I can say column topic and navigation. That becomes my comment, and then I save and then I push to GitHub. So it will take just like 2 seconds while everything has been updated in GitHub. So if I go to GitHub, open in GitHub, open in GitHub, oh my god. So if I open in GitHub, you can see, if I come to lib, I already have screens here. If I come to navigate to main, see, I already have my main. If I come to screen, I have my what? My column screen. So from wherever you are, you can clone this project and start using it as you want. So that's it. That makes it for today's class. Unless there's a question, otherwise I'll give you something to try before the next class. So, hello everyone, and how are you? My name is Muhino Mubarak, and I welcome you to our other lecture of learning how to create mobile applications using Flutter. In the previous class, we stopped at the level when we created our first mobile application and we were able to do some simple things like navigating from one screen to another, setting up the environment. If you're really following, you know what we are talking about, what you're talking about right now. So today we are going to go much more deeper and see and learn more things in creating mobile application. As we always do it, we always do 2 sessions. The first session 60 minutes and the second 60 minutes. So you can see I have already started my timer. So what you should do, get your cup of water, put it close to you, get your pen and paper, and try to focus in 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, you'll go and have your break, and then you come back for the last session. I know it may be boring at the point, but nothing is really simple. Everything is hard. So bring that motivation, bring that courage, bring that attitude that I'm doing a hard thing. Bring all that thing, so that you can be able to do what? Persevere from this first minute up to the last minute of the lecture. So let's get started with our today's business. So as you can see, I've already opened my Android Studio. If you don't mean what's meant by Android Studio, then I refer you to the previous class. So I'll assume that you have watched the previous videos. So I've opened my Android Studio. I'm going to open my project that I was dealing with in the previous class, which is what? MShop? Yeah, I think it's MShop. So I'll open it and then I'll start my emulator. But as I told you, if your laptop is weak, please don't try emulator. Leave it only for the big boys. Okay? If your laptop is powerful, okay, go ahead and use emulators. But still, for the experience that I have, emulators, they are not very good because you cannot see how something is not going to look exactly on the real device. So better use the real device. Even emulator, even though your laptop is as fast as how, emulator has a way how it slows things. So use a real device, use your real Android phone, okay? And you see how your final application look like on a real phone, as well as as well as how things will look like exactly on a real phone. So I've opened my application. Did I open the right thing? I don't think I opened the right thing. Let me close it, and I go to GitHub and I open from the GitHubs. So I'll come to my GitHub. I'll be able to access the application from GitHub. I think it is, I can search here, shop. It was called Flutter something, Flutter shop, this one. So I'll click open in Finder, show in Finder, and then it is here. Then I'll drag and drop it in Android Studio. Opening it shouldn't be a problem, okay? So it's going to load. And this is where we stopped at the previous class. So in today's class, we are going to proceed. I'll come out. Okay, I'm going to check. Okay, so today we are going to proceed with layouts. As I told you, that everything is custom is organized into two. We have layouts and what? And the components. I don't know what the opposite of layouts is, but component, what I'll call component. A component is something that will add something on your screen that you can be able to see. Then a layout will be something that will help us to arrange things on what? On your screen. A layout is just like the way you can see things that help you to organize it. Like the way you see a box, like the way you see a cup, like the way you see a basket. So it's that nothing, but what really is there, what is added there is what we call the components. For example, if someone asks you to bring for me maybe 2 boxes of let me say, if I say bring for me 2 boxes of sweets, so what does it mean? It means that you're not going to count that physical box, but what you will count, they are the what? They are the sweets. So a box is kind of a layout. We don't count it because it does not really make value. Likewise here, layouts will not show on the screen, but a box will help you to carry the sweets. Likewise here, the layouts will help us to organize our components. So last time we looked at the first layout, and that was what? That was the column. Okay? So today we are going to proceed with more layouts, and we're going to see how we can make use of them in what? In Flutter or in mobile application. Oh my God, I've run on the wrong device. Okay, so today we are going to look at the raw layout. So let me go ahead and run my project into this emulator. So as it sounds, a row layout, it will help us to arrange our components into rows, okay? It will help us to arrange our component in form of what? In form of rows, nothing else, okay? And you know what's meant by rows? It means that one thing will vertically be next to the other thing, horizontally be next to the other thing. That's what by rows. So we're going to see how we can create rows or how we can organize our things in rows in what? In Flutter mobile apps. So there my emulator has opened and the app has run. So the next I'm going to do, I'm going to collapse this guy by clicking here on run, and then it will be collapsed here. So I'm going to go to where our project starts from, which is here main, and I can collapse this piece from here. I can collapse these project files from here, so that you can see things clearly. I'm going to increase my font so you can see things much more clear. I've already reduced it. So I'll come to preferences, I come to editor, I come to font and make it maybe 20. That is super huge. So I'll save, and you can see things clearly. So this is my home, and then you can see this something called columns. So we have to add another topic here on home. So, but you know, this is only it is only one component. So how are we going to add another component? So it is better if we do what? If we add there another column. If we arrange these things in form of what? In form of columns, so that we have first component, second component, like this, okay? In form of column, okay? So I'm going to surround this guy, this inkwell, with what? With column. So to surround it with column, you just simply click there, and then you'll click on this light bulb, and then you say column. So they'll automatically create for you the column and surround it there. So you can as well manually create it by yourself. And the main point here, a column will take children, means you take multiple what? Multiple components. So if I save, nothing will change because we have changed nothing but a what? But a layout. So I can duplicate this guy. So I can collapse, you see? I can collapse and I duplicate it. You see? Copy and paste. So I have now two things, column. Now, there is one component that I would like to show you. We will look at it in future, but because we need it here, I'm going to show it to you. So these Flutter guys, they realize that most of the time we'll need what we call lists, because everything in mobile app is almost a list. So they designed for us a component that we can use to arrange our things in form of a list items with simplicity. So that component is called list view, okay? List view, not list view. It's called list style, okay? So that list style, it can help us to organize our things. See, for example, here, things are compacted, things are mixed up. I want to put some space around. So to go through that pain of putting the space around them, spacing them, I can use one component of Flutter that is designed for us, which is called list style, okay, to do for me most of things, okay? So I'll just write list style like this and press enter, then put comma here. So that is one child that I put there. So list style will take different parameters. Among parameters that it will take one parameter called title. So you can press Ctrl and space to see the possible parameter that it can take. So it will take one component called title. So title is going to be the main component of that particular list style. For example, our first topic was column. So I want to organize my things. Instead of using manually linked this inkwell and the rest, I'm going to use this list style to do what? To create my components of this list. So list style will take a first component called title, and this title will take a widget. So a widget can be anything in Flutter. So I'm going to take a text widget, okay, and this text widget I'm going to pass simply columns. So columns. So it's going to cover our topic of what? Of columns. So if I save, you will see, can you see the beauty? You can see that this list style has created some padding around. Things are not mixed like the way they were here, okay? So this list style will take most of components. I mean, so many things that we may need to use in a list, but I'm not going to exploit them right now because that's not the main topic, okay? So if you want to see possible components that you can do in a list, for example, in your free time, you want to learn beyond. There are two ways. You can press Ctrl and space, then you'll be able to see different components. Now, if you want to see what those components can do, press Ctrl and hold it, and then click on the item or the list item or that particular widget. Okay, press Ctrl and click on it. You'll see the parameters that you can take. For example, list style will take item called leading, it will take item called title, it will take item called subtitle, trailing, dense, what. So these are the possible things that you can take. So for whatever component in Flutter, if you want to see what it can possibly take, just press Ctrl and click on it. It will take you things. Now, for example, title, but I don't know what title will really take. So what do? I press Ctrl and click on title. So it will take you to the Flutter source code itself. Now, if you want to see really what title will take because you don't know what it's going to take, just press Ctrl and again click on that title. You see, title is taking a widget. And you know what's meant by widget? Means a what? A Flutter component. So you can create any widget in Flutter here. So I want to add another thing. For example, icon. Okay. So if I want to add an icon, there's another thing called leading. So leading is the main icon that can be on a certain list time. Okay. So I can just press Ctrl space and write the word leading. You see, leading. So I'm going to put here an icon. I can put as well text. Okay. For example, I can put 1. So this becomes 1 and then. But if I want to put an icon in Flutter, we have something called icons. Oh, I want to teach you everything in one day. So I can say icon and then I pass here something called icons dot. Then you'll find here different icons. Okay. We'll look at this another day, but don't worry, I can show you some few things. So the main point here, you see, let me comment these guys, these ink points. Let me comment them. Comment, Ctrl Shift, and the forward slash. Or you can manually comment. If you don't have the shortcut, just collapse these guys, put here star and forward slash, and go where your comment want to stop, put forward slash and star. Just surround them with forward slash. So I want just comment these guys. Can you see the beauty? With simplicity, I've successfully achieved such a thing. An item that has a leading title, leading icon and the title. So I can add even another thing by just simply writing these few lines. For example, I want to show here something, an icon here, a trailing icon. So I can put another item called trailing, another parameter, trailing. So this trailing will also take, you can also pass a widget. So I'm just passing icon and then I put icons dot. For example, we'll have an arrow called chevron right. Icons dot chevron right. That will give you an icon that is pointing right. Can you see that beauty? Can you see? Icon, then and then here an action item. Okay. So I can add also a subtitle. Okay. So I'm showing you these things because they're just coming. Okay. So text and I just put here subtitle. Okay. So I can say maybe details. Okay. Maybe demonstrate all about columns. Okay. So you can write here maybe an explanation of this guy. So if you save, you'll see the subtitle is there in kind of gray color and everything is organized with simplicity without even too much hassle. So if I want now to put a click listener, like if someone clicks on this list, it should do a certain action. This list style also comes with another what? Another parameter called on tab. Okay? And you know what on tab does? Open your bracket, close it, open your curly bracket and close it. Then here you put an action that you want to do. So I'm going to come and copy the action of moving to the next screen. Which where is it? It is this one. That will take me to the column screen. You will still remember it. I'll copy and I can put it here between. So you know if will someone click on this item to take me to the next screen. So you see, I've organized my things in order without any pain. Without any pain. So you see, when you add on click listener, this list will show even the touch feedback. You see, when I click on it, that ripple, it's beautiful, isn't it? You see, that ripple that shows this is clickable. So the user will know this is clickable. But if I click here, I cannot see anything, you see? If I click in space, I cannot see that feedback. But all that is implemented for you. So if I click there, it will take me to the list of icons. So that is the beauty of Flutter. So now we want to cover another topic today. For example, a topic of row. That's the main topic that we're covering. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate this guy and paste it here and come and change here rows and then come and change here all about maybe rows subtitle. Okay, I can write anything that I want. So if I save, I can change maybe this icon here from outline, and I try to search an icon called row. Okay, row, you see this guy. I don't know, it's called table rows, but I think I have something better. I don't know, this guy, table outline rows. So if I save, can you see? Someone will know these are rows, these are columns. So if I type there, you see, it shows me that kind of feedback touch. Okay, it's really beautiful. So now we're going to create another activity of demonstrating the rows feature. So another screen for demonstrating the rows. Okay, so that when someone clicks here, it will take him to that screen of demonstrating rows. So let's go ahead and do that. You know our screens, we have been putting them here. Let me increase the font of the editor. You know, after teaching your classes, I always go back to my normal fonts. Let me increase the fonts of appearance, and then appearance, and then I make it maybe 20, apply. Okay, beautiful. So there we go. So I'll come here to our screens. Okay, so I want to create another screen for demonstrating rows. So I'll double click on this screen. I'm just going to duplicate this screen. Why should I suffer by creating a new one from scratch? Okay, I don't need to suffer. So to duplicate, just click on the screen that you want to duplicate, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, copy and paste. So instead of putting here the word columns, I'm going to call it rows screen, like this. And then say, okay. So I have now rows screen here. Now come here, you rename the class now. So everywhere where there is a column screen, I'm going to put rows screen like this. But that's going to become painful. It will work, but it will become painful. So I'm going to show you a technique that you may use if you want to do what we call multi-line editing. It's a very important technique. Okay, so I want to replace all the columns, the word column screen in this particular row. I want to replace it with what? With this guy, rows screen. To do that, I'll select everything that I want to replace, which is column rows, and then I press Ctrl+F. You know the meaning of Ctrl+F? You're finding, it means to search. Okay, so it means that it has been searched. And now if I want to replace it, you press Alt and Enter. For those who are using Windows. For those who are using Mac, you press Option and Enter. Then you will see I'm able to edit in different areas of my screen. So everywhere there is that word, I can edit. So I'm just going to paste my what? My rows screen. Boom. And everything is done. You see? It's beautiful. So I can as well search maybe this one also and paste it. Okay? Maybe where there is this word, column screen, I'm going to rows screen like this. Change this guy, put it here. Okay? So that's the whole point. Like I've changed everything by just one. Press Ctrl+F, Alt and Enter for those of Windows, Option and Enter for those of Mac. Then you'll be able to edit. So I'll go ahead and change my title from rows to, from column to rows. Okay? And then I'm going to change this one. I'm going to remove this body. Where there is column, I'm going to remove it. And maybe put some text thing and then say my body, something like that. Okay? So this is just a basic class of what? Of rows. So this is a screen of rows. Now we are going to link this screen of rows to this home page. Like if someone clicks on this rows item, it should be taken to this screen of rows. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come to my main and then come to where there is on top of of rows screen. When someone clicks on top of rows screen, I'm going to remove column screen and put rows screen. So that material push but rows screen. When you see an error, press Alt and Enter, so this class can be imported. Okay, so it has been imported. Now I can save. So that's beautiful. Now if I click on rows screen, on rows, I'm able to be taken to that, to the rows screen. Can you see? That's beautiful. That animation, we will see how we can get rid of it in future. That ugly animation that is between screen. But the main point is you can navigate to another page. So let's go ahead and go to the row screen. So another shortcut, if you want to jump to a certain class, just press Ctrl and click on it. You see, have jumped straight to the row screen. Now, as we said, we're going to look at the rows. So what is meant by rows? A row is just like columns, but for this case the components are arranged vertically, one next to the other. So to create rows, I'm going to delete this guy where there is my body and put row like this. Okay, open bracket. So that is it. Now row, as it sounds, it's going to take children. It's going to take multiple components. So it's not going to take a child, but it's going to take children. So I'm going to pass here children. Okay, so I can start now passing the component that I want to put in this row. So I can now pass maybe text, and I put here 1. Okay, put comma, duplicate 2, duplicate 3. I told you how to find the shortcut for duplicating for your whatever environment that you're using. Okay, so if I save, can you see? We can look at that beauty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they are arranged one next to the other. They are different components, but they have been arranged one next to the other. That's what made by rows. So this row and column, they are almost same criminals, but if I change, for example, this one to column, you see, I can change from here. If I save, so the column is going to be vertical, whereas for the row is going to be horizontal. That is understandable. Now let us look at different parameters that we can take from rows. As I told you, if you want to look at the parameters, Flutter is a freestyle thing. Simply press Ctrl and click. They'll take you to the source code of Flutter, and they'll give you a cheat list where you can cheat from things that you can do, that you can possibly do. There's no magic that you need to guess and maybe first learn from documentation. You see? So they'll tell you the first thing is main axis alignment. You can press Alt and Enter. So here they'll tell you the possible parameter on it. That's a very important technique, guys, that I'm giving you. Let me go back. I go back to the rows. So if I want to see the possible parameters, guys, this is very, very important. Listen very carefully and understand this, because it will help you to teach yourself and become invisible. How should I say it? And become, I don't know, because you'll be able to teach yourself at any time. I don't call it invisible. I don't know. Okay? This is a technique. If you see a component in Flutter and you want to see, without even going into documentation, and see the possible things it can do for you, press Ctrl and click on it. It will take you to the parameter that you can take. So these parameters, they're English-like words, so you can relate even. Okay? For example, there's something called text direction, baseline, children, you know what it means. So if I want to see what, for example, max align, so they said there will be a component called max align, but I don't know what max align eats. So I want to see, what does it eat, or what does it take? Again, press Ctrl and click on it. It will tell you max align takes something called main axis alignment. So just copy that guy and then press dot. When you press dot, they will show you different possibilities that you can do. So like that, you can be able to teach yourself and you become invisible. I don't know whether I'm using a right word. So let me go back now to my rows. See row. So I come here. First thing, max alignment. When you press even, when you start writing, it will suggest for you, press enter. So we don't know what max alignment is, or we don't know what it takes. Go ahead, press Ctrl and click on it. They will take you where it is. Press Ctrl and click on it. They'll take you what it possibly take. So it will take something called main axis alignment. So I'll come here and write in capital letter, begin main axis alignment. They will suggest for me, press enter. So when I press dot, they'll start showing me possible things that I can do with it. By like doing like this, you'll be able to teach yourself anything. You get it, So you get it, So that's it. So now one of the things it will take, it is center. Max alignment center. So let us see what it can possibly do. It will center for us the item. That is one. Another thing, dot max alignment start. You can guess it will put the items at the beginning. Dot max alignment space between. What will it do? You see, it is putting our items between. So maybe you want to design your app and you want things to be evenly or to be spaced in that manner. In that way, okay. In that way of arrangement, okay? So what will you do? That is how you do it. Okay? So you can go ahead and explore in your free time. And what does it mean? So you're not going to be there again and say, I have free time or I'm free. No, there will always be something for you there for you to do what? To learn. So and because you don't have specified content will not show, then you have space evenly, the space will be distributed evenly. And then lastly we have space around. Okay, space around. So the space will be put around the items. Okay, so if you put space between, see, our items will be spaced in between. So I hope that is understandable, and I hope you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so if I put dot center, then items will be put in center. That is beautiful, isn't it? It is. So you can look at multiple, just press alt and alt and space, then they'll show you different parameters that you can take. We have text baseline, text direction, etc. So in your free time, play with them and see what you can possibly do. So that's it for the raw layout. Okay, we proceed to the next component. But before we proceed, let me first get feedback. Are we together? So we're gonna name question with someone. Guys, are we together? Can someone open the microphone and respond whether I'm confusing or I'm progressing? Anyone, please. Are you here? Olga, are you there? Olga. Oh, you're Verify here, you from Verify. Are we together, Olga? Okay, you understanding concepts, eh? You're getting it? Okay, that's it. That's good. Okay, thank you. You may not understand the exact algorithm right now, like things may look like Chinese, but no problem. Just know when you practice 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, these things you'll be able to do what? To understand them. Beautiful. So we proceed. We have looked at rows. Mugerwa Mohammed, you can mute. So we proceed to another thing. Mugerwa, can you mute? Okay, no problem. So we proceed. We come back to our main. So here we are going now to look at now how we can do what? We're going to look at another layout. We began with layout. I've looked at row. We've looked at columns. We've looked at what? I've looked at. So we're going to look at another layout called container. Okay. So container is going to be your friend. It's very, very important layout that you're going to need almost every time. So let us go ahead and look at what? Look at the container layout. So I'm going to go ahead and create another component, another screen for the container layout, because I don't want to mix my things. I want when you land on my source code, you should be able to relate how things are being organized. So let me go ahead and create a separate screen for the container layout. As I said, you click on the class, the space that you want to duplicate, copy it, paste it. Okay, so I'm going to call this guy container. Okay, so another technique, always copy this name before you click OK, so that when you're creating a class, you create the class with the same name. Press OK. So there we go. So we have container. So I'm going to come here and search for where there is the word draw screen. I'm going to search where there is that word. Press Ctrl F, Alt and Enter, paste it. Okay. I don't know why this guy is not updating. I'm having a different one. Okay. So they have created this screen. So it is as simple as that to create a new screen. But my friend, you know what it means by creating a new screen using Java, and hey, super painful. So I'm going to come here and say container. See, someone has written the conversation. Hello, I wanted to ask about columns. What if you want screen with 2 columns but with different data? That is your homework. Why do you need 2 columns differently? Why? Use grid layouts. Yeah, there are other layouts. Okay, there are other layouts, grid layouts. You're going to see how you can create even lists dynamically. We are going there. So those questions, some of them you'll have to figure them from what? From Google. So here we are. So this is a container screen. I'm going to duplicate here. I'm going to cut this one and call container screen. You can also put a column within a column if you didn't know. You can put a column within a column. You can put a row within a row. So before you ask, first try your minds. Try to practice as much as you can. Spend 2 nights without sleeping while you're learning Flutter and tell me the results. For me, if I already know Flutter and I'm spending a whole night learning it while I already know, when you look at me, unless you're a genius. So please give it your time and keep on practicing. So this is container. We are going to see how what's meant by container. So let me just put here my simple text. Okay, so I'm going to put this screen to our home. Okay, so come back to the main, and I'm going to duplicate this guy and create another item for container. By the way, the list style, other things are optional. You can even not put even the leading, you can leave it if you want. So there we go. I'm going to change this guy to containers, or you can call container. And then I can put here all about what? All about container, etc. I don't know. Okay, so I can look for a relevant icon by putting here dot. I don't know if I can find some container. I don't know. Let me see something like looks like. I don't know how I can call it. Because these icons, not everything is there. Let me use this box guy. This guy. Okay. So, container. Not everything is in the icon. That I should show you. So I can also now change this screen. When someone clicks here, it should be taken to container. When it cries, press Alt and Enter, and it does what? And solves this one. So I save. So we have container there. Now let me go ahead and click here and see if we can proceed to container. Beautiful. When I click there, I proceed to container. That is nice. So now let us look at what's meant by container. So container is nothing but a container as it sounds. So let's go ahead and see. To create a container, you just simply click on an item that you want to run with. A container is just a box. Those who have ever done web programming, a container is something like a div. if someone asks you what is a div is almost nothing, but its use, it helps you to organize things in form of a certain, with certain parameters, you know. So these guys that you're seeing here, this is my container. So this guy, we can surround it with what? With a container. It will not do so much, but it will be very important as you proceed. It will help you to put your things in a certain group and start giving it rules. So I'm going to come here and wrap it with container. So a container will take only one child. I say if you want your things to be organized with a new line, you just put a comma here at the last bracket and then press Ctrl Alt Ctrl and L to auto arrange. If you're using Visual Studio Code, then it's Ctrl Shift F. If it's not working, search auto arrange code from Google and then specify your editor. Then they will give you a shortcut. So you see, my code has been arranged. So it is just nothing but container that takes a child, and the child can be a widget. So if I save, do you see anything changing? No. Okay, let us now look at different things that a container can take. So press Alt and Enter. You see, a container will take height, it will take color, it will take margin, it will take width, it will take, you see, there's some important things that a container can take. For example, I want to limit the height. Okay, let us begin with possible things. Press Ctrl and Enter. You see, container will take alignment. So I can come here and say alignment, and most of Flutter things, the parameters will always be almost the same as the word, whereby the beginning letter is capital. You see? So if I click on alignment and I click on alignment, can you see? It's just alignment geometry. So if I come and say here alignment, you see alignment is there. So I press dot. These are the possible alignments that we have. So alignment can be center. So if I press center, you see the items have come to the center. Okay. If I press center right, you see the item have come in the center but in the right. If I place center left, I've come to the center but the left. If I put center bottom right, you see bottom and right, it is here. So that is how we can play with what? With container. So go ahead and learn how you can possibly place your item in different sections. So if I put alignment center, our item is there in the center. That's beautiful, isn't it? So that is one. So what other parameter can it take? Press Alt and Enter. It can take height. Let me follow one by one. It can take padding. But before we look at padding, let's look at color. So this container can have color. So go ahead and put the color parameter. Okay, color parameter. So press and comma here. So what does color take? Some things, of course, you'll have to learn them from here. So color, it will take color. So color, if you want to specify color in Flutter, we have an object that gives you almost every color that you may need. So you can use that class to generate any color. Now, when you need color, you should learn that if you need color in Flutter, there's a class called colors. Colors. Then you put dot. So when you put dot, you'll find all the world colors named here. So you can put dot red. Okay. So if you put dot green, that will be green. Okay. Beautiful. It's green. So this is the whole space that's being covered by container. So if I put dot yellow, those support NRM, this is your color. It's beautiful, isn't it? Okay. So if you're watching the video at international level and you don't know what's meant by NRM, okay, let's also remember NUP people. NUP, yes, red. So that is how you can play with colors. If you didn't find your color there, still we have another item called color. You can open this guy and then you pass there your RGB value. Okay, those who understand what's meant by colors. So you can go ahead and do that. Okay, and then you can put the color in it. But the most simple and beautiful one is this one. Colors, dot red, dot any color that you want, dot pink, dot purple, dot green, dot yellow, dot mention it, maroon. You see, maroon, no, maroon is a combination, so you may not get it. Dot purple, there you go. So let's go back to NUP, red, there you go. Now, these colors, so we are now looking at colors. That's how we learn, one will connect to the other. So these colors, you can use them in different shades. Oh, really? Yes. These colors, you can use them in a what? At a different shade. That's a tomato color. Now you can use this color from dot. So when you add a color and put dot, so you'll have a range from 50 up to 900. Dot shade 50 up to 900. So this shade is going to be the intensity of that particular color, beginning from the lowest to the highest. So if I put dot shade 50, so and I save, this is going to be red, but very, very light red, like light red. So if I put 100, you see, dot shade 100, slightly deeper, dark. If I put dot shade 200, like this, 400, you see, it's not painful, you know, very simple. So if the last one is 900, that is deep, dark, the darkest red. But still you can click here, you see, you can click here, and then you define your own color freely that you want, and then you can even pick from anywhere, you see, and then you press enter. Sorry. That color, click here, you can as well copy this hexadecimal and then you pass into color, and then you'll be able to get your what? Your color that you want. You see? You can be able to get your color that you want. Press there. I'm showing you beautiful techniques. You see? You have all the colors in the world. You can even change whether it should be transparent or not, you see? All that. You see? So when you save, to change accordingly. So it's beautiful. Let us stick to colors dot whatever you want. Maybe dot 600. So it will be with the intensity of 600. So that is how we do what? We play with colors. And that's how you can look at the container with colors. We will learn more about colors as we proceed. Okay, so you've learned that. Next time you want colors, that's what we play with. So what other parameter does this take? You say it takes padding. So padding, I have my friend here always struggling with the difference between padding and margin. So let us look at what's meant by padding. I hope we are going to look at what's meant by padding and margin. I hope you'll understand it. You will. You're smart guys. So now I'll fill this item with you see, I've filled it with everything. So what's meant by padding? When you say padding, what do we mean? So padding is the space between a certain container, the space between a certain container and its content. That's a simple definition of padding. Certain container and its content. So if you have a content and if you have a container or a certain thing that is containing some things and the content inside it, so the space between its inside and inside layers, inside the boundaries with the content is what you call padding. For example, you see this guy is really touching where the container starts from. This text inside this container, they are touching where the container starts from. But what if you want to space them so that they should not touch exactly the boundary or the wall. there we'll use something called padding. So let's go ahead and implement maybe some padding and make sure these things are not touching the wall. Okay? So to do that, we just simply write that padding like this. Now padding will take something called edge insets. Okay? Edge insets. Now you have to watch here very carefully and listen. Okay, so someone is talking. Hello? My earphone is not plugged. If someone has nothing to say, you have to mute your microphone. No, but can you mute your microphone, please? No, but unless you have something to say. Thank you. So now padding, it will take something called edge insets. Okay? So you put dot. So when you write edge insets, you will specify whether you want to put only or all. Then you have left to right, and then from window padding. Let's look at what we call only. So you put edge inset dot only, it will open for you a bracket. So dot only means that you want to specify padding in specific area, in specific areas. For example, I can say only left. So they say left, it means that on the right hand side. So you can put here a number. So if I put 10 and I save, you can see the text that on the left side have extended by 10. If I put 50, you can see there is a space between the layout, between the container and the content inside it. So if I come and say right, so you put comma and put right, you can go ahead and specify. Maybe I can put 90. You see? So I can put here maybe 20 and come and put here 20. So left and right will have 20, 20. You can as well specify on top and bottom. So that is what is meant by padding. So edge inset, we have another way how you can specify edge insets. Let me comment this one and I show you another way. So I'll comment this, maybe you can look at it. So I'll go again and specify padding. Padding, again pass edge insets dot. So you have another one called all. Okay, so all you will just put only one value and to be implemented on the entire padding. So if I put the 10, so if I save, so it means that 10 has been implemented on top, bottom, right, and everywhere. You get it, eh? I hope you get it. So that is it. So you have another one called, let me put the last one. Okay. So let me put again padding. So put edge inset dot. Then we have LOTRB, not LGBT. LOTRB, left, top, right, bottom. So if you put like that, you just pass the parameters. So you put specify for the left, and then specify for the top maybe, and then specify for the right, and then specify for the bottom. So without specifying the naming, that's the whole point. So if I save, is it crying? Okay. I don't know how. So that is how Miss White's voice ring and warning. Can't find like this. I don't know. I think we commented the brackets that's supposed to be at the end. Yeah. So that is the left, top, right, and bottom. So if you want, maybe you're at a high speed, you're very fast, you're on rush, you can always use the dot all, and then the padding will be implemented at all. It depends on how you want it. You see, when I put all dot 50, so all the sides will be implemented with the padding of what? Of 50. Now we proceed to margin. So margin is the opposite. Margin is the space between a certain item with its neighborhood or with its components that are nearby it. So margin is for outside while padding is for inside. So you should understand it with that simplicity. So I can put margin. So margin will also take edge insets. Edge insets dot only. So I can say left and then say 10. So if I say 10, you see that white space has been spaced. So I mean that this padding has been reduced. I mean the margin of this guy with his neighbor has been placed to 10. So if I put maybe 40, can you see? That's the beauty. So I can put also maybe also margin right, okay, and I put 10, and I put also maybe 40. Okay, I think it's being inserted in the side, so it has to be the type of it. Okay, so the whole point is margin will do what? Will create the space between that element with its what? With its neighbor. Okay, so go ahead and play with that. So I can put margin top, I can put even margin all. So margin all means that every space. So you now know what is meant by margin and padding. So when I'll give you the task to try and I say you should elaborate for me these features, you should be able to tell. So that's beautiful. Can you see? You can now do this. So that's margin. So if we proceed, just look at more components. Color, decoration, we'll look at it later. Transform, child, we'll look at it. Text, alignment, we've already finished it. So that is how we deal with containers. That's the whole introduction that we may need to know about containers. Even inside a container, you can put another container. For example, I can go ahead and put again another container here. For example, I can come here and say scaffold. The background should be black, and then I come, that is black. And then I'm going to show you like doing something beautiful in Flutter is not very hard. Come and again between these texts, surround it with what? With another container. Another container, where is it? Center. So container, there you go. So I'm going to come to this container and this guy inside here, and I give it margin and I say edge. Okay, let me give it first of all the background color. So I say color and then say colors dot yellow dot shade 700. I have the yellow there, and then we give it what? Height. We look at height, by the way. I can say infinity, double dot infinity, so it will be up to the maximum height it can be. Okay? And then also we can give it also you can give it the width and say maybe up to infinity, double dot infinity. Okay, so I can come and give it, see, that's what meant by infinity. So can you see what you've got? So I can come and give it maybe padding, alignment, text, alignment. So I will say alignment dot center, so the content will be centered, and then say maybe also it should have padding. I say edge inset dot all, and say maybe 40, then you have the content there, and then maybe come this guy and change it. Let me delete this guy and change it to let me come and maybe put a bracket here. Come and put here, I love Uganda, like this. Save, see, black, yellow, red with I love Uganda in the middle. Beautiful. you can go ahead and change the text color, but that's going to be in the next class. So let's go ahead and do that design. When you go to the next class, we're going to look at how you can style. For example, text, we have something called style that we're going to look at deeply in the next class. Here I'm just showing you freestyle. So I'm in the next session, text style, and then to start taking parameters. For example, I can say color, it should be white. Maybe black, the black. I can give it what we call weight, size, font, size. I can make it maybe 50. Okay, I can give it what we call maybe, can come and say new line, you see. So I can give it, maybe I can make this guy 40. I can give it what we call font weight, font weight. I give it maybe 700. You see, come much more bolder. So supposed to be font weight 700 like this. Much more bolder. I can align it and center it. So I can come here, text, align, just pass text, align, dot center, beautiful. You see, with simplicity, no painful. I can change this guy to capital letter, so to uppercase by just writing like that. I can change this guy maybe to with black, yellow, red surrounding. Was it painful? No, but try to do that in Java. You tell me. Okay, so that's it. That's it for today's section. I'm afraid he's struggling here with Java. That's it for today's session. For this first session. In the next session, we are going to look at the images, creating buttons. No, next session we're going to look at images and then look at styling and using how to create independent or components using widgets or independent widgets or reusable components. We're going to look at images, decoration, what we call styling, and then also how to use components, or how to create independent components that are reusable. That's what we're going to look at in the next session. Unless there is anyone who may want to comment in just 1 minute, and then we go for a break. Anyone with something to say in a minute? Or we go for... Hello, and how are you? I welcome you to our second section of today's lecture, learning how to create mobile applications using Flutter. In the first sessions, we looked at so many things, looked at different layouts, we learned some techniques, different kind of techniques. We looked at rows and columns, we looked at container, we looked at basic way of how we can style a container, how we can style some text. We also looked at the difference between padding and margin. So today, right now, we're going to proceed from where we stopped at in the previous class. Let us begin by setting up our timer. This is going to be 60 minutes straight. So I call upon you to be attentive in this last session as we do what? As we conclude everything for today. So with that much said, let's go straight into our today's business. So I'm going to resume from where I stopped at. You see here, we could design this container. When you click there, it shows this container. So I'm going to give you a task that you should show me you understood what you're doing. Please try to show really that you understood. Okay, so let's go ahead and we see how we can create let's go ahead and proceed. I'm going to proceed to text, but text, I'll not go there because we've already looked at what's meant by text and how we use text. But we'll look at text, how we can style it, how we can style text multiple ways or in different ways. So right now we're going to look at images. You know, images play a very big role in our applications. So we're going to see how we can put images into our applications of Flutter. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create another screen that we will use to demonstrate images. So I'll come here to maybe this row or this container that's already existing. I'll come and copy it and paste it. The main point here is to create a separate screen that we're going to use to demonstrate images like that. So I'll copy the text and then press enter. Then I'll come and select everywhere where there is this word container screen, press alt and enter and replace it with this guy. So I don't know why this guy is not replacing this guy of state. Come and copy this guy. It's optional, but just to be systematic, that's why I'm doing it like that. Okay, so there we are. Now what next? We are going to now create the demonstration. I'm going to change this guy to images, and then I'm going to remove everything here in container and then put what we call delete even this one and put what we call images. So I'll come and change this one, maybe just put text and then put images. Okay, no problem. So after doing that, I'm going to add now this class or this screen. I'm going to link it with our main home screen. So I'll come to the main home screen, which is this one. I'm going to duplicate this guy, Ctrl D, and then change this one to images, and then say what about images, the description. You can write anything that explains it better, and then change the icon to a relevant icon to, can I have something called image in icon? No. Can I have something called photos? Yes. So I can use this guy, photo. So if I use photos, it can bring me something like, I don't know, that is photo. We can use that, no problem. So that is it. So I'm going to come here and remove where there is container screen and replace it with image screen. Press alt and enter so it can import the class on top here. Here. So after doing that, now it means that when someone clicks here, I'll be able to proceed to to images screen. Click there, boom, you're able to proceed to images screen. Though in the image screen there is nothing. Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed to image screen. I'm going to remove this background color, the black one that I put in scaffold, so it can be white. So now, what are the images? Images, use them to present photos into, or to present images into a Flutter component, into a Flutter application. Now I'm going to demonstrate how we can present different images into our application. We have two types of images in Flutter. You have the local image, the image within your phone. For example, when you download a phone, sometimes it comes with some images, okay, those images that are inside the phone. Okay, so those ones are called asset images. Then you have other images that are going to be fetched from internet, or the one that will be collected from internet. Let us say that you have created an application that will allow your users to create their account, and they will have maybe to upload their profile photos. So what does it mean? Mean that when they upload their profile photo, other people should be also able to collect it and see those profile photos. So it means that that image will have to come from internet. So that means it is a what? It's a profile photo. But the images that within the laptop, within the app itself, that's what we call the what? The asset photo. So let us go ahead and demonstrate both of them. So to display an image in Flutter, for example, let us begin with asset image. It is really interesting. First of all, you need to have an image within your what? Within your laptop. within your app. So to create that image, you have to organize and put it in a certain folder, and then you'll be able to do what, to reference it. So I'm going to come here and create a folder that I'm going to use to do what, to store my images. So to do that, I will come on top of my project outside the lib, not inside the lib, on top of the project, just within the project, there on top. And I'm going to create a special folder that I'm going to call assets. So inside assets is where I'll be putting my static files that I may need to reuse in the app, for example, images, etc. So let me go ahead and put a new folder here. So I'll come here to the top of the project, not inside lib but outside lib, immediately after outside lib, but within the project. I'm going to create a new directory. So I'll click or right click and then say new and say directory. So I'll go ahead and put this directory should be called assets. So there I'll put my assets or my things that I'll need to use within the project. So in the asset you can break it down into different things. For example, you can put a lot of images, that of JSON, that of icon, that of etc, pictures, profile, as you want. So for me, I'm going to create a special asset, a special folder within asset that I'm going to specifically be putting images that I'll be reusing in my app. So right click there and say new and say directory and call it images. So I'll keep it in small letters, images, like this. Okay, so I'll save. So after doing that, I'm going to add some image within this project, within this folder. So to add an image, there are different ways. You can either drag and drop an image there, or you can open this folder within your browser, within your computer, and add their manual images. So I'll show you both ways. So I can right click and say come here to open in Finder. So if you're using Windows, you'll see open in Explorer. So I'll say open in Finder and it will bring for me the folder. Okay, so inside this asset folder, I'm going to add there some images. Let me see if I have some images in my laptop. If I have some images in my laptop, let me see. Let me see. Let's go ahead and get some image from internet so we can be able to demonstrate properly. So I'll open my browser, go to internet, and then come here to Unsplash. And then Unsplash, you'll find there beautiful, simple images. And then let me search here. What should I search? Beautiful. Okay, so you can find there some different images. Okay, so if I come here, you see this one of the image, so I can go ahead and download this image. But you can find here some also images on Google. On Google, and click on the tab of image, you'll be able to see some images. Let me go ahead and pick this image, and I'm going to save it to my laptop, and then I also save it in my Flutter project. So I'll save. Okay, after saving, I'm going to just give it one. It's the WebP. I want the JPG. I want the JPG. Let me get this Lupita Nyong'o. Right click. I'm waiting for it to finish loading. My internet is slow. I want the JPG. Save image. One. Replace. Yeah, the JPEG. So I'm going to drag and drop this image to my image folder here. Okay, so make sure that you put it in the right place. Can I do that? Yes, I've dragged and put it. See, so image, I have one, which is Lupita Nyong'o, this one. Okay, so I'm going to put this image as an asset image in my project. Remember, I've just put it inside my project. So I want to display it somewhere here. So you see, if I come here under images, at least I can see I have some image there. That is beautiful. So now what next? Next I'm going to display this image on my on my Flutter screen, on my project screen here. Okay, so to do that, you do what you will first add this asset folder within your work projects. You have to tell Flutter that this folder I'm going to use it, or the company say this asset I'm going to use it. So to do that, otherwise it will not work. Otherwise it will not work. So you'll have to register this folder as an asset folder. So to do that, you just simply come to pubspec.yaml, pubspec.yaml, this file. That's the first step. And then you come and see where there is some things called asset what. Okay, I think I should rename this guy so that I should have also the same standard, but the naming is not a problem, no problem. So since all of their folders that are beginning with small letters, why is mine beginning with capital letters? Let me rename also mine and begin with small letter, but it has no problem. So I'm going to call it assets with small letter. So that's okay. Now I have to add this asset somewhere here. Okay, here where you see assets, you see where you see assets. So you have to remove this comment, and then start adding the folders that you're going to use in your project. For example, I want to use this folder of asset. So if I want to use everything inside assets, I'll just simply write dash and write the name of the folder and then put /. So by doing like that, Flutter will know that I want to use this asset folder, all of it. So if I want to use only the images, I can duplicate this guy and put stroke images, then stroke. So Flutter will know that I want to use this assets image inside the images. So do that. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then it will not work. And another thing, make sure that the indentation is as its best. Otherwise, if you put wrong indentation, still it will not work. This asset, it should begin immediately on the same line. You see, on the same line with where everything is beginning after Flutter here. Okay, and then this dash should come after. You see, just come on top and press here enter. You see how I've done it. Come on top, press enter, and then they'll give you then a space, then the name of the folder, and then I'm repeating this because it is very important. If you don't do it, then you'll not be able to display asset images. So I've done that in the YAML file and I save. So it is better to restart my app so that they should reload this YAML file properly. So I've added it. Now the next thing, I can be able now to reuse the images. So let us wait for it to load and I show you how we can now use asset image. So to use asset image, we come here and then I'm going to remove this text and I'm going to put there maybe the image that I want. So I'll just simply come and say image. So this is how we write image. So it's a widget. So this image will take a parameter called image. Okay, an image will take a compulsory parameter called image. So this image, I just write like this image. Now this image will either take a network image or an asset image. So I want to put asset image, the one within here. So I'll just simply come and say asset image, like this asset image. So this asset image will take a parameter of the path of the image that you want to display. So if I want to display this 1.jpg, I will have to come and specify by beginning with assets, make sure write correct spelling, stroke images, stroke 1.jpg. I hope it works and I pray because it can become problematic. Yeah, I'm now an expert. Wow, that thing used to make me cry. Spent the whole day trying to put an asset image that right now I can't even do it without cheating anyway. It's beautiful. So you see, I'm able to display. That's beautiful, isn't it? It is beautiful. So that is how we display asset image. Are we together? So this, I can specify multiple parameters. Okay, so I can specify, for example, width. Okay, so width I can set, maybe it should be 50. I mean maybe 500 pixels, 500 pixels, or 300 pixels. So you see, it is being reduced to 300 pixels. You get it, eh? So let me put here maybe some background color and make it maybe colors dot gray dot shade, maybe 200. So you see, I have that image well presented. So there are so many things that we will look when you're designing image, making it rounded, making it what, will come back for it. So I can specify its height, maybe I say also 300. Okay, so it is 300 by 300. Now this image, I can go ahead and look what we call the boxing. Let me make this guy maybe 700 seconds. So I can go ahead and we call what we call fitness. Okay, fitness. How do you want this image to fit? You see, for example, sometimes image is bigger. See, there are so many things that you can pass here. You can even specify its opacity, its color in the background when the image is loading. So there are so many things that you can specify here. So the important thing that you can specify is fit. How best do you want this image to fit here? Because sometimes the dimension is not. For example, you see, I put 30 by 30, 300 by 300, but it's still fitting it all. But what if I want only a square part to be displayed? So I'll have to specify this parameter called fit, and the parameter fit will take up an option called box fit, and then put dot. So dot, you have fill. So try fill and see. So fill, it will try to fill the whole. Let me show you. Let me first remove this guy and put maybe color and maybe make it red. So the image space is red. Okay, sorry, it is covering everything. Okay, so fit is how do you want. So this is a square thing. Can you see? It is a square. So it means it begins from here and here it is 300. But you see the whole image is being displayed here. Let's say it's 200 by 200. Okay, so you see the whole image is being displayed. Now what if we want some part only to display? So what do? We use fit and specify with box fit. So I can say dot fill. So dot fill, it will try to fill the available space. Okay, can you see? That's how it has looked like. Let me make it maybe 400 by 400. Okay, so it will try to fill the whole available space, whether the dimensions are there or not. It will try to fill the available space. That dot fill. So you can try another one. Another one is dot what? Dot fit height. So it will make sure the height is fit. The height, 100% of height is fit. Another one is fit width. Okay, fit width. So it will not consider everything, but will make sure that the width is what is filled. Okay, is the whole width is displayed. You see, that is fit width. Okay, so it depends on how much one. So another one, I think the most popular that everyone uses is the cover. So when I put cover, it will cover the space, but it will show you only the interesting pixels in the specific square. It will not mess up with the image dimension. So we have another one called scale down. So scale down, it will make sure everything is fit within the screen, within the provided space. We have another one called contain. Contain, it will also make sure everything is filled within the space. So the most important one that we use either fill and cover. So the cover is what I recommend, but it will be up to you how much. You see, it does not mess up with the entire image. So even though my dimension is, you see the image was vertical, but even if my dimension is horizontal, you see I'm able to see what I want to see. And if maybe now the dimensions are matching, almost matching, then it will not mess up the whole image, to show you almost what you want. So those are the parameters that you can pass to an image, and that is how you can display an asset image. So if you want to display another image, go ahead and add it there. So we proceed. Let's make this guy 300 by 300. Okay, so we proceed. We proceed to display online image. Okay, so let me add here columns so that I can have multiple things. So column here. So I'm going to display another image, but from internet, or the image that is from the link. Okay, so if I want to display an image from the link, I'll have first to have the link. It's going to be the same logic, but the only difference is it's going to be exactly the same logic, but the only difference is instead of putting here the class of asset image, you pass a class of network image. Okay, so here you pass the URL, the link. So let me go ahead and get the link from internet, and I see. So let me come here and search Wakanda. Searching Wakanda, they bring me Museveni. That's unfair. So you see, that's an image of Wakanda. So I can open image in new tab, open image in new tab, so I can get its link. So its link is on top here. You see? So I'll copy the image URL, and come here. Instead of putting where there is network image, I'm going to pass the path and put the URL that I've just copied. You see? So wherever the image is coming from. So let me save to load. Can you see? So this image is the image that we not put in our system, but it is coming from what? From internet. It is that pretty simple, isn't it? It is. One more thing. Let me search maybe. Let me get this image, for example. It's loading. Open image and get its path. Okay, get its path. Now I can close my browser. Now duplicate it and come here. Refresh, cut this and replace the new URL. So now you'll see the image has come, but you'll see this problem on bottom here. So that is the problem that I wanted you to experience by yourself, but I've just brought it so that you can see it. So this column is not scrollable. Can you see? I cannot scroll it. So if you want it to an item that can be scrolled, you have what you call list view. So with the list view, you can be able to scroll. You get it? You can be able to do what? To scroll. Can you see? I'm able to scroll. So you see, I'm able to display image from what? From internet. That is what? That's amazing. This is an image from assets. This is an images from internet. So how to style those images, we'll look at it. But for now, you can play with that. So I hope we are still on the same page. I hope you guys are understanding what I'm talking about. Okay, we proceed. We proceed now to styling. How can we style our text? How can we style our containers? Okay, this is beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. So since now we have known that that column cannot be scrolled, So it means that also when you reach here at the end of this column, when you reach at the end of this thing, we cannot be able to scroll it. So it will be wise on our menu to turn it a what? A list view instead of column view. So I'll come to what? I'll come to our main and change this guy from column to list view. Otherwise, I was waiting for you to discover that by yourself when you reach at the end and you see you cannot scroll. But it's okay, no problem, I've shown it to you. So now I'm there. Now the next thing we're going to look at text decoration, or what you call styling. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to begin with text, then we come to container, and then maybe you can call it a day. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll paste this guy here, then other layouts we can learn them along the way. So we have images, so I'm going to call this guy text decoration or text styling. Okay, text styling. We're going to see how we can style our text in different ways. So there we go. So I have text styling. Let me come here and I put a relevant icon of text. Yeah, so beautiful. We proceed now to text styling itself. So let's go ahead and create it. So let's go ahead and create a special class for that. I'll come and to my screens. I'm going to create another screen for text styling. Okay, let me use this screen of images. So I'll copy it and paste it, or you can press F5 to copy. It's just F5 to copy. That's another shortcut. So I'm going to call this guy text styling screen. Press enter, come and replace everything here. Press alt and F, alt and enter. We're good. This guy, let me just call it my screen, my state. Let me call it my state, other than keep on changing relevant names every time, just like this. Okay, so let me go here and call it text styling. That's our title. Come and remove. We can leave the list view. We can remove the images and put here text, my text, save. So let's go ahead and link this guy to our home page. Guys, are you there? Are you following? Do you still have energy? So I'll come here and link here to text. Press alt and enter. That's it. So now if someone clicks here, he will be taken to our text styling. So let me click. See, there we are. Click, there we are. So it's beautiful. Now let's go ahead and do the text styling. So we begin by looking at the text. How can we deal with text? So before we look at styling, let us first look at more parameters that text can take. So press Ctrl and click on it. You'll be able to see them. Text will take style, text align. Okay, text alignment. So let me surround this text with container so I can have full view of it. So the first thing is text alignment. So before we look at styling, so on the parent component of a text to take itself will take text alignment. So text alignment, let us see what it will take. Of course, you have to try by putting the same name but begin with capital letter. Most of the time it will be the 1. So you see, text alignment will take text alignment dot something. So if I put dot center, what does it mean? It will be centered. Beautiful. If I put dot what? Dot justify, since it is one line, it will not look like it has been justified. But the point is, if it is too much line, you know what's meant by justified, the content will be justified. So that is text alignment. You can align your text just straight from the top of the text class. So what else can we do on top? We have our text alignment locally, that is language overflow. That is when it overflows what should be done. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, because you're going to face these problems. Let's say that I have my text here, okay, as much as this. Maybe it is too much than that. Is it adding? Save. You see, I have 3 lines of text. Can you see? Hope you can see it. So there is a way how you can limit according to your design. You can as well limit how many lines you want the text to display. So you do that by passing what you call max lines. Max lines will help you to limit the number of lines that you want the text to display. So if I can say I want only this text, even though how big it is, I want to display one line. So you see, I've specified one line, it has displayed one line. So after doing that, the next thing I want to show that, hey, this text was truncated, was cut. So if I want to see the user, to show the user, we have what we call overflow. So overflow will take what we call text overflow. Okay, so this text overflow will have multiple parameters like ellipsis. So ellipsis is going to put there the dots at the end of the text in case it overflows. I hope, can you see this? Can you see those 3 dots? So that will tell the user that this text was what? Was truncated. That is overflow. So you can play with others. We have other ones called visible. We have other one called fade. So fade text to look like what? Like it is fading. Can you see? In the bottom, it looks like it is what? It is fading to be truncated. So that is overflow. So we can proceed now straight to what? To text style. So text style will help you, or will give you full control on how you want your text to appear. How you want your text to appear. That's what we call what? Text style. Now let us go ahead and see how we can style our text. So to style our text, you can simply write style and then let me try this. So style will take a parameter called text style. Okay, members, I hope you're following. So style will take a parameter called text style. So let's go ahead and pass the text style parameter. Text style, begin with capital letter text style and open bracket. Now, inside text style, you'll give the rules that you want your text to do what? You want your text to follow. Let me duplicate this guy so that we can have at least 2 that we're going to use to demonstrate. Okay, so let me make this text very simple. I can call it my text. So let us see possible parameter that you can take. So this text style if you click on it, it will show you the parameters it will take. Okay, there are pretty many, but they will help us. So the first thing is the color. So the color will help us to tell us which color I want our text to be. So of course, we take the colors parameter and say maybe green. So that is straightforward and predictable. Our text is going to look green. As you can see, it has appeared green. Let me zoom so you can see things. Okay, it has appeared green. So another thing, another parameter, we have background color. Which color do you want in the background of that particular text? Of course, colors, it will take also colors dot maybe yellow. So the background color of that text will appear yellow. Okay, so another thing that it takes the font size. That is very important. You see, it has changed to yellow. So I can say maybe this guy should be black and then the front should be. So another thing that it takes the font size. Okay, so I can put font size and then I specify the size as I'm seeing how it will change. If I make it 18 to look like that, if I make it 20, so you pass that one into the text style. Another parameter, we have font weight, how heavy you want your text to appear. So I'll come here and say font weight and say maybe this one you just write font weight dot W700. So they range from 100 to. So let me show you something beautiful here. So I can say my text should have font size of 40. So it's super huge. Okay, but I want it to be slim. So according to your creativity, they give you all the ability. So how are you creative? So if you have too much sense of design, you can even make beautiful things than your teacher. So things are fair here now. Okay, so if I put 100, you see my text is super slim. So another one saying, no, my app, I want, most especially maybe ladies, they have that kind of, they will know exactly what they want. The text is so huge, I want it to be slim. Here it should be bold. So you can control all that from there. But we men, we just do anything. Nechikola, no genda kuchidala. You see? So you can control the what? The weight of your text. So it can be big but slim. It can be slim but big. And vice versa. So let us see what else. What other parameter it takes. Font weight. We are done with it. Font style. Font style. I don't know it. Font style, I think that's where you can specify whether it should be bold or not. Font style, you can use font style dot. This is where you can put it whether it should be in italics. Some other, you'll come and play with them in your free time. Letter spacing, you can even specify how the distance should be between your letters. For example, I put 1, can put 3. So all these, the different things they're giving them to you so that you can be able to play with. We have text shadow. You want your text to have some shadow, you can all do that. You see? So this text shadow will take a list of shadows. So please come and play with it and see how you can make everything better than it is. Okay, so that is my simple design of text. And when you practice, you'll see even multiple things that you can do with what? With text. So I can change here maybe font weight to done read. See? So that is it about my text. So you come and go ahead and explore even other more features that you can use to play with the text. Apply shadows and the rest. Okay, as we've seen the parameters. So the next thing that we're going to do is the container styling, because that is also another important thing. You may need to style the container to create better user interfaces. So let's go ahead and create that on our home. So we're going to add here what we call container styling. Okay, so I hope you guys are following, because I'm going to give you a task, though this task 4 will merge it together with task 3. So I'm going to call this guy container styling. Container styling. Save that, and then maybe let me put a relevant icon. My emulator is becoming slower. Oh, am I doing the right thing? Where am I? Am I at home? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Oh my god. So let me go back to main, and then duplicate this guy, and then add container styling. Okay, container styling. So decorating containers. Okay, so let us go ahead and see how we can decorate container. So I'm going to create another screen that I'm going to use to demonstrate the container styling. So I'll come here to this guy, and then I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, this guy. So press F5 to duplicate, or copy and paste. So I'm going to call this guy container styling. Okay, so container styling, press enter. I'll come here and search everything where there is this word and paste it. So after doing that, I'll save and come and change this title, and then call it maybe container styling. So I'll remove this guy. Let me remove these guys. So I remove, and then I come and call this guy container styling, like this. Okay, so after doing that, I will go ahead and come and add this container styling, this class, to our home page, right? To link it to our home page. So I'll come to main here, and then come and remove this guy and change it to container styling. Beautiful. So I will come and add relevant icon, style, theme, maybe, design. Let me put this guy. So that is where we're going to look at container styling. So if I tap there, I'm able to navigate to the to the container styling section. Let's go ahead and create our container and style it from there. So I'll come to our screen of container styling and remove this guy and create our first container. So to create the container, I'll just simply put container, and that's how we create a container. Even giving it a child is an option if you didn't know. So let us first pass some important things. For example, if electricity goes, just know I will go off. So I'm going to say ahead and say color and give it a red color. And then let us specify its width and give it maybe 400. And then let us specify its height and give it 300 also. So we're going to have something like that. It's loading for a minute. Am I in the right section anyway? Container styling, yes. Yeah, we have got that. Okay, so let me change this guy to column because list has how it is transforming my things. Okay, so that's it. Now I want to center this container. By the way, there's another class called center. This guy will center your items. Okay, so let us give this container some margin. Okay, let's give some margin. Let us put some child and give it text inside there. So put text inside. So guys, be attentive. These things are important. Text, maybe some data. So I can change this text status. Now we know how to style the text. I will now know how text change its color, text style, and then put color to white. Beautiful. There we go. I can even increase its font size. Now we know how to increase the font size and maybe make it 20. So there we go. We have some text inside the container. So another thing, now I want to see how we can start playing with this container. Let us give it margin. So we can give it margin of edge inset.all and make it maybe 20. Okay, so that is our simple container. But you know, we are still just on top. We have not started styling it. We are still on top. We are still on its very top. We have not started entering into its basic styling. So that's what we've come up with, but we are still on top. So if I click there, you can see more things that you can do with the top side. Now let us go ahead and start styling it. So a container will take a parameter called style. Okay, style like this. Let's take a parameter called decoration, not style. It's take that text decoration. Take a parameter called decoration. In fact, this guy should be called decoration, not styling. This guy is decoration. So container decoration. Okay, so now this decoration can click on it again, click on it, you see what it takes. Decoration. So I'll come here and put decoration. This decoration does not take a dot, but you open for it a bracket. Are we together? So let us see different things that a decoration can take. So you do what you call box decoration, not just the decoration, and open bracket like this. Let us see different things that a box decoration can take. So if you click on this box decoration, you'll see multiple things. The first thing, it can take color. But if you color here, for example, maybe I call it green, it means that I've specified two colors on this particular container. And do you know what is going to happen? It is going to crash. Why? You're contradicting yourself. So what do? If you know you're going to specify color into decoration, don't put it on the what? In the parent. That is how you solve that problem. Okay, so let us look at much more decoration. We have other parameter called image. I don't know what image does. What does it do? Decoration image. Let me see what it does. If I pass image, what will it take? Will it take asset image? It takes, let me see what it takes. I've never done it. Decoration image. Does it have a dot? Okay, pass something inside. Let's see what it takes. It takes image. Okay, it takes image. I think it can be asset image. Yes, pass assets stroke images stroke 1 dot jpeg, and you see I've never seen this before. Is it the background image? I don't know. Oh, it's a background image. Every day I've been suffering with this thing. I never knew. I swear I've been suffering. I could pass very far to put a background image. So I've also learned this. That's beautiful, isn't it? So you can even do what? You can even specify the feed. Whoa. Box what? Box feed. Cover. Huh? Can it cover? Hey, oh, that's beautiful. Oh my god, I never knew this. I've been suffering with achieving just this something small. Okay, it's beautiful. I've learned something great. I'm happy. So happy. I never knew it. Wow. I was suffering, my friends, because of that. Just putting an image in background, I was really passing so far. So far. But I've just learned it. Okay, that's beautiful. Now let me go ahead and comment this image to be another day's work. So can I pass overlay? I don't know. Okay, let me first comment this image. Let me see different parameters. It can take color filter, it can take error, opacity, scale, repeat, color. Oh wow, it's amazing. So let me go ahead and comment. This will be for you to try again, to try out. So you can even do some background image. That's beautiful. Let's look at more parameters. We have looked at image, we have looked at border. So these borders can come here and specify border. So guys, make sure that you pause the video and try everything. Don't just watch when you're practicing. Box border, and so the border will take what you call box border. Okay, so this box border will take a bracket, to take border, and then you can specify all. Okay, so this border will take a parameter called border dot. So if you want to specify the whole action, I mean the border to work on the whole screen, just put dot all. Okay, then you start specifying your border. Okay, so the border is the frame that surrounds. So guys, electricity has gone, my screen has gone off for now. Let me have your comments. I will record and finish that decoration part before I upload the video. But before we go, let me first hear your input. I can still get you. So unmute and say something. I'll need 2 gentlemen, 2 ladies, and then we will call it a day.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, hello, can hear you.
Yeah, I have a problem with the including asset. I don't know whether you can go over it again.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Muhindo Mbarak, and I welcome you to our 6th lecture, if I'm not mistaken, of creating mobile applications while we are concentrating on practicals. I hope you've been following different topics, beginning from that programming introduction into creating mobile applications and covering the different topics such as columns, rows, containers, images, text, and container styling. I hope you've been following. up to this point. If you have not been following, I really recommend you to find this playlist on this very YouTube channel of mobile apps and begin from scratch, so that you create that strong foundation, then proceed until this point. But still, if you're already good and you feel you can proceed from here, it's also okay. You can join and jump on and we proceed. So if you've been following, that's good. If you've not been following, this is your first video, still you can do one of the two things that I've just told you. So with that much said, we are going to proceed from where we stopped at in the previous class. And remember, in the previous class, we went up to designing or styling the container. So today we are going to look at external libraries, or what we call packages. How and what is meant, how can packages help us, and what is meant by packages of Flutter, and then where can we find them and how can we implement them in our applications. Then after you get introduced to packages, we'll go ahead and implement two packages. One, the toast package that shows notification, and then the package for the forms. That is the most part that we're going to concentrate on today, the form package. Okay, and then after the form package, we'll look at how we can handle different fields of data entry in a Flutter mobile application, and then also we'll look at data validation of fields from the form. So that's what we're going to look at today. So let's go straight into business and do what has brought us here. So packages are these extra libraries that we can add in our application to make our work simple. For example, for you to display a button like this one or an icon like this one, you would require to design your own icon, but by the use of packages like the icons, Material UI icons package, they were able to design all of them for us and then make them available for us to access with simplicity. For example, you could just simply say icons dot then any icon that you want, and then you can have a result of of an icon. So that's an external package. Okay, so there are so many other external packages that can make our work simpler when you're dealing with Flutter, other than coding them from scratch. For example, among external packages that we have that we may need to use in our applications, we have a package that we'll use for networking. We have a package that we'll use for handling the images. We'll have the package that we'll use for handling videos. Have the package that we'll use for many things that we may find hardship to implement in our mobile applications. So for example, today we are going to look at to get introduced of two packages and how we can implement them. Now I want to create a package that can show us here a notification, or what we call a toast. So instead of me learning how to hard code that toast, there's already existing package that can simplify or that can make work simple for me to create different pops-ups in my mobile application, what we call toast. So let's see how we can implement this in an application. So to implement a package, first of all, go to Google and you can search Flutter packages. Google search, just search Flutter packages. So here, dat.packages, you'll see the Flutter packages that are available for you to do what? To implement in your applications. So as it is loading, I'm going to search a specific package that I want. So here you'll see different packages for provider, package for image picker, package for information plus. So there are so many packages for Stripe, payment, etc. Package for HTML. So there are so many packages. So you have to determine, you see these are the most popular packages, package of file-based messaging, you see, packages for battery plus, block. So there are so many. If you click there, it will show you the most popular packages. So when you get a problem and you want to solve it in that, first ask yourself if there is no existing package. So for example, you see this is a URL launcher. We use it for launching the URL. There are so many. Okay, there are so many. They are the most popular ones. Now, for example, we say that we want to implement a package that when you click, we get a toast or a pop-up that shows we have clicked on something. Okay, so let us go ahead and implement that package. So to implement that package, just simply come here and search. For example, say we're going to implement the toast package. So come and say toast flutter package. Or if it's a form, click on right form flutter package. For example, if you have an idea, maybe you're finding problem in selecting an image, come and search image picker flutter package. So you'll see different search result. So for example, here we have a most popular package called the flutter toast. Okay, so if you click on it, they'll give you their description of this flutter toast. So this package, first of all, they'll show you the number of likes, and then they'll show you the number of points. So the points is the publisher, the Flutter people, the one who create Flutter to review the system. They give them what? Points. So the highest point I think is 140. So you can see this guy, they scored 140 publication point. Then this is 24,000. I mean 2,400. Those are too much points. And then the popularity is 100%. So everyone who ever used this package almost liked it. So some packages you'll find different metrics according to how people got experience with them. So for example, if I love this, I can click on this package and I like it. But if you need to be logged in, okay? So your vote will be what? Will be counted. So they'll show you this package is available for Android, it is available for iOS, it is available for web. So if you implement this package, it will work in Android, it will work in iOS, and it will work in web. So here they'll show you the brief information about what? About the package. Here they'll show you how this package has been changing. For example, you may need to see before you implement a certain package in your project, you may need to see its history. Is it a package that was just created yesterday, or it has spent some good time around the place? So this is how it has been changing. Okay, they had 1.1. So if you click there, they'll give you the more details until today when they have this current version. So that is the changelog. Now here we'll have the tab of example that will show you how you can implement it in your application. So if you want to get started on any package, so it means that you can also come here and look at example of any package and you go through it and you see how it can be implemented in your application. Then here they'll show you how you can install it in your application. And then here they'll show you the versions. Okay, so the latest version is just 2 days ago. So an application, when a package is up to latest, for example 2 days ago, just know that is a good package because there are people who are taking care of it and they're updating it according to good practices. Otherwise, if a package was last updated like 3 years ago, then that may not be a very good package for you because it might even having outdated pieces of code. So these guys, you can see they have spent 4 years around until now. They are still updating. Even 2 years ago, they released 2 days ago, they released a new update. So here scores, you can see the details on how the scores. So they'll explain what is meant by. So everything they have tick, 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 tick. Okay, so it is very good package. So without wasting much time, you've understood what's meant by package. Now let us go ahead and install this package into our project of Flutter. So to install it, I'll simply come to the section of install. So they'll show me how I can install it. The first step, the one way is either running this command, flutter pub add flutter toast. Okay, so just simply click here and run this command in your terminal in your project. That is one way. The other way, you copy this flutter toast and put it under dependencies as it is, and then you run flutter pub get. So one of the way will work for you. So for example, if I want now to use the terminal, for this one, let us use the terminal. Then for the other package, we'll use the dependency part. So I'll just simply click on this command and I copy it. Then I'll go to my project. It is here. It is already opened. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, open your terminal. If you use Android Studio, your terminal will always be here. So I click on terminal and I can clear my screen. For Windows, you press CLS, type in CLS to clear your screen. For Mac, press Ctrl K to clear your screen. So I'm going to run this command. This command is the one that's going to add this package in my project. But before I run the command, let me show you this package. As I told you, as I introduced to you in the first time, I said that this package, they will be added in this pub/spec.yaml. Okay, so this is where our packages will be added. So where you see where there's dependencies, right now we have these dependencies: Cupertino, Firebase Core. This one I was just using them to do some other things. So okay, so there are the dependencies. So if you want to add a dependency like they here, they say that you could copy this guy and put it under dependency. So if you have not created any dependency, so you can just simply come here, press enter, and come here immediately after the word dependency. You see, it is on this line. Okay, so don't put it on the same under package. So another way, you can just simply put under here where there's other Cupertino. Just come Cupertino. So go ahead and paste there. Make sure it is on the same line with the word flutter. Okay, not in the same line with SDK, but in the same line with flutter. Use the tab key to align. Okay, so that is one way. And then you go ahead and run this one. Okay, pub/get. That is one way. So for me, I'm going to wrap this one. I'm going to use the terminal, and then in the next one, I'll show you how you can use it. So you see, there is nothing like flutter toast. So I'll come and copy my command, okay, and then come and paste it here. Press enter. So it will process. First of all, you need to be connected to internet because you're going to download some pieces of file to your project. So you'll have to wait for it to do what? To download until they tell you that it's successfully downloaded. So you see, it is checking everything if it's okay, and then downloading. So it is downloading Flutter Toast, and you see, changed one dependency. So it is successful. So if you come here back to your project, to your pub/spec YAML, you will see this package has been added automatically. I hope you can see that. So that is either you can add it there manually or you can run the terminal command. So after doing that, it means that right now I can now start using what? You can start using the toast. So I'm going to create a page that we're going to demonstrate the toast features. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we will do how we always do it. So go to our menu here and then come to and create one more menu item. So I'll copy this guy, okay, and paste it here. Okay, so I'm going to call it toast. Okay, toast, and then here maybe pop-ups. How to make pop-up. Okay, we call them toast, but if you're new in mobile app development, you can call them pop-ups. But the thing is, it's called toast. Let me see. I don't know which icon I should use. I can use any. Okay, let me see. Okay, no problem. Let's use that guy. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a fresh screen for toast. So I'll just simply come here and then come to one of the screen that you already have. Okay, I have this raw screen. I can copy it and paste it, and then I call it toast. Let me use this column one. Okay, copy it, paste, and then I call it toast screen. Okay, then I'll come and copy everything here, paste toast screen like this. Okay, then I can change this guy to column. Okay, so if I save right now, I will go ahead and connect this toast and put it here. Okay, put it here. Instead of opening container style, I should open the toast screen. Press Ctrl Enter, Alt and Enter to import. So I save. Now if I click here, I should see rows. So I'm going to change this title to toast. Okay, so let's go ahead and see now how we can implement toast. So to implement toast, we're going simply to do what? To read the documentation. So come to documentation and come to example. So they'll start showing you how you can implement toast. Or you can come here to read me, and then they'll show you different toasts that you can implement. So you see here, they say to create a toast is simple. Just flutter toast.show toast, and then you pass the message, then you pass the toast length, then you pass the gravity, where they should be centered or what, etc. So let us go ahead and create and surround this one. Let us make its alignment center. Let us put it in center, and maybe also cross alignment center, like that. And now here you are going to put maybe toast, maybe make a toast, like this. So we want when you click here on this make a toast, you should be able to do what? To toast for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and I can surround this guy with the center feature. So let's go ahead and do what? And surround this to make a toast with what? With a click listener, so with a on tap listener. So just simply come and say container. So that is how you can simply surround with something. Now on Inkwell, you may not find it here, but I can just simply come and say here, and I surround it with container. Then in this name of container, I replace it with Inkwell. That is one technique that you can use to create shortcuts. Inkwell. So in Inkwell, I know I have on tap method. Okay, on tap, and then I'll open curly bracket and put here. So I want when someone clicks here on tap, I should call my function that will make a toast. So let me create here my function called make toast. Make toast. I will code it like this. Okay. So if it is not there, I can press Alt and Enter, and then we see two options: create function, create method. So I'm just going to say create method. You understand what's made by method? A function inside a class. So this is the function inside this class. So let me just simply put here a print, and I say making toast to see if this function is being called. So I'll save and come to terminal, come to run. So I'll come and save. So when I click there, make toast, I can see it is coming. Okay, it is being put into the print. You see, it is coming. So after doing that, so it means that it is working. Now inside here, I'm going now to implement the code of creating toast. Okay, so I'll just simply come and copy this guy. So you don't have to just come and copy and paste there. Then you can play with it as you want. So if it does not show, so come ahead and click on that, and then click on the bulb and say import. So the library will be imported. So everything will be now okay. So if you do not have this package, you couldn't have these things resolved. So I'll save and then try to make a toast. Okay, so nothing is happening. I'm getting errors. So when you import a new package, it is better to restart your application. So I'll stop my application. I restart it again. Okay, I'll start it again so that it can do what it can show up. So to process, so I'm running it afresh. I've just stopped the application and I run it afresh. So as it's running, so the toast can take the message, it can take the length, whether it should be long or short. It can take the gravity, that is the location, whether it should be in center or bottom or top. Then it can take the background color, what should be in the background. It can take the text color, what should be the color of text. It can take the font color, what should be the font color. So as our app is compiling, let us go ahead and now test the toast. So I'll come to toast, and now when I'll click, can you see? This is center toast. Can you see? When I click there, this is center toast. So that is what we mean by a toast. But because this is the latest Android emulator, you may see it in a different way. But when you implement it on your device, you will see what is really meant by what by toast. That pop-up that you can use to show a user a message. So let's try to play with these parameters. So parameters we have, this is my toast. So you can use this toast to communicate to the user a short message. So we have length. So length, it is toast dot length. So I can change and say dot. You see, long, we have dot long and dot short. So if I want it to show for long, I just put dot long. So when I click, you see, now it will take too long to disappear. We have center, gravity. So you have center. Another one we have, so you come to gravity, toast to gravity. So you click there. You see you have bottom, bottom left, bottom right, center, center left, center right. Then you have none. Then you have snack bar, top, top left. So you can try different that you want. So if you want to show the user his message, you can just simply, you want to show it on top. So you just simply say toast gravity dot top. So when you click here, you'll see it is on top. So this emulator is not responding accordingly, but this toast is supposed to be where? On top. If you have ever tried to do a certain action on phone and it show you something with black screen and, with black background and white text, that is what is meant by this toast. So when you did it on the physical phone, you'll be able to see that, just because this emulator is not behaving exactly like a phone. So we have time second for web. So in the web, you may set the time that you want it to display. So background, this one is red and it is not showing, but because it is a what? It is emulator. So if you're on a mobile app, it will be able to show you the background while it is black, if you're in a mobile device. Then you have text color. This is when you can change the what? The text that is showing. So you have the font size. You can as well increase or decrease the font size. So if you want to see more parameters, you can use the technique that I showed you. Press Ctrl and click on that method, and then it will take you to a section where you can see all the parameters of what? Oh, what's going on? Packages, Flutter packages in what? Flutter packages using a toast package. So please go ahead and try it and do it on the mobile phone, and then you understand really what's meant by toast. Those toast are the one that you use to show short message. You can pop it up and say you entered the wrong password. Maybe you have done this successfully, or maybe you are offline, maybe. So we use those ones to communicate short information to what? To the user, okay? We use them to communicate short information to the user. So go ahead and try that toast and see how it will work on your mobile phone, and then think creatively of how you can implement it in your different projects. So now let us go to the main package that you're going to look at today. So in the mobile applications, we always do them most of the time to collect the data from users, or to collect the information to interact with with the users. So to interact with the users, it means that you have to collect the data from users. And most of the time, to collect data from users, we always use what we call forms. So a form, we have one that is built, the package that is built for Flutter. By Flutter, the inbuilt Flutter form inputs. But those inbuilt Flutter form inputs, as I told you, they limit you. You can do anything with them, but to do things with simplicity, it can take you really much time and much energy to do something simple, because they provide you every capability. But there is a package that was designed, or that is designed specifically to make the work for you to handle forms with simplicity in Flutter. So that is the package that we're going to look at. So instead of us learning the basic Flutter package form, let us learn the one that can make our work simply. So in case you want to learn maybe much more deep, then you can go ahead and learn the Flutter one, okay? But the Flutter one is almost the same, but very hard to do what? To implement, compared to the one that I'm going to show you, or be using the what? The package that I'm going to show you that will help us to manage the what? The form fields. So this package is called, I wanted to show you what's meant by Toast in Android. So this is what meant by Toast. This guy, I believe you have ever seen such a message. Okay, this kind of message, that's what you call a Toast. So when you implement on your phone, you'll understand that's made by Toast, and you'll also be able to learn that this is what you can use. This is how you do what? A Toast in Flutter. So that's what they call a Toast message. I believe if you have ever used Android, this is not your first time to see such a message. So for this emulator, it is showing the Toast like this. Okay, but it gives the whole point, though it does not show it exactly how we expect it to be. So let's go ahead and get introduced to what? To Flutter form package. So to do that, we just simply come to Google and then search Flutter form package. Flutter form builder. It's called form builder package. Okay, so when you search it, there is one that is really popular, and it's the one that will come on top. So go ahead and open it. Okay, so this Flutter form builder is supported on Android, it is supported on iOS, it is supported on Linux, supported on Mac, it's supported on web, it's supported on Windows. So it is everywhere, so you can use it in any platform. So this form builder, it is having 17,000 likes, it is having 1,700, it is having 140, the maximum publications, you see, 140 publication points out of 140. So it also has 99 popularity. Okay, so it is perfect for us. You see, null safety 20 out of 20. So it is supported up to date 20 out of 20. It passed the analysis. So before the package proceeds here, the Flutter team does what? Does test it very well. Then after, they rank it, and then they let it proceed into the publications or the packages. So this is the right package that we can use now what? In our application. So we're going to go ahead and install this package into our mobile app. So to install it, you just simply come here to install section. So you see there's a provision of a command line, and then the provision of dependencies line. So you can use one of the two. The other time we use this one where we run it into the terminal. So this time let's go ahead and copy this package and use this second option. So I'll copy that and then come to my project. Then I come to pubspec.yaml, and then I come here where there are dependencies, and I paste it there. So make sure it is on the what? On the same line. I am repeating that. Then after pasting, I'll go ahead and install it. So to install it, I'll just simply come here and I click on pubget. So you need to be connected to internet, and then you wait until it tells you that was installed successfully. So it was installed successfully. That's beautiful. I don't think it needs also us to restart the app, but we will see if it needs us to restart the app. No problem, we'll restart it. So that's how we install it. It is simple and straightforward. So I finished installing it. So the next thing is going to be now to start implementing or to use it. So you just simply come to README. So in README, they'll give you the introduction, and they'll give you different things that you can use. So I'm just going to take you straight to where I want, or to where there is real business. So in your free time, you can come and do it and play with everything or read everything. So these are the contributors. Now, I'm going to take you to different inputs that it supports. So the currently supported fields include. So these are the fields or the input that it include. Okay, so let us look at them as you think how you can creatively implement them into your project. So the first one is called form builder checkbox. This one is for single checkbox input. So in case you want to implement checkbox in your mobile app, maybe someone wants to select whether it's male or female or transgender, you can do you can implement that, okay? The checkbox. We have form builder checkbox group. This one will list the checkbox for multiple selection. So if you want to have a place where someone can have multiple selection, maybe selecting more than one select option, you can use form builder checkbox group. So you have checkbox choice chip. This one creates a chip that acts like a radio button. A radio button is the one that you'll have to choose one, not both. How you have date picker, that's straightforward. It will pick the date range between two dates. Then you have the date time picker. This one will pick either date, or it will pick time, or it will pick date and time. We have we have the drop down. So this drop down is the one that will have a list where you have maybe multiple drop down. Then you have the filter chip. So filter chip, what does it do? It creates a chip that acts like what? Like a checkbox. We'll see. Then you have radio group, used to select one value from a list of of radio widgets. Then you have the slider, range slider, you'd select a range. Then you have the segment control for what? For selecting. So you have the slider also for selection of numerical values. Then you have the switch, that's one that will ask yes or no, off or on. Okay. Then you have also the text field. So the text field is the one that will have now the material input, or that will allow the input. So with that much said, let's go ahead and look at the most interesting ones. You look at like 4 of them or 5, and then the remaining one, you can try them at your own. So the most popular one, of course, it is this one, text field, the one that will allow us to type in, okay? So we're going to extensively look at this text field, almost everything that it can do. Then for you, you'll do what? You'll go ahead and do the rest ones, okay? I'm going to do like 3 or 4, and then for you, you'll do what I've done and also look at the remaining ones on your own. So let us go ahead and look at the text field input. So I'll come to our application, and we are going to add here another page that we're going to use to demonstrate the text field input. So I'll expand my project code, and then I come to main project, and I'm going to put the form text field. So I'll come here and type in form text field. Why am I putting form text field? Because I want to know this is the one about text. Okay, so I can just simply put there maybe text, I don't know, whatever. So okay, so text input. Okay. Now let's go ahead and save. Now let's go ahead and create a special screen for demonstrating the text input. So I'll copy this toast screen and I duplicate it, and then I'm going to call this guy a form text input. Okay, or I can call text field or whatever. So I'm going to begin just the word form text field. Why do I begin the word form? Because I need this topic to be beginning with the word form. So when someone uses my code, he can see everything is about form organized in the same section. So I'll come here and search for everything of toast, and I paste there form text field. Okay, so I'll come here and also change the title and call it form, or I can call it text field since it's now on the same page. So let me go ahead and now include this guy on the home. So I'll come here and remove this toast screen and put form text field like that. So I'll save and wait, and then click here. It should take me to form text field. So let's go ahead and now learn how we can implement. Okay, so I'll come and remove this inkwell. You see it is a column, so it can implement their multiple children. So let me first remove these guys. Okay, so here we're going to implement our fields. So let me go ahead and remove maybe this center part. Okay. Now let's go ahead and put our first field. As we've said, you're going to implement the form text builder field. So these guys, they provide us what? They provide us examples almost for each and everything. So if you come here to new examples, I can just simply press Ctrl F and I search it. You see, the form text field example is here. Okay, but we can as well create our own. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our own. So what we do, we copy the class name, this one, copy the class name, then go ahead and paste it there as a widget. So move the cursor into it and press Alt and Enter so that it can import that thing. So after importing, so one of the requirement, if you press Ctrl and Enter, it will ask you to add the requirement. So for every field for every field of the form builder, it will need a requirement called name. So you'll always add there what? The name requirement. So let me go ahead and add the name requirement. You can as well type it by yourself. Just simply say name and then put the name attribute. So what does the name mean? This name is how we'll uniquely identify this form field. For example, I can say it is first underscore name. So when I'll be collecting data from this field, I'll just simply search for first name. So it should be one and they should not be repeatedly in the same form. So after doing that, let's go ahead and okay, I hope you're following, you guys. So that's the minimum requirement for creating a text field or a form text field. So if I save, I should be able to see this input. So the input is here. Okay, the input is there. So I can just simply put there my hand like this. So it means that I've successfully created my first input. So if I go back and I click there text input, so the input will be there. So we're going to look at much more parameters of how we can make this input interesting. But before we do that, let us make this input and give it some padding so that it can be in the center. So I just simply come here, I'll also the column, and I'm going to surround it with what? With the container, and give it some padding. And I simply say edge insert dot only, and then say left 10 or 15 and right 15. So I save, so you'll have some left and right there. So I can remove the center part of it and I make it be on top. Okay, so that's the field. So that is a simple field. So we can have two, so we can simply compare them. Okay, so I can just come and say this is for the last name. So that is how you can simply come up with a beautiful field to collect the data. Now, after doing that, the next thing we are going to see different parameters that we can have on a certain text field. So you can simply come to Flutter Form Builder and look at the example and see different parameters. Or you can use the technique that we always use. Press Ctrl and space to see the different parameters. So if I can simply press Ctrl and click on it to see different parameters. So the first thing that we have validator. That one will be the last thing. I think it will be in the next lecture, so we'll skip it. So we have initial value. Initial value is what you want to be there when the user opens. Okay, so if I can simply say initial value, I can pass a string and say Mohindo. So if I save and when I go back, so it means that when the user will open this form, he will find the name. So if you're doing this, maybe for example, when the user is editing account, when the users are editing their accounts, we always provide them their existing information. Okay, we always provide them their existing information. For example, you provide them their names so that they don't have everything that they're going to put it afresh. So when they're editing, when they're adding information, they find what is already existing there. So that's how you can achieve it, by passing the initial value. So this is the initial value. So maybe if I want to edit my account, so it means that my information should be already in your system. So you better show me my name that's already existing, other than showing me an empty screen. So to do that, we use what? We use the initial value.
In progress.
We use the initial value to display what is already existing in the system. So that is the initial value. Let's go ahead and look at another. So we have read only. So in case you want to block this field, you don't want the user to be able to edit it. For example, when a user is entering his username, you may need them only to see the username, but they cannot change. So for that case, you may need to do that as what? As a read only. So you just simply say read only and pass through. So if I come and I open this screen again, you see, even if I click, I cannot be able to do what? To edit. Okay? So it means that it is a read only field. So you can think creatively of how you can implement this read only. So if you say read only to false, then this form will be what? Will be editable. Then you have decoration. Decoration will come to it also. Then you have unchanged. Unchanged is the method that will be called every time an item is changed. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mahindo Mubarak, and I welcome you to our other lecture of creating mobile application practicals, of learning how to create mobile applications, concentrating on practicals. In the previous lecture, if you've been following, we stopped at the point whereby we got introduced to packages of Flutter, and we also tried the toast package, and we were able to do something like this. Then we went ahead and implemented also the form builder package of Flutter, and we did something like this, so I can collect the data from the user. So today we're going to go deep and learn more about these forms, or learn more how we can collect more data. I mean different kind of data from user. If time will allow, also go ahead and learn the validation of data that has been collected from user. So that's what we're going to do today. So I hope you're all ready to face our today's journey. So if we are, let's get started straight to the business. So as you can see, I've already opened my app. So if it's your first lecture, please, I recommend you to find the playlist of these videos around on this video on top. Click on it. You'll find an eye on top of this video. Click on that eye. Then you'll see letter I. Then you'll see a full playlist. So when you click on that full playlist, it will take you to the all videos organized in the same list, so you can start following one by one. But otherwise, if you've been following, or if you have enough knowledge of Flutter, no problem, we can keep moving from this point. So this is the application that we've been doing, and I'm sharing my source code every day, and you can find the link of my repository in the description of this YouTube video. So you can click on that link, go ahead and look at my source code on GitHub of this very project. So previously we stopped at this point whereby if you click on this form field, you could get this form. And we are looking at different parameters that we can implement on the Flutter package form, whereby we looked at the name. We say this is the unique identifier of that field. We look at the initial value. We say that is the value that will begin with the form. As you can see, I already have this value. Then we also look at the read only. We say that read only will either enable or disable a user to type in that form. So right now, we're going to proceed from there. I remember telling you that if you want to get more information about the possible parameters of a certain class in Flutter, just simply press Ctrl. Let me increase my font size so you can see things clearly. Hope they can see my source code much more clear. So I said that if you want to see more details about possible fields that you can attach on a certain class of Flutter or in a certain widget, just simply press Ctrl and hold it, then you click on that class. So it will take you to the original source code. So everything that you will see there will be the possible parameters that you can pass that field. So last time we stopped here on changed. So we said that on changed will take a function that will be called every time when a value is changed in that particular input. Let us say you want to make, for example, a live chat. So if you want to, when someone types, you get that value already without even allowing them to press the send button. You have to use this on change what? On the change method. So let us go ahead and try to see how we can implement it. So I'll come here to this second field, and then I put on changed. So on changed will take a function, so you open brackets, and then you open curly brackets here and press enter. So this function, they will give you something. They will give you the value itself. So you can say, maybe this value will receive it in this variable, val. So every time something is changed, they will give you the value here. So in between here, you can do anything that you want. For example, I want to print the value straight to the console every time when this value, the user types something here. So if I want to do there, I can copy that and I just simply say print, like this. Okay? So just this one I'm showing you, possibly you can use it to do anything. So when I save, and then I expand my console here, I clean everything. So when I come here and I click on it, I can as well come again and clear everything. So I come and start typing. So if I say M, you can see the M is coming here. So when something changed, that method will be called. So if I say to Mubaraka, so you see, you'll see, it is here. So I can as well do like this so that you can see the difference. So let me put a string and then put $, and I put there the value. Okay. So that is how we can demonstrate on changed. So if I save and then I start typing, so when I write KA, you'll see every time a letter is changed, this method is being called. So you can do that. Maybe when someone types something, you send it to the internet or you send it to your server straight in background. So that is how you can use on change, or you can use it to validate. For example, you don't want to allow someone to put a letter in their name. So what do? You keep on changing every time. You may keep on checking every time a user enters something. So if it is not right, you stop them or you show them the pop-up, or straightforward. For example, I can even use toast. If you still remember our toast, I can use toast to do what? To display each thing that a user enters. So I hope you've understood what is meant by onChanged. OnChanged will call this method and give you the value every time a certain value is changed in that what? In that input. Okay, in that input field. So I hope you've understood what is meant by onChanged method. So we proceed. There are still more parameters that you can look at. Again, you press Ctrl and click on this. We have looked at onChanged. This input decoration will come back for it. So you have looked at onChanged. We have looked at value transformation. I think this value transformation, they'll tell you whether it is capital letter or not. So is enabled. This one, it will allow you to block the input or not. So enabled, that input will be disabled totally. So I can just simply say enabled and I put false. So what does that mean? It means a user cannot even focus on that input. There is a difference between enabled and the read only. Read only, I can click on it. You can see it is clickable. You see, read only. For example, if I make this one to be read only, the first input, you see it's read only, and I make it true. And the second one, I disable it. So let us look at the difference between read only and enabled. So when I click back, what is it again? Okay, so I click here, you see, read only, it is clickable. I can click and then maybe a trigger event. But enabled to be set false, you cannot even click, you cannot detect a what? A click. So read only, you will not edit, but you'll be able to click or select something. But disabled, you will not be able to do anything on it. Okay. So we proceed. You've understood the meaning of enabled and disabled. Let us look at another one. This is on saved. It's also a method that will be called when someone submits a form. Then we have forecast node. Forecast node, in case you want to tie this one on a focus, that in case someone tells something, you should be able to listen to it. Then you have multi-lines. Multi-lines is the maximum lines that you can allow on a certain what? On a certain input field. For example, I can say max lines to be 1. So if I come here, let me make enabled to be true. And then I come say maybe max line, I say 1. So it means that when I enter more things, they will not allow me to do what? To proceed to the next line. You can see they cannot allow me to proceed to the next line. But if you say max lines to be 2, then you see they can allow me to proceed to the second line. Can you see that, guys? They can allow me to proceed to the second line. Okay, you see? So if I make it to be 3, then it means that they will give me 3 lines. So that's meant by max lines. Maybe you want someone to enter a story or a detail of something, you can give them max line of 3. Then we have obscure text. This one, in case you want to collect the passwords of the user and you want to hide some text, you can use this obscure. Let us create here another text field and then we try to obscure something. We try to obscure the inputs. So I'll come here. Okay, I'll come here and then I come and say maybe password. Okay, I can remove these other guys, no problem. We have demonstrated them. So it's no, it's coming. So if I come here, you see my password field, still I can see everything that the user is typing. But assume that you want to hide, maybe you're creating a password field, you can use obscure text and make it true. Okay, so obscure text, that is when you see someone typing password and they're being changed to dots. So if you didn't know, now you should know it today. That is how you can do what? You can do the password inputs. Okay, see? So you've understood what is meant by obscure text. Let us look at more parameters. We have looked at obscure text. We can look at text capitalization. This one will help you to limit a user to enter specific what? To enter a specific case that you want them to do what? To enter. For example, I want the user to type something in uppercase or in capital letters. So I may not again force the user to do what? To do that. I can just simply come here and do what? Let me duplicate this guy and maybe let us say maybe country. So I go ahead and put this parameter called text capitalization. Text capitalization, this guy, it will take this text capitalization and then dot something. So text capitalization dot, so you see dot sentences. So it means that every sentence, every beginning of a sentence, they will do what? It will be a capital letter. So if you say dot words, it means that every word beginning of a word will be a capital letter. And characters mean that all characters will be capital letters. And then values, it means that every value will be capital letter. So let us go ahead and try sentences. So if I try sentences, I save, then I come back and open. So when I click here, you see, if I type, for example, Muhindo, you see, the first letter is automatically what? A capital. And they say Mubaraka. So you see, the second letter is small letter. Why? Because we say that it should be making a first letter of a certain sentence. So how do I stop a sentence? By just simply putting full stop and then maybe say John. You see, When I put full stop, automatically the keyboard is turned to capital letter. So those are things that you may need to put in at. You may need to look at when you're doing the app. So that is, it will be capitalizing what? Be the beginning of each sentence. Okay. So in case maybe you want to provide the user to write something that is detailed, you can do capitalization to sentences. Now assume that it is a name field. For example, a name field, so there it will be words. So the beginning of every word should be a capital letter. So if I come here and I put maybe Muhindo, you see, when I say Muhindo, everything's same capital letter. When I put space and I say maybe space and say when I put space, automatically it will be changed what? To capital letters. Let me first save here. Words mean that every word will begin with a capital letter. Just because I'm using a laptop, so you cannot switch the emulator of a laptop. But if you're using a phone, every word will begin with a what? With a capital letter. So maybe when you're collecting the names of users, you may use text capitalization to that. So if you want everything to be uppercase, just put characters. That means that everything in the keyboard will be what? Capital letters. You see? Every time I type, even though the keyboard is in small letters, automatically is in capital letters. So that is what is meant by text capitalization. So you can go ahead and learn more about it. So we have text capitalization. We're not going to look at everything. We have scroll padding. Then we have text align. In case you want to align text in a different direction, you can as well do that by simply saying text align. So you can guess if you take text align beginning with what? The capital letter and then dot. Okay, so if I say dot right, what does it mean? It means that when the user will focus, the word will start, the cursor will begin from what? From the right side. If I put dot center, it means when the user will focus, the word will start, the cursor will begin from the center direction. So you can think creatively how you can use these different ideas into your idea that you may want to implement in your one. So we have autofocus. Autofocus means that when the user opens this screen, automatically it should launch or it should focus on that field. For example, you see we have 4 fields here. But if I want the user, when he opens automatically, it should be taken to this third field. What do? I will just simply come back to my project, and then I come to this third field, and I put autofocus and make it to true. So if I save, now I come back, and when the user clicks, you see, automatically the third field is focused. Okay? So you may want a user to start somewhere. So you can do like that. You can do it like that by implementing autofocus. So let us look at more things. We have autocorrect. This one will help the user to give them suggestions or not. This one, the cursor width. Maybe you want your cursor to be very thin or very, very small. You can as well do that. For example, I say cursor width. I can just simply maybe say 5 according to your design. Okay. Let me see different inputs that I can. Cursor field. Let me see. So this is the color. Cursor width. Okay, I make it 5. So when I focus on this guy, you see the cursor is slightly thicker than the other. So maybe you want to make your own design and you have those ideas and you feel like if you make a cursor thick, it will be good for your users or for your application that you're designing. So it is up to your creativity, but the possibilities are what? Are there. Maybe you want it to be so thin. Okay? So you put 1 or you put maybe 0.5. You see? It will be super thin according to what you want. Okay? So I hope you have understood the meaning of cursor width. Then you have cursor height. You can guess cursor height. Cursor height is the what? Is about the height. Then you have keyboard, cursor color. Did we finish cursor color? Cursor color is the color that you want. So cursor color, then you say colors dot maybe red. Okay. Colors dot what? Dot red. So it means that your cursor will be red. You can as well change the what? The shade. Okay, maybe you want it to be 700, or maybe you want it to be, that is very dark red. So you can do all that. Okay, let's look at more possibility. We have styling. To look at styling. Then you have the controller. Then we have the keyboard type. This is very important. The keyboard type. So the keyboard type is the kind of keyboard that you want to show to your user when they are editing this field. Okay, so to do that, for example, let's say you're collecting phone numbers from users. So I'll copy this guy and implement him here. Let me say I want to collect phone number. So I say phone and then say number. So it means that the keyboard, I'm expecting the keyboard only to be what? To be letters. Otherwise, if I collect the phone number from users and I give them this plain thing, they can even put wrong what? Wrong information. But if I want the keyboard of the phone to be set to specific field that I want, there I will have to implement a thing of what? Of keyboard type. Hope you guys are there. Gemuli? Guys, are you there? So we're looking at the keyboard type. It says sometimes you may need to limit your users what they can type in. For example, you're collecting phone numbers and you show everything. So that is a bad user what? User experience. So what you do the keyboard type here. Keyboard type, it will pass keyboard type. You can guess it. If you don't know, just press Ctrl and click on it. They will give you the type. Okay. So it will text input type. So in press text input type dot. So if you want the keyboard that collects the names, so you put dot name. If you want the keyboard that collects numbers, you just put dot number. So it means that when the user will come back and focus on my field, you see, when I click there, they are showing me only phone numbers. Please mute me your microphones. Can you see the keyboard that they are showing the user? He has no way he can type the text. So that is the advantage of what? Of keyboard type. Maybe you may want the user to get a right keyboard, a keyboard of date time, a keyboard of date time, for example. Date time, date time. So what does it mean? It means that when the user will focus, we'll show him a right keyboard for the date and time. You know, date cannot take letters and the rest. So you see, they give you either you want to separate with comma, or you want to separate with what? With those. So that's the right keyboard for the date and time. There is more things. There is URL. So if you want to give a good keyboard of URL, you want the user maybe to enter a link, you can use that keyboard of URL. So the keyboard of URL, you see it has a dot something. If you want the user to enter either an email, you can as well use the keyboard of what? Of email. You see? Or is it? Email address, it is here. So it means that when the user will focus on your interface, you see, they are giving you the art here. So they'll give the user the right keyboard that they can use. So I hope you've understood also that. So if I tell you to demonstrate that you understood it in different fields, go ahead and put the right keyboard for collecting the name, right keyboard. Someone should mute their microphone if you have nothing to say. You'll have the right keyboard for collecting the name. You'll have the right keyboard for collecting phone numbers, right keyboard for creating emails. I hope you've understood that. So let's look at another parameter. We have another parameter, max length. Max length is the maximum letters that you want to allow the user to do what? To enter. For example, if I come and say maybe maximum length should be maybe 10. Maybe 5. Max length. So I can just simply say max length and then make it 3. Okay. So it means that when the user will come here to this input and start entering some value, you see, we'll start counting for him here. So when he type 1, see, here, you see, I cannot type beyond what? Beyond 3. Let me come back and I'll show you. So when I start typing in this field, I cannot type beyond what? Beyond 3. Someone should mute if they don't have something to say, please. Let me see who is that. Peter, can you mute? Peter, mute your microphone. Peter, can you mute your microphone, please? Is the guy there? Peter.
Actually, so it was 53.
Peter, can you mute your microphone? Okay. This guy is spoiling our class, and I don't have admin here. Hey. Okay, so, guys, I hope you've understood what's meant by max length. I can as well maybe come and put here 10. Okay, so all those are good user experience. So the user will see he has 10 characters here. So when he starts typing, we'll count down. When he reaches the maximum, even though I keep entering something, the keyboard will not allow me. So that is max length. We have on editing is complete. So this one is the method that will be called when the edit is complete. On submitted, this one will be called when we have submitted the form. Then we have cursor radius. That is the one that will change the radius of this cursor. So they give you all those parameters. So if you come and say maybe cursor radius, okay, I can say maybe 5. So that's so we have, if you want the input to expand, you can do that. Min lines, you can limit the minimum lines. You can also implement on tap. On tap is a method that will be called when the user does what? When the user clicks on an input. For example, you want to know when the user has focused on input, so you can implement this on tap. So they are all there. So one more thing that I would like to show you that I'm not seeing is the action from action. Let me see if it is here. Text input action. This is the final thing that I need you to understand very well. So, for example, you want to collect multiple information from the user. So it is good experience to give the user the right button here. Okay. For example, if I'm entering text and it is maybe expecting multiple lines, of course, I can use the enter to enter that. But for example, maybe I'm collecting, maybe this is a phone number. Okay. So I'm entering and I want to go to the next field. So instead of allowing the user to click on it, the fingers are always close to the keyboard compared to the screen. So what do? It will look great, or it will be great user experience if you make use of this key that you're seeing, what we call action key. So the action key will help you to tell whether the user should skip to the next or to have completed. Let us see how we implement that. So I'm going to come to this field, this second name. Okay. So I want when the user finishes to enter the name, he should go next. Okay, we should show here the next button, other than saying when you click here and then the keyboard is hidden and then the user comes and click here. That's not good user experience. We want when the user finishes to enter the password, he clicks here and he's taken to this next field automatically. So how can we do that? Let us come here to password, and we do that by using text input action. Okay, so text input action will also take a method from a class of text input action, this one. So when you press dot, you'll see different actions that you can have. Okay, different actions. So for example, I want the user when he finishes this key, you should take him to the next. So I'll just simply put dot next. So when I save and I refocus here, you see when I'm typing password, I finish. Can you observe this key? It is no longer they check, it is now next. So when I click there, it automatically takes me to the what? To the next input. So since this is not the last input, I can as well also come here and implement the what? The next here. So the user will click here, he enter, and then he clicks here, he go to the next field, other than him coming here back and click. Okay? So I want this last field, after he finishes, enter the number, it should be done. So to do that, you just simply come to the last field, and then you say text input dot, then you put dot done. So dot done, it means that when he finishes entering, it will hide the keyboard. So let me begin from here. So here, I enter my password, I click here, I'm moved to the next field. Okay? And I finish, and I click here, I move to the phone number. And you see when I finish entering phone number, the action button has changed to done. So the keyboard will hide. So those are the good user experience that you may need to implement when you're doing what? When you're doing real world application. Though it will work without even the action button, but you know it will be bad user experience for the user to come back and click on top here, other than making use of this button. So always remember that you can make use of what? Of that button. So there is dot done. Let us look at more. Then there is next, this new line. So if you see the new line, so it will allow the user when he finishes. Let me use this second guy. You see when he finishes entering something, he can print and it enters new line. But because it doesn't support multiple lines, it will not allow that. So we have dot new line. Another one we have dot new line. We have dot search. So it means that this will be what? A search icon. So in case you're implementing a search field in your application, you can use dot search here. So the user will get it as a dot search other than coming back on top here. So those are action what? Those are action buttons that you can implement in your application. So let us proceed to another item, that is the decoration. We are going to look at how we can now put maybe the labels and how we can decorate this item in a different way. Okay? So let us do that by creating a fresh screen. So I'll simply come to our input here. Our screens. Okay? Let me just look for this. By the way, if you want to come to this file that you've opened, you can as well click here. It will take you the straight path. So I'm going to put decoration, copy and paste. So I'm going to say form decoration. And I'll copy the text, the class name, and then come and paste it here. Paste it there. And then I'll come and add it to our main menu. So my main menu is here, my main file, and then I'm going to add here form decoration. So I'll duplicate this guy and come and say form decoration. So I'll come here maybe and put maybe some detail. Okay. So after doing that, I'm going to put here the class so that when someone clicks here, it should be taken to this specific screen. I forgot to write the word screen on it, but it has no problem. But it's good to always put the screen on screen, the word screen on screens. So I save. I can change maybe the icon here and say maybe I can do something maybe unique. What one should I put? Let me put this guy like that. Okay, so now if I come back, I click on this form decoration, it takes me to this input. This field of form decoration. So let's go ahead and we'll change the title here to form decoration and also remove unnecessary what? Unnecessary input. Maybe we can decorate one can be enough. So I can remove others. I just duplicate the other what? The other screen. So we have two. These two can be enough. So I'm going to show you how we can decorate these forms in different way. So the first thing, if you want to decorate your form, let me first remove this initial value. If you want to decorate your form, I want just to have a simple input, first name and last name. Now, if you want to decorate your form, you'll have to pass this parameter. Press Ctrl space and write decoration. Okay? So press Ctrl and click on it. It will take you to the possible decoration that it takes. So it takes the decoration, the class called text decoration, input decoration. So you come and say input decoration, then open bracket. Okay? So in open bracket, this bracket is going to take a lot of parameters. Sometimes we even decorate only one time and then we implement it on a different form. And I'm going to show you how we can do it, how you can do that. Because you may need your application to be consistent. So instead of you repeating the same decoration, you can design a theme or you can design a simple decoration for your input and then you keep on reusing it. I'll show you how to do that. But here the main point is when you want to decorate a form, you have to pass decoration and then input decoration. So let us start looking at the possible parameters that we can implement here. If you want to know the possible parameters, just press Ctrl and space, then you start seeing the parameters. Or you can just simply press Ctrl and click on it, and then you start seeing the parameters. The first thing is the icon. So this is getting interesting. So I'll just simply come and say icon. So let us see what icon can take. So if you want to see what icon can take, just press Ctrl and click on it. You can see, and then click here. You can see an icon can take widget. So you can take any kind of a widget. But to be fair, let us put there an icon. Though you can put text. For example, I can just simply put text here. Okay? And say my icon. Okay? I save. You see, my icon has come here. But that does not make sense. But you can use it in that way. Here, the main point here, they're showing that if you implement an icon, it will come in that position. So I'm going to put there an icon. So to put an icon, just write icon. And then you know what to pass an icon. You just say icons dot. Then you have different icons that you want. So maybe you can say a user. You see, user picture here. Okay. So I can implement that. So you see, I have that beautiful thing with simplicity, with no hassle. Okay, so I can do that. So there are more things that you can implement. Let us look at more things that you can implement. I can just simply come and say another parameter. Press Ctrl and click on it. Icon color. So you can guess that one will change the icon colors. So according to your own creativity, your own design, maybe you want your icons to have the blue color. So I can just simply say icon color, and I just simply pass colors dot maybe blue. See, beautiful. It will change to blue. I hope. It is not. I don't know which color they meant there, but if you want to change it to blue, you can as well come here and pass color here, and then this specific icon will be changed to blue. So you can do that. You can see the icon has changed to blue. So let us go ahead and look at more parameters. Faster. We have the label. That is very important. I was expecting someone of you to ask me now, how do I label these inputs so that a user should know this is a specific input? So how do we label them? So I want the user to know, you see right now the inputs are plain and the user cannot tell that this is maybe where I write the first name or last name. So to do that, you pass it into the decoration and write what? And I write what you call label. Okay, so you put label. Okay, and then here in the label, you can say it takes a widget also. So I can pass my text and say last name. Okay, then I come here maybe also in the decoration here and I pass maybe first name. And I save, and you can see the label has come. I don't know. Okay, you can see the label has come, right? You can see the label has come. So first name, last name. So that is how you may label your input. So that when the user comes, he clicks there, you know that is the first input. He clicks there, you know this is the last name section. And you see, the UI is really beautiful. and organize. So we proceed with decoration. We have label text. The other one was label. So you still have another input called label text. So these guys, they give you full control. So label text, I hope to take string. Yep. So maybe I can say last name. Let us see what you'll have. If I save, where will it? So you cannot implement two. You have to implement either label or label text. So you see, you can implement either label or label text. So here it means that in case you don't want to stress yourself by writing again a text, maybe you don't want to change the text, you can just simply put label text. So that maybe you don't repeat yourself. But maybe if you want to customize your text and have full control, maybe pass the text styling, then you have to use label. But if it's just plain text, just put label text, then still it will work for you and save for you time. A help text, you see, these guys, they give us full control. Help text, you can guess what it means. So you can come here and put comma and pass help text. So help text, I can pass maybe enter, last name as it appears on your passport, maybe something like that. So this is the description, the help text. So can you see? That's beautiful. They will show it here. So here we just give it brief, and then here we give the full explanation of what the user should do, and with the right what? With the right font. It's beautiful, right? So we proceed. We're remaining 30 minutes. Okay, no problem. So we proceed. We have label text. Press Ctrl and click here so that you can look at each. So we have label text. We have helper style. So this one will take the style in case you want to style maybe this help color. Okay, so I can just simply say help text and then can put your comma. So you press Ctrl and click on it to tell you the exact input that text. So it takes the text styling, you know it. Text styling. So I can say maybe text styling, and you know what text styling takes. Can take colors, can take everything. For example, text color, and I say maybe red, or maybe say maybe gray. Green. So if I save, so the help text, you see it is green. So you have full control. And maybe you say dot shade, green dot shade, and say maybe 100. You see it will look much more faded. Okay. So that is help text. Let us look at more parameters. Press Ctrl and click on the input decoration. Help text style, we have finished it. Hint text. What is hint text? Hint text is those who have ever done web. Hint text is what we call the placeholder. Is the placeholder. So let me put here gray. So placeholder is what we call the hint text. So hint text, you can just simply say hint text here, and of course you'll take a string because the text. Okay, maybe enter first name. So I save. Now that is the hint text. So if I click here, maybe let me focus here, you'll see the label. When you click on the input, they show the guy the hint text of what exactly they should do. So I hope you understand that. We go to hint text, hint style. It means that you can also style that hint any color or any decoration that you want. We have hint max lines. So in case your hint is too long, you can set its limit. Then you have what you call error text. Error text, we look at it when we are looking at validation. But error text is the warning. For example, I want to warn the user. Okay, maybe you entered wrong password. So you can use what? You can use error text. Maybe I can just simply say wrong password. So when I save the error text, you see wrong password to come here, and when it happens, everything will look red. So that happens only when the error text is set. Then we have error style. That is styling the error. Then you have floating behavior, we have is collapse, we have is dense. So is dense will check your input to either be smaller, relatively smaller or not. So if I say is dense and I say true, so you'd see the input being collapsed. They will reduce on wasting of space. Can you see? This one is dense, this one is not dense. So it is up to you how you want your design to be like. So if you want your input to be smaller, you can use is dense and set to true. Okay, so proceed. We have content padding. How far do you want your content to be from the edge? Okay, maybe you want to have maybe kind of paragraph. This should start from here, so you can do this content padding. Let me show how it is done. So I can just simply come and say content padding, and you can guess what it takes. It takes edge inset dot only, and then you can say maybe left should be 10. So it means that when the user starts entering, you see the left padding has become 10. There is this free space. We have prefix icon. So prefix icon is the icon that will be at the beginning. Okay, at the beginning. And we have also prefix. So prefix is what should be here at the beginning. So if I come here and say prefix, and maybe I say, I mean maybe text, and say maybe my prefix. So if I save, you can see where the prefix comes in. So this prefix, you'll either put the icon or you put the prefix. I think if I remove icon, then I'll be able to see the prefix. You see? So prefix is the beginning words that the user will not do what? That the user will not be able to rub. Okay? You see? Prefix cannot be. So maybe I'm entering the name and I want there the word Mr. to be there by default. So if I put dot, so when the user comes in and he clicks here, see? When he clicks here, he say Mr. So I put Mohindo. This prefix, it will be there, but the user cannot remove it. So we have prefix. Let's look at more parameters. We have prefix. We have prefix text. So prefix text, in case it is a text and you don't want to suffer by writing text again, you can as well do that by just passing a what? A string. Okay. So we have prefix style. In case you want to style this, okay, you can pass there your text styling. Suffix icon. Suffix icon is what will be at the end. Maybe your design, you want the icons to be at the end, not at the beginning. Okay, maybe your friend cheated your idea and he's copying everything that you're doing. So you may trick him and put maybe your icons on the opposite side. According to you, it's just up to you. According to your creativity, you may want your icons to be at the end. So there, you can do the suffix icon. And then, of course, you'll take You'll take a widget. So I can say icon, widget, and then I pass icons dot something, maybe like this. So there are so many icons. And if you want to see these icons, just simply come here to Google material icons. Okay, search Google material icons. You'll find the cheat list where you can cheat all the names of the icons. So they are here. So in case you did an icon, you can come and search them and look at them first. So maybe you want this guy, just click on it. They will show you how you can access it. So here they show you in Android, use .cycle. So if it means that if I come here and I put .cycle, I will have, .cycle, I have cyclone. I'll have that kind of of an icon. This, I don't think I'm on right icons. So you can find any icon there and their right and their right name that you can implement. Okay, so let us look at more parameters as we are concluding. We have suffix style, or how you want to style your suffix. Now you have the counter that we had previously. Counter text, the counter text that you want to display. So in case you want to override the one that Flutter gives you, you can implement these ones. Remember, for example, if I say maybe the max, if I come and say here, max length is 10, so I should not allow the user to enter a word more than 10. You see? So this counter is being decorated and displayed here. So if you want to override it, you see, it is reducing. So if you want to override it, you can override it by coming to decoration and implement counter. So it means there you'll have to write your own what? Your own logic to reduce on these numbers when the user is entering. So we have field. So field, let us see what it does. I come to fields, put there, put comma, and then I press Ctrl and click on it, and then click on it. So field is either true or false. Let us put true and you see. So when I save true, you see the field will be kind of filled like it is filled with the background. Let me show you. Let me put here the space between so that you can see the difference. So to put the space between, I can simply come here on top and implement a widget called sized box. Okay, so that one I'm not showing it to you, but you should know it now. Sized box will help you to space things. So you can give an 8 and then maybe say it's a 10. So it means that between this guy and this guy, they'll have the 10 pixels between them. So can you see? You can design such a beautiful what? Such a beautiful input. So if I come here and I click, you can see is filled. It is having some kind of fill or the background inside it. Let us look at more parameters. We have looked at is filled. Field. Wait. Okay, click on decoration. We have looked at is filled. I have fill color. So maybe you want to design that one should have maybe some kind of blend some kind of color that blends with your design. So you can just simply come and say fill color and just simply say colors dot what, since our theme is blue, so you can maybe say shade 100. So it will be blue but slightly lesser blue. So that may be your user. So imagine that all your interface is looking like this. So it means that your things can look much more beautiful. So let us look at more input. So I've looked at fill color. Then what next? Toolbar options. Mouse. I think that's enough. I wanted to look at border styling. You can come and explore more. Take the line, you've already looked at this. Maybe you want the text to be on left or right. You can do that. So you can come and play with it. Okay. Keyboard appearance. I don't know what that one does. Cursor radius. Okay. So maximum length. We've already looked at that. So we can go ahead and look at border. That is very important that you have not looked at. So you can design your border in a specific way that you do what? That you want. So to design a border, just press Ctrl and click on it and then click here. You'll see, you'll get what you want here, input border. So that is the trick that you can use to learn Flutter, teach yourself Flutter. Just press Ctrl and click on it. Then they'll show you the possible class that it takes. So this text border, if you press dot, I don't think it does that, but it takes parameters between it, I think. So here, in this text border, what does it take? Let us see, it takes border side. What does border side take? Border side, so it takes border side also. And then you can pass here. I don't think that is the right way. Input border. Let us try to put border and pass border.all. Then maybe color and make it red. Why is it not allowing? Let me see. I want to design our borders. It takes input border. This input border, what does it take? Shape border. And so input border dot none the trigon. So if I pass here something, does it allow? No. Let's see what this light is saying. Constant modifier, annotate, press Ctrl and space. That's border for another day. I'll first do my homework. But you can change also what? The border styling. So with that much said, that is how you can decorate your input. But when I give you the task, I'll ask you to go ahead and make some research about the border styling on the these inputs. So let us proceed to other inputs in the remaining 7 minutes, and we see other different kind of inputs, so that in the next class we know we'll come just straight for input validation. Okay. So let us look at other different inputs. So to do that, we just simply come to Google and search Flutter Form Builder package. Okay, just search Flutter Form Builder and then click on the first search result. Then these guys will show us possible inputs that we can implement. So here they are. So I've looked at the text, we have exploited it. Let me take you maybe to more 3, and then the rest you can do by yourself. You'll do it as a task, because most of these things are straightforward. Let us look at Form Builder, the checkbox. The checkbox. So I'm going to, I think I should just, okay, let us maybe put here another class, and another screen where we're going to put maybe other inputs. Okay, let's put here another screen where we're going to put other inputs. So to do that, I will just duplicate this one. Okay, so I'll copy this guy. You can press here to go straight where you are. I'll copy this, copy, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and I'll say maybe form other fields. So that's where we're going to demonstrate other fields. Then it's better to put the word screen so that you can differentiate it from others. Press OK. Then come here to where there is form decoration, search everything, Ctrl F, press Alt and Enter and paste. Then change the title and then maybe put other fields. Okay, so after doing that, let's go ahead and add these other fields into our menu here. So we'll just simply come to our main and then come and duplicate this guy. Okay, so I'll select it and say Ctrl D to duplicate. Then I'll come and change the title and say maybe form other fields. That's where we're going to see how you can collect the date, etc. So maybe I can put the relevant icon of other, I don't know, maybe you can use this, maybe other houses, I don't know. Okay, and then maybe other, the description, other input fields, and then we change this class to the screen that you want to navigate to. So I save. Now the guy should be on bottom here. You see, other fields. So when I click on other fields, I'm able to go to form other fields. So let's go ahead and modify and practice maybe some more fields in the remaining 5 minutes. Maybe I'll show you the date. That's the most important. Maybe other ones I'll give you them as an assignment. So I'll come and remove some other these existing fields. Okay, but the decoration can be the same. So the decoration, it can be exactly the same. So let us look at how we can pick date, for example. So the date picker, I'll just simply come and say, we can use drop down, you can pick date, and all these examples are already here. Just simply click here on example, you'll be able to see each and every example for these different inputs. So let us conclude by date picker. So I'll just simply come and say form builder date picker, copy the class, and then come and implement it here. Okay, so this date pick, of course, it must take the name. That is the first parameter that you must pass. So maybe TOB, date of birth. What else? We look at now different fields. So if I save, the date figure will be there. So if you want to pass maybe the name, maybe date of birth. So it means that you have to pass some decoration. Okay, pass some decoration. In the next class, I'll show you how you can reuse decoration, how you can reuse the same decoration or different fields, so that you should not repeat yourself in when you're designing your user interfaces. So I'll come and say DOB, date of birth. Okay, so if I save, it will be there, date of birth. I can change the relevant icon to calendar. So when I save, now when I click here, before even I do any hassle, when I click here, the field will show me the calendar picker. That is beautiful, right? So I can click there and say, click the time, and then it will pick for me the date and time. So let me show you most important things that you may need when you're doing date picker. Sometimes you may need only to pick the date, okay? Sometimes you may need to pick only the date. So if you need to pick the date only, what you do, you implement This is it keyboard? I think it is keyboard. I don't know. Let me see what it is. Maybe you want to pick the date only. I think it is keyboard. Let me see. Keyboard. To check which parameter. Input. Text input type. I hope it's that. Then no, it's not that one. I want to show you. For example, it is picking both date and time. I want to pick only maybe date only, not the time. We have to limit it. Okay, let us cheat. And this is an example. So come here to examples. And I search the guy, it is here. So here you have the initial value. Okay, you can as well say the initial value. Maybe you want when someone opens, by default it should show the today's date. So if you want to do that, just pass this guy. Initial value, date time, dot now. So when the guy will come for the very first time, you'll see what? You'll see the today's date. Okay. Now we want to pick only the date. It is here. Input type. Okay. Input type. That's what I was looking for. Input type. So come and say input type. It will take input type dot. So if you say dot both, it will take both and time, date and time. So if you say dot date, okay. So dot date. So when the guy will come and pick, when the guy will come to pick, let us come. You see dot date. So you see it is showing only the date only, as well as when someone is picking, he will pick the date only. Okay. You see, he picks the date only without the time. If you want to pick time, maybe you want to pick the time. Okay. So you put dot what? Dot time. The input type to dot time. So when this person will click there, instead of showing him the calendar, we'll show him the clock. And this person can as well type in case they don't want to pick. They can as well type, maybe they say 9 p.m. and then 9:30 a.m. something like that. And they say okay, the value will be filled there. It is not like that because I had not. I changed the field without restarting the screen. So you see, I can come and say, I can change maybe 7:15 a.m. I save, which is showing that. So that is the date picker for you. If you want to pick both, just simply put dot both. Then the remaining things are straightforward as I've demonstrated. So our time is up, and I think we have covered enough according to a lecture. So in the next lecture, we'll now come straight and start the form validation and the data collection. For example, right now we have just looked at different fields, but we have not seen how we can collect those fields. So in the next lecture, we'll begin now by see how we can collect now those values from the field. And also maybe you can also go ahead and look at some more remaining input fields. Though I would recommend for you to try, because we already have examples for each of them. So I recommend for you to teach yourself because it's not good to be spoon-fed everything. To choose yourself the rest, and I'll give you the task that you should try. Then the next class, we'll just come straight and look at what? At the data form validation. So that makes our today's class. I hope it was helpful.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mahindo Mbar, and I welcome you to our 12th lecture of learning of creating mobile application while concentrating on practicals. In the previous lecture, we stopped at the level whereby we collected the information from the form, and we tested different types of fields. For example, collecting the date information from the form, the drop downs, the plain text, the phone numbers. We also went ahead and looked at good practices that we may need to implement when creating a mobile application that collect information from users. So today we are going to proceed from where we stopped at in the previous class, and today we are going to look at another topic that everyone will need in their programming experience, and then that is introduction to JSON, and then we'll also proceed to HTTP request. And then if time will allow, we'll proceed to local storage. All those topics that I've talked about, they are very, very crucial in for a serious programmer, for someone who needs to do mobile applications that will solve problems. So with that simple introduction, let's go straight into our today's business. That is introduction to JSON. So if you search JSON on Google, they'll give you a simple introduction to JSON, or a simple meaning of JSON. As you can see, JSON is an abbreviation that stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is a lightweight data interchange format. So JSON is nothing but just a format that we use to communicate data from within different application. It is easy to humans that you can write and understand it even without involving a machine. So in layman's language, I would say JSON is just a format that we can use to organize our data so that different platform can understand it. It was invented mainly by JavaScript. So you can ask, why do we need JSON? I'll give you an example to the reason why we may need JSON, and then you'll be able to relate and also know why you need JSON in your programming experience. Let us say that you have a web application, for example, an e-commerce application. It is on internet or on the server, the web. Of course, the information will be on the server. So this application, it is basically the web. But later you need to also integrate it with the mobile application. You want to create for it a mobile application. Just like the way almost every web application has a mobile application. So if you want to do that, you know that web is written in different language. For example, it can be in PHP and it is on internet. But you're also writing a mobile application, and that is Dart, maybe like in Flutter, using that programming language. And it is also a different programming language. The mobile app will be on the mobile phone, while the web will be hosted on the server. But these things need to communicate together. For example, if a user creates an account on a mobile app, that should be the same account that he should find also on web. The products that you'll post on your web application should be the same product that should appear on the mobile application. So, but these are two different platforms. So the question is, how can you make these two platforms communicate with each other, or so that they make them understand with each other? So those guys, they had to invent a format that each language can simply understand, or many languages, or modern languages can simply understand, in a way that in case you have 3 products on internet, maybe on your web application, you should be able to print or display them in a JSON format. And then your mobile application will pick that JSON format and interpret it. So to whatever language that will depend on that web, should be able to interpret that format of data. So that's why we need we need JSON, mainly to communicate between one application and the other, or one platform with the other. So JSON is written in different way, as we understood from this definition. As we learned from this definition, they say this JSON is way how we can communicate with different application, but it is simple to the extent that a human being can can also understand, or can also relate how things are looking like. So I'm going to go ahead and write some simple JSON of an object, and also proceed to JSON of a list. So a JSON mainly will be organized into this format. So for example, if I search here JSON example, and I'll show here the format. So if you come to pictures, you see learning these things is just simple. You don't need too much science. Okay. So if you come to pictures, you'll see different pictures from Google search results that show different examples of a JSON file. So for example, I'm going to show you this guy or this file, and I'm going to explain how we can relate to each other. So a JSON format, JSON data format will be in form of the key and the value, So for example, this is the key, which is longitude, and the value of this one is 47.60, and it is separated with a comma, whereby the key is surrounded with double quotes or single quotes and followed with a colon, and then the value will follow. So integers, they will not be having the quotes. And if it is a string, like you can see here, the description is a string, it will be surrounded with the what? With quotes. But integers will not surrounded with what? With quotes. So an object will begin with a curly bracket. For example, you can see here, we have, this is a single what? This is a single object. It will begin with the what? With a curly bracket. And then a list will begin with a square bracket. For example, let us try to understand what this file was being, what this file communicates. So it is an object to understand what is mean, an instance of a certain class. So it is an object, it begins with the what? With the curly bracket, and it ends with curly bracket. And then it has values inside it, whereby we have the properties. It has longitude and the value, and latitude and the value. Then it has forecasts. For example, this was a file of forecast. So forecast, it is a list, or it is a list of many things. Okay. So as we discussed, we said a list will begin with the what? With the square bracket. So you see it is a square bracket and end with a square bracket. Then inside that square bracket, it has other objects. So this is a list of what? Is a list of object. So beginning from here, square bracket, and the square bracket ends here. And then inside this we have, so curly bracket, these are object. You have an object of date, description, time, and the danger, whether it is danger or not. Okay. So you see, separated with a comma. So this is another object in the what? In the same list. So that is how, or that is all you need to understand how JSON data is organized. You can go ahead and try to look at different pictures from Google search results, and then you'll be able to do what? Maybe to relate how this JSON data is organized. If you search more articles, it is a very popular format that almost every technology is using right now. Though there are other formats such as XML, it is also another format that we can use to transfer data. We have XML, we have CSV, etc. But the most popular now that is being used, it is what? It is JSON. So you see, this is an example of JSON data. We have the name, then we have the value. Then we have, then inside it, we have a what? An object. So let us go ahead and see how we can practice the JSON. And you should know that JSON will always be, it will always be what? It will always be a string. Okay, it will always be a string. So with that much said, let us go ahead and see how we can make JSON use in our projects. So I'll open my Android Studio. That is our application. You still remember how we've been following it. So I can scroll up to the last, and I'm going to add here another field that we're going to demonstrate what? The JSON. So let's go ahead and do that. I think I should be adding them on top instead of adding them in bottom. Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. So I will come here. Let me increase my font size so you can see things much more better. appearance, and then come to font size, and make it 28. I'll make it 36. Want it to be too big? I think that's okay. And then I'll come to maybe the editor, come to font, maybe I can make it 18. Okay, so I hope there you can see my texts. I hope you can see my screen, members. Can you read the words? Huh? Guys, can you read the words in my screen clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that is good. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy and put here. So I'm going to call this guy Jason, and maybe so I'll save. There it goes. So I may change here maybe. Okay, so let me go ahead and create a new file. Let me go ahead and create a new file that I'm going to demonstrate the JSONs. I think I'll get this column guy, copy it, and paste it. Just press F5 to copy and paste. So I'll call this guy JSON screen. Press enter, and then I'll search everything in the column, make it JSON screen. So after doing that, I'll go ahead and save. Then I'll go ahead and add this onto our screen so that when someone clicks there, you should be able to see what? The JSON screen. So I'll come to the main, and then where there is navigate column screen, I'll change this one to JSON screen. Press enter. So I'll save, and then when I click here, it takes me there. Okay, that's beautiful. I'll come and change this title maybe to JSON. So let's begin by seeing how we can convert data to JSON first. How we can convert data to JSON. And then later, we will learn how we can convert back data from JSON to normal text. Okay? So I'll go ahead and maybe put this one, maybe it should be start. Okay? So I'm going to be putting the data into console. To console. I'll go ahead and remove this guy, and maybe put here string to JSON. So I'm going to surround this guy with an inkwell. Am I in the right screen? Oh, I'm in the wrong screen. I'm in the wrong screen. This is the wrong screen. Sorry. They never see me coming. So when I ask you to show me that you understood, you should be able to demonstrate these things. So I think this is the right screen. Where is our main? What the hell was I doing? So when I click there, it should take me to string. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Let me make this one maybe a list view. Let me surround it with a list view. So I'll just simply cut this and put list style, list tile, so I can have more things to use. So I'll give here title and put here maybe to string to JSON. So I'll put on top and I create my function that I'm going to call. Okay. So let me call the function called string to JSON. But I've not created this function. Okay. So let me go ahead and create this function. So I can press Alt and enter and then say create method. So this is the function. Okay. You can either first create it or use that technique. So I'll save and then I can put here print maybe str to JSON just to test if I reached here successfully. Then I'll expand my run terminal, clear everything. A minute, okay, just a minute. Anji Musa Tewali hamwana gwe nina ebizibu naye ndi mukibiina ndi mukusomesa tuli wano jangu otusaleko kale nebyo biri wano. Sorry about that. Okay, so now there we go. Now I will just clear my screen, and then if I click here, you'll see I'm able to get this beautiful thing that shows that I'm here. So now let us see how we can change data to JSON. So to change data to JSON, in Flutter we have two functions, one that converts data to JSON, another one that converts data from JSON. One is called JSON encode. JSON encode will convert data to JSON. And another one is called JSON decode. So JSON decode will convert data from JSON to whatever you want. So we can simply say JSON encode. Is it like this? There's one with small letters, JSON encode, this guy, you see? JSON encode. So it will just take an object of a parameter, or you take an object that you want to encode, okay? So for example, I can say I love mom, like this, and then I put a semicolon. So this is just a string. Look at us say maybe let us create here just an empty string called maybe raw string, and we store there this word I love mom. Okay, so this is raw string, just a raw string, plain string. So let us first display this string before we do what, we convert it. Okay, so I can just simply say print raw string. Okay, I can just simply put here maybe I can say maybe a raw string, a string that is not having what, that has not been converted yet, and then we display there. So let us go ahead and display it. So you can see when I click here, you can see I love mom. It is just a plain string. Now let us go ahead and convert this string into JSON. So to convert it to JSON, I'll just simply say JSON encode, and this JSON encode will take one parameter. So JSON encode is the one that will convert data into JSON. Okay, so you should learn that. So it will take one parameter. Now let us receive this one maybe and put here maybe var. So var will be a data type that can receive anything. Okay, so var and maybe processed string. This is just a naming. So this is a JSON string now, the one that has been processed and converted to JSON. So let us go ahead and also display it. So I just simply say processed string, and then maybe you can say maybe processed string. Okay, so this one, the first one will be raw string, and the second one will be a processed one. So we're going to learn the difference. Okay, so if I clear everything and I click on run, that is the results. Now let us keenly look at both of these two results. So the first one is I love mom. You can see it is a raw string, okay, the one which is not in JSON. So but the second one, you can see it is also I love mom. But if you're very keen enough, you can learn that the second one is surrounded with what? With quotes. So that is the JSON file. I mean a JSON string. So a plain string of JSON, it will be surrounded with what? With quotes. So you should always know that data or a string that is in JSON will be surrounded in quotes. Okay? But an integer it will not be surrounded in quotes. So that is one way that demonstrates that we have successfully converted a plain string to a JSON string. So that's it. Now let us proceed, and we have learned that there's two methods, one that converts to string, I mean to JSON, and the other one that will get the data back from what? From JSON. So let us go ahead and see now how we can convert an object, okay? How we can convert an object to string, okay? So to do that, I think I should make these values public, so that we can be able to access them into other functions. So I can cut them here and put them also this function. So maybe we can be able to do what? To access them into other functions. So it is just the same thing, eh? Okay, but we can access them into other functions. So now let us go ahead and see how we can convert an object to a string. Okay, so I'll duplicate this guy, okay, and then maybe say object to JSON. Okay, so I'm going to create also here my temporary method that I'm going to call object to JSON. Okay, so let me go ahead and create that method. So I'll press Alt and Enter, and then say create method. So it is there. So I'm going to create here our temporary class that I'm going to use just to demonstrate. Okay, so I'm going to create a class called person. Okay, person. So you should know that you can also create a class, two classes in the same file. Okay, so that's our simple class called person. Why is it crying? Press Alt and Enter. Create class. Cut this guy. Person. Okay, so it is supposed to be small letter. So that's our simple class called person. So this person will have a string inside it. It will be name. So by default, since we don't have too much time to demonstrate, let me just initialize in the same class. Okay, string, and then say name. By default, the name is called Joan Doe. Okay, and then maybe give her age. I mean, maybe say country. I mean, again, string, country equals to Kenya, and then we give her age. Say age. Age is an integer, equals to 31. So that is our simple class. Okay, that is our simple class. So let us create our simple object in this class. For this class. So I'll come here again to public and create for it a simple object. So create an object. Of course, we just simply say a class name, and then maybe can say Joan, or maybe say my person equals to new class. So that is our simple class. So we have this one as an object. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this is our class. This is an object of this class. Now let us go ahead and demonstrate how we can convert a class into, an object into JSON. To JSON. So I'll just simply come here and just first test. So I'll just simply put print, and then we say print.name. Okay. So if I save and I click on print, you can see Joe and Doe is being displayed. So members, I hope you're following very carefully, and I hope you're understanding. Let me first see if you guys are understanding before I proceed. Members, are you understanding? Oh, I'm just confusing. I don't know. Are you relating, or I'm confusing everything? Can I get feedback, please? You can unmute your microphone and tell. Simon, Desire.
Yes.
Are you relating things? Are you understanding?
Not really. I wish you can elaborate more.
What?
You can elaborate more.
But so far, what I've elaborated, why we need JSON and converting a string to JSON.
Yeah, those ones are okay.
Those are.
Yeah, this object part, some it is confusing.
So, do you know a class?
Yes.
So, is there anything that is confusing here so far in this class of a person? A class will have many properties, and I've just by default have initialized them. And I understood here?
Yeah, that I've understood.
Now here I create an object of that class. Class person, I call it my person equals to new person. Do you understand here?
Yeah, that's okay.
That is okay. And then this is a method that I'm calling here that we're going to use to demonstrate how to convert an object to person. So here I'm just printing person name of this object. Did you understand? You see? My person.name, and I display it in console. Do you understand there?
Yeah, that's okay.
That is okay. So now what you're going to do right now, I'm going to teach you how you can now convert this whole object to what? To JSON. Are we together now? Are we together now, Simon?
Yes, we are together.
Okay. So you can mute your microphone. So now that is where we are. So and now as we convert the string, now this time I'm going to convert the object into JSON. So let us go ahead and convert the object into JSON and see how it will look like in the console. So I'll just simply say var and say maybe maybe let us use the same processed string, right? This guy, okay? And then just say processed string equals to JSON encode, okay? So this time we are not encoding the string. We are encoding the what? This object of this person. So that we should get something like this, okay? Something like this. Remember, an object, it has so many parameters. It has the name, it has the gender, but all of them, they are in the same variable, okay? But the string, what was just a what? String. So we want to have something like this that is formatted in this way, so that we can either send it to somewhere or save it or do what? So that you can be able to communicate, so that you now know why you need JSON. So we want to convert this into JSON so that we can be able to use it as a JSON, okay? But the thing is, a class, it is having so many parameters. You see, this is just one class. This is just one object, but it has a name, it has a country, it has age. So it starts becoming what? Interesting, okay? So here we are. I am here
and I've just called this processed string. This is the one that is storing the JSON file. You know how where we created it. And here I'm calling JSON encode my person or this object. So we want to see, okay? We want to see how things will be like. So I save, and then maybe I print here the processed string, and you see how it will look like, okay? So I save. Let's go ahead and click to object to JSON, okay? When you click there, you see we are getting a what? We are getting an error, okay? We are getting an error. They say that it did not understand what you want to do. When you click there, you see we are getting an error. It does not understand the instance of a person. It understands just basic instance of an integer, of a float, of a string. But right now, a person is an object of a class, okay? Of a class of a person. So it becomes it gets confused. How do you want me to do what? To convert that too much data that I don't know how you define. Okay, so it becomes confused. It becomes confused, and then it ends up giving us an error. So now, how can we convert a class into a JSON file, or an object of a class into a JSON file? To do that, we have to add more method into our what? Into our class. Okay, so that method is JSON. It's where we are going to define the rules of how our class should be. Our class should be converted to JSON. So the method is what the JSON encode will call, and then convert that data to a JSON format. So we'll come to our class. Before, I've been showing you that classes can be created in different files, but as well you can create a class in the same file. So I'll come to our class, and then I'm going to add there a method that will help to tell the JSON encode how we should convert it into a JSON file or a JSON format. To do that, we just simply come here and add one more method called to JSON. Okay, like this. We add inside that class a method called to JSON in that specific spelling or that specific case that I've written. So I'll open bracket and then put here curly bracket. Okay, so this to JSON, of course you can specify that it will return a string, but no problem. Okay, so a JSON will be a string, and now here it is we are going to define now the rules of how our data should be converted to JSON. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start defining the rules. So I just simply return a string and say return, and then I return a string. You know, a JSON will always be a string. So this method is the one that will be called, okay, when we are, I'll return an object like this, curly bracket like this, and then I start returning the properties inside it. Okay, so return a curly bracket, and then you start returning the properties. So you know how JSON will be like? We just simply put the double quotes and define the property. So for example, have a property called name. So what should it return the value? You should return the value of the name. So it means that the JSON encode will automatically call this guy, and then it will start formatting these things as how you define them here. So if you have rules, maybe where there is a name, it should be changed to another thing, or it should be done to another thing. Maybe the naming should be in a different way. This is where you can define that rule. Okay, so I say where there is a name, you should return the name itself. And then now here I put where there is age, you should return the what? The age. Okay, age. And then I go ahead where there is a country, you should also return the country. But here, this is the place where I can now put your what? Your rules. So that is it. So now when the time when we will call the JSON encode on the object of this class, it will automatically invoke this what? This method or this function inside this class. So let's go ahead and see. So as you said, this guy will automatically call this class, or this method in this person class. So let's go ahead and see. So I'll come here, I save, I clean, and then I click object to JSON. Okay, when I click object to JSON, I have to return here. See, it's supposed to be map. Of dynamic, comma, string. Okay. Since it can return anything, so I say dynamic. So let me save. Let me click object to string. It's not encoding. Just use dot to JSON. Okay, so it will be called dot JSON encode. I don't know. Pass there the method, the class. Save. Click on to JSON instance of a person. Sorry. Yeah, it is being encoded, but the problem I was printing a wrong thing. I had to print this processed string. Yeah, I think okay. Now let's click to JSON. Now you can see. Now I hope you can see that. Okay, let me come again. So I can even remove this. I think. Yeah, you see, this is I just add this to JSON, so it will be invoked. So when I say JSON process string equals JSON encode, and then I pass this class. I mean this object of my person. Okay. So now when you click on to JSON, can you see I'm able to get the what? This JSON. So if you want, and one thing that you should know, this is a what? It is a string. So that's where the whole beauty is. It is a string. So it is in a format that anything can receive. It can be web, you can save it to database. So if you can save any kind of data, all classes in a form of a string, and you're able to retrieve it and convert it back to any class, then it means that you have the best way of how you can communicate between different platforms. So that is how we convert an object to string. Now you see, I can change this method. If I put the wrong method name that is not to JSON, and I try to click, you see, it will bring the same one, the same error. So the whole point is always put to JSON method into your class that you want it to be able to be converted to JSON, and then there you'll be able to you return an object which has the rule that you want. So for example, if I want here maybe to return the name of my best friend, okay, so it will just follow that rule. So you see, instead of returning this, it is returning the name of my friend. Okay, instead of returning the name of this. So in other words, this is just why you define the rules when you're converting that particular class to the JSON. So it is very, very, very important. If you don't understand it, please make sure at least you cram it. Okay, it's very important. So if I copy that, okay, so here you may just see it. It is just a plain string, but you can copy it. Time is up, but I'll add some, I think, more few minutes. Let me add like at least 15 minutes. Okay, okay, so I will show you. Come here and search JSON format. Okay, so JSON formatter, you'll find this guy, JSON formatter. It will help you to organize your JSON. Okay, so if I put here, see this is the string that I've just copied in console. So if you want to understand the JSON object properly, you can come and copy, for example, this string that I've copied in console, and you come and paste it here. Okay, then you say format beautify. Okay, so you see they'll format it for you. It is a plain string, just the same data, but here the whole point is that they format it for you. So you'll see everything is beautiful. So you should always know that an object will always start with the what? Will curl brackets. So it is a curl bracket, and then you have the name, and then the value, and then the age, and the value, and the country with the what? With the value of a what? Of a country. So it means that you can now use that to communicate to anything. For example, you cannot save an object into database, but you can save a string into database. So it means that you can be able to save even that object of string into what? Into JSON. It is very, 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 very important in your programming experience. So make sure you understand, please. Okay? It's very important, as I've said it. Okay? So that is how we convert objects. So an object and have another object inside it, no problem. You can go ahead and define the rules how it should be, like here. So that is how we convert data to object. I mean, an object to JSON. So in your free time, play with it. You'll be able to understand and relate things. Okay, we proceed. Now let us proceed and we see how we can do what? How we can convert now the data from JSON to an object. We want to see how we can convert the data from JSON. Let us assume that we already have a JSON file or a JSON records from another system, and want to convert those JSON record to an object that we want. That's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to do from JSON to object. From JSON to string is very straightforward and simple, but let's go ahead and do from JSON to object. Because as I'm going to give you examples, I'm going to show you different APIs, how they communicate data using what? Using JSON. So you must understand JSON. You want it or not, you must understand it. And they are just simple things, though they may seem to be confusing at this moment, but they're just pretty and beautiful things. Beautiful and pretty and simple, beautiful things. Okay, so let's do from what? From JSON to object. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a method from JSON to object. Okay, so this method is not created yet. I'll simply go ahead and create it. So I'll press Alt and Enter, and then the method will be created here. So let us go ahead and demonstrate how we can convert data that is already in JSON to. So since let me comment this guy. So since we already have elaboration that can convert a certain data to JSON, let us go ahead and just first convert what we have to JSON, and then we get it back to the object. So I'll copy this guy and put it here. What am I doing here? I'm first converting this example to JSON. Okay, so that we should have this we should have this processed string in format of JSON. I can just simply put it here. Print. Let me dump it here. So I'm just calling this method so that it should convert now what we have, this object, to what? To JSON. Then after, I'm going to demonstrate how you can now convert from JSON. For example, I'll clean, and then I put here. Now you can see we have this processed string that is already in what? In JSON format. You get it, eh? We have a processed string that is in a what? In JSON format. Now, let us see how we can now convert this processed string to an object, how we can convert it back. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create the second object. Okay, so I'll just simply come and say person. Okay, that is our class, and then maybe I can say my person 2, my person underscore 2 equals. So I'll just simply say JSON decode. You can guess it. JSON decode. JSON encode will convert an object to JSON. A JSON decode will convert JSON string to an object. So JSON decode, I will then pass this string of JSON. I'll pass this string of JSON so that I can start be using it. So I'll pass the string of JSON, this guy. Okay, so now this is my person 2. Let us see if we successfully first collect his name. So I can say simply print and then say person 2 dot what? Dot name. Can just simply put here, yeah, dot name. So if we successfully decode this data from the JSON string, you see, from this JSON string, we'll be able to get the name of this guy. Okay, we'll be able to get the name of this person. Okay, so I'll save, but don't forget that here I first convert it to what? To strings. That this string should have some data of JSON. So I save, I go ahead and click on from JSON. We get again a what? An error. Okay, we're getting an error. So why are we getting an error? We're getting an error because we have not written a method that handles conversion of raw string to what? To JSON. Okay, so we are going to write now the method that will handle that conversion of the raw string to an object that we want. Okay, so to do that, again we come to our class, so a class of person, and then we write this string very carefully as I'm going to show you. You just simply write from as it is there, and then you say JSON. Okay, JSON. It's a method. Okay, but this method will return an object of a person. Okay, it will return an object of a person, so you have to put here person like this. Okay, person like this. So inside here we go ahead and put the logic of creating maybe a temporary person that we're going to return. So I say simply temporary person that you can call P equals new person. Okay, so this method is where we're just trying to put the logic that is going to convert the data to what? To JSON. And then after we have to return this person. Okay, return the person like this. So when JSON decode will be called, this method will be called. Okay, but the point is this method does not have the conversion of the real conversion of data. So to do that, I can now simply go ahead and say my person P dot name. So this one must take what? A parameter. It should take a parameter of map of string. Of string. Yes, I think string. The parameter will always be string, and then dynamic. Okay, and then you can call this map maybe a name, maybe my map, something like this. Okay, so now a person will be equals, name will be inside map, and then this map you can access the name from here like this. Okay, so this is where you can check the condition just in case this guy is null, what should be here. So it will take, we'll go ahead and collect the name, you collect the age, and then we also collect maybe the country. Okay, so that is how we can handle the conversion from JSON to an object. So I save. Now let me go ahead and click on from JSON to object. What are they saying? String is not subtype of person. Wait. Let me see. From JSON, they're saying it's supposed to take, let me just take dynamic and you see. Okay, JSON decode. We can just simply say,
person. I can just simply put, I think, here as person. Just simply put here. That is from JSON. Let me make this static. Anji? Nchi? Viri wansi gendo pikingeko kinene kyesinga binene. Alikisanga wano? Kale kiteeke wano nja kiwa Jessica jakiteeke. Kuba kiwe Jessica? Kiwe Jessica besibeera. Okay, so someone is calling me here. So from JSON, I will come and put this here. A better way we can do it. So from JSON, it will take a string. It's supposed to be a string. Going to become messy. String, and then we put here map equals to JSON decode, then you pass this. So this is where we're going to put a list, a map of I think you're seeing stars now. Map of string and then comma dynamic. Okay, so just on decode. Okay, then put here. Okay, so this will convert to map and then this will be able to return it. So I'll just call it from here, from JSON, and I pass this guy. Hope everything is now right. Then you can see we're able to retrieve data from what? From JSON back to what? To a person. So let me go ahead and show you here that even if we change the name, for example, let's say this is my person and I change it. The name I maybe make it Mohinto Mubarak. Okay, so I put a semicolon. So we want to see if even the names can be changed. Just to prove that when you call this guy, it is converted to JSON, and then we have a different name that is not the default. So let's go ahead and click on from JSON. You can see we're able to see it. Let me just repeat it very slowly, and we finish this session. This is just from JSON. It is a class, a method that is static that we have put inside here, and it will return a person parameter, and then it will just simply convert the plain string to JSON format into the map, and then the map will collect the name and the rest, and then return the person. So when you call an object of a person from JSON, it will go ahead and do what and convert it in that way. Only that I want to try using this JSON decode here without going that far. JSON decode, and then I remove this static here, and see if we'll achieve the same thing. So when I click from JSON, no, it will not work. It has to be static, but I'll find a better way how I can do that. So that makes our first session. Mainly, you have seen how we can now convert the data to JSON and also from JSON. I'll share with you this source code so that you can be able to understand what I'm talking about when you look at my code. Okay, but the whole point is you can pause the video and look at it very carefully so that you understand how you can convert the objects either to JSON or from JSON. It is very, very, very important. Okay, so put your IDs into the chat. I collect your first attendees, as I said, and then we'll go for a short break of 5 minutes, meaning we'll have to come back at exactly 32 past 3. I mean 32 past 3. Okay, so put your IDs. Put your ID into the chat. Your registration numbers. Okay, put your registration number into the chat. Otherwise, if you don't do that, maybe I'll not count you as you attended this first session. And then we'll come back before 3:45. We come back before 3:45. 3:45 will be starting the second session. Okay, so put your ID into the chat. You can as well attach your name, it's also okay. And then after a break, you come back and resume from this point. Put your ID, your registration numbers into the chat, and then you go for a short break. At 45, 15 minutes to 4, we'll be starting the second session. Hello, and welcome back to another lecture of learning how to create mobile applications using Flutter. In today's lecture, we're going to resume from where we had stopped at in the previous classes. And you remember in the previous classes, we had already covered a lot of things, around 14 different topics. So today we're going to resume, and we're going to take 60 minutes in this class. As you can see, these are the things that we had covered in previous classes of Flutter. So if this is your first time here, I recommend you to find the playlist link in the description of this video and then start learning from the first video. But if you're already somewhere in Flutter, still no problem. You can take it from here. So we always put our data or our source code into on GitHub repository. So if you want this copy of source code, just simply come to my repository, which you can find on GitHub. I'll share the link in the description. You can be able to clone everything that I have done here, and you have exemplary of each source code. So without wasting much time, I'm going to proceed from how we stopped at. Last time we stopped at the JSON file and how you can get the JSON, all those things. So today we're going to proceed from there, and we are going to see how we can do what? How we can use the local database. Using local database on the mobile application is very, very important. So we're going to look at how we can get started with local database and why we need it and how we use it. So with that brief introduction, we are going to start counting our timer. You can see it has already started counting. So I'm going to go straight into business and start programming. I don't know whether the light mode is the better one or if you can see things still in dark mode. I don't know, maybe from your feedback, I'll see which one is preferable for you. So let me increase my font here so you can see things much more clearly. And come here to settings. Come here to appearance, and then I'll increase the font size maybe to 18. And I think now that is the font size of the, then I'll come also the font size of the source code and maybe increase it maybe to 20. Hope now you can see things much more clearly. So dark mode, the better. Okay, maybe for you. I also found it better for me. I've been a light mode guy, but until I realized dark mode can do better. So from other guys, we can also hear from them which one is much more better. So let's go straight into business. And as you can see, so we start, right? Let's start, So why do you need local storage? Sometimes, the data that we always use is HTTP from internet, and it is stateless. So we may need to store some information on local storage that next time we want to collect data from internet, we identify ourselves using tokens and using token. So this logic in mobile applications or cookies or sessions is not provided. So you have to write your own logic to see that you are able to store the data on your storage. Also, most of times these days, users don't have that time to wait. So it would be very good thing that in case a user is accessing information, you are able to save it on his mobile phone, so that next time you want to access it, you just give him the copy that is on the mobile phone, other than again making them to wait for the request to go on the server and do what? And load it. So it is very, very, very smart move. As you can see, almost in all applications right now, they save the data on the mobile phone, and then they be updating that data in background, but while you're showing the user data that has been loaded on the what? On the mobile phone. For example, WhatsApp, even if you're offline, you're able to see your messages, even if you're in flight mode. So does it mean that those messages were loaded from the internet or from the online server? Of course, no. They load those messages from background and they save it on your what? On your phone. Then they be showing those messages that are coming from your phone. But why the logic is, they go to the internet, they get those messages, they save them on the phone, then they display you, they give you a copy that's on the phone. So in case there's a new update from internet, they go to that, they get that update and they update the local version. So that's how WhatsApp works. That's how Facebook works. That's how many applications that you see today work. They save the data on your device. So in case you're offline, still you can be able to do what? To access your data. That's what we call offline capability. So I hope you're getting the reason why we need to know how to use the local storage, because users these days, they don't have that time to wait. Should the application show loading every time you go to fetch the data to internet from internet, then users will abandon your application. So that's why the local storage is very, very, very important. So in today's class, I'm going to introduce you to local storages that we use in Flutter, so that you can pick your own and also get started with the one that I'm going to show you today. So we have different local storages on Flutter, but let me go to internet here. So we have the first one, which will store information in form of a key and a value. We call those ones preferences. So you can search a package. In fact, they come in form of packages, because the Flutter framework has to be very light, so they don't include those things there, because some people will not want it. So Flutter, they include only basic things like buttons, containers, but these things like storage or what, you have to add an extra package, because some people may not need it, so they don't ship it with Flutter. So the first one, we have the one which will store your data in form of a key and a value. Okay, so you can call it shared preferences. Shared preferences. So Flutter. So this one is just a simple local storage. Okay, and the package is here, this first package. So it is just a simple storage. It will just store a value and a key, a value and a key. So you cannot perform some kind of SQL or extended filtering. So it will store, for example, just a storeable string. To store inside this string, it will store this data. So that next time you open your application, you can access that string. So this package is very simple. You can come and teach it to yourself at any time. It will just, the point is to store your data in form of a name and a value, a name and a value. And then later when you open application again, it will be able to, you'll be able to retrieve that name and value later. You can also store even a list of strings. So that is it's very simple package in case you don't want to do a lot of logic, a lot of what. You just maybe want to log in a user, only logging in and being able to know which user is logged in at this moment. You can use this one. You can, it is very simple, very popular. You can come and even teach it to yourself. It's called shared preferences. So it is just a key value what? A key value database. It will store for you the key, and so it is supported on Android, on Linux, on web and Windows. So in your free time, come and teach yourself this one. It is very important sometimes when you don't want very complex what? Complex database. So another one, it is called Flutter Hive. So Flutter Hive like this. It's also a package, but this one is also a kind of extended database. You don't write SQL to access it. So this one, for it, you will store complex things. You will store an object. You will store a JSON object. You will store there a list of things. So this one is a little bit complex. It's kind of more of what? Database. So this one can be used when you're dealing with what? With much more data. But I've used this one. It works, but for me, it kind of gave me some limitation since you cannot write SQL. Okay. But so I'll not start with this one, but I'm going to show you another one that is favorite for me now, and it is working for me very more perfectly. So it means that if the other one that I'm going to show you doesn't work for you, you can come and teach yourself this one, since I'll have given you the reason why you need the local database. But also still in your free time, you can still come and teach yourself this one. It's called Flutter Hive. It's called Hive, okay? Just you can search Hive package. It is very popular and I've been using it. Okay, so the examples are here, how you can install it, and they have a very good documentation here. When you click here, they'll show you step by step. Though for me, I found it so much complicated and complex. Okay, so that is the second one. But this one is what? Is when you're dealing with bigger data. This one is just when you're dealing with the key and value. Okay, this one is when you're dealing with what? With complex data, maybe you want to store a list of JSON, etc. So that is called Flutter Hive. So we have another one. Another one is called SQL Flight. SQL Flight. It is motivated by SQL Flight. It is motivated by SQLite, and it uses what? SQLite. So in simple terms, SQLite is a database engine written in C programming language. It is not a standalone application, rather it's a library and a software embedded in there in apps such as. So this, in simple terms, SQLite is a database, like the way you can see MySQL database and the rest, is a database that is what is embedded into the mobile applications. I mean, system like different operating systems such as Android, iOS, and the Windows. So Windows and iOS and Android, they come with a default database called what? SQLite. So SQLite, it comes by default in your phone, and it stores. You can use it to perform some simple SQLs, such as creating a table, inserting something in the table, writing some simple SQL with where conditions, and also deleting. You cannot do, of course, so many complicated SQL fields, but it can give you basics of CRUD, whereby you can do some simple querying on your on the mobile phone. Okay, so instead of having that online database stored on the phone, you can use it. Stored on the phone. That is on the server. You can use that one of the mobile phone. So in simple terms, like the way you see my SQL, there you see Oracle. So SQLite is also like that one, but on mobile phone. Okay, so it is a database that comes with the with the mobile phone. So to access it using in Flutter, you need a certain package that will give you ability to act as an interface between what your program or your application with with that real SQLite. So this is the one that we're going to do to use SQLite. So in Flutter, it's called SQFlite. SQFlite. I think that's how we can pronounce it. So go ahead and search SQFlite and then click on it, and then you'll see its introduction here. A very popular package, 100% publication, maximum points, and a lot of likes. Okay, so it is very good database. Okay, so it's the one that we're going to start with. So it supports Android, iOS, and macOS. It does not support web. So in case you want to, also this is also another thing, the factor that you may need to consider. So in case you want to do an application that will be supporting web, a Flutter application that will publish for web or will publish for Windows operating system, so I would not recommend SQLite because it does not support those devices. It does not support those platforms. If you want to publish also for web, the same application want to publish it for Windows, then I recommend SQL Hive. You can see SQL Hive. For it, you can use it on Windows, you can use it on web, you can use it on Mac OS. It can work on Mac OS, it can work on Linux, it can work on iOS, it can work on Android. So it cuts across. So if you want to make for iOS, you better use what? SQL Hive. Okay, Flutter Hive. So if you want to develop for Android only and iOS, then you better use Flutter. So if you want your application to run on web, so still I recommend, according to your preferences, I want your application or making it for, but I'll recommend Flutter, SQLite, right? SQLite. Why? Because unless you're going to work for Windows, unless you want to make for Windows, then you can go for what? For Flutter Hive. But in case you want to make just for iOS and macOS and Android, then SQLite is favorite for you. So with that much said, let's get started. So the first thing you can come here and read this documentation step by step. But for me, what I'm going to take you to the main points. I'll not grid word by word. Okay, so that's why you're here, so that I can take you in the path without going so far. But I recommend in your free time, come and read this step by step so you can understand even what I'll not be able to cover in this lecture. So let's start. I'm going to start by creating what? I'm going to start by creating by installing the package. So to install the package, click on installing. They'll show you the steps. You can either run this command in the folder of your project, or you can add this in the dependencies. Okay, in your dependencies. So what I'm going to do for me, I'm going to run this in the folder of my project. Okay, so that I can do what? I can add this package. So those are the two ways you can do what? You can add this Flutter SQFlite in your project. So let me go ahead and run this and copy this. So I'll come to my project. It is here, and then I will go ahead and do what? So I'll go ahead and and run this piece of line into my project. So I'll come here and click on terminal, and then I'll paste that link here. Or the other way around, you can simply come to your pubspec.yaml and then come and add that package where, come and add that package here. Okay, so let me go ahead and run it. So I'll click here and paste the link there. So in the terminal, and I press enter. So to process, and then it has successfully installed. So if I come to my pubspec.yaml, I should be able to do what? I should be able to see this package here. So the package is here, it has been added. So you can other way copy this and manually paste it there and run pubget. So through that way, I have done what? I've successfully installed Flutter package. I mean SQLite into my what? Into my project. Those are the two simple steps that you can do what you can use to install SQLite. So the first thing, we are going to begin by creating a database and then also inserting something into the database. Okay, so let's go ahead and run our application so you can have that screen here, and then you create a screen for what? For creating the package. So that's our mobile app. You can see it is there. So that's our mobile application, right? So the next thing is now we're going to create here. If you want to get this source code, I'll put the link in the description so you can get exactly where I am right now. So the next thing I'm going to now put here a screen for creating a what? Creating a table and inserting their data. Okay, so maybe you can say create. So I'll go ahead and collapse everything here, and then come to our files, then come to lib, then come to screens. I'm going to create another screen here that we're going to use for what? For creating that. So let me create a special folder for what? For local database. So I'll come here and say new directory. What did I do? I'll click new and then say directory here, and I'm going to call this one SQLite. Okay, or I can say local DB. How can I name it? Local DB. Or I can call it database. Let me call it database. So this is where I'm going to be saving my screens of database. So let's go ahead and copy one screen here that can be important to us, and then we based on that one to create. Let me copy this screen because I see it already have some fields, and then it's the one that you're going to based on. So I already have, it's called form fields, form other fields. This is form decoration. Let me copy this one, form other fields. I'll copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here in this directory. I'm going to call it database create, database create screen. Okay, so there it is, and it is here. So I'm going to do what? To paste. There we go. You know what I've done? I've just selected each word, press Alt and Enter, and replace the what? The name. Okay. So that's it. So I'm going to change the title to table create. Is it table create or database create? Database create table. I don't know. Create table. Okay. So in this, we're going to learn how a table can do what? Can be created. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to add this screen in front here so that if someone clicks, it should be taken to that screen. I think I'm going to put it on top so that we don't scroll bottom. I don't know. Should I put on top? Let me put on bottom since that's the order that we've been following. So let's go ahead and add it there. So I'll come here to my main. Okay, this is the main. So I'm going to come here to bottom and add create table. Okay, so I'll duplicate this guy and come and add here DB. So everything that's about database, I can call DB table create. Okay, so this is the one that you're going to do what? To create the table. So you can put a relevant relevant icon. Yeah, you can put here some description. So then we come and change here the navigation. If someone clicks on this one, it should be taken to this screen. Press Alt and Enter like that. So if I save, now it should be in the bottom here. You see, there it is. So if I click here, I'm taken to this screen. Okay. So that's it. Now let's go ahead and now look at the logic of creating a table. So I'm going to put here just my simple button here in the bottom. So this is our screen. I'm going to come here in the bottom and put some button, just a simple button for creating table. Let me remove this guy and come and put here a button to create table. I think Flutter wizard called raised what? Raised button. How do you call it? The buttons in Flutter. I even forget the name of Flutter button. How do you create buttons in Flutter? I always use equal and I have some package that I always use.
I don't know how to know.
It's called elevated, elevated button. So I'll press Alt and Enter so it can, so we have on pressed. On pressed, so you will put your function for on pressed, and then we'll have a child, which is going to be text, and you can call this one create table. So if I save, our button is there. So if you click here, it should create a table. Okay, create a table. So it is better to organize your data in form of models. As I told you, you always organize your data in form of what? In form of models. Let us say that you want to create our simple system where I'll be saving the movies that you have watched. So if you watch a movie, you come and save it. If you watch a movie, you come and what? You come and save it. So later you can be able to do what? To access them. So let's say that's what you want to do, the system. For example, if you a person of movies, sometimes you can have so many movies, but after like 3 years, you don't know which movies you have watched and which one you have not used. So before you download a movie, you may want to first check, have I watched this movie already or not? Or maybe which movie was good for me so I can watch again or not. Something like that. So you want to create a simple system where you can see the movies that you have ever watched and which one, how favorite were they, how good were they, so you can access them later. So before you download another movie, you first check if this movie is already in your library. So it means that we're going to create a model that is going to handle the what? The movies, or that's going to work on the movies. And in that model, this is why we're going to have this all this logic of what? Of creating the data of creating its relevant table, etc. So let's go ahead and create a special package, a special folder for models. So I'll come to my project. As I told you, you always organize your what? Your project. So I already created a folder for what? For models. It's already there. Okay. So I'm going to create a new model of what? Of a movie. So right click here and say new file. Okay. So I'm going to call it movie model.dat. Okay. So there it is. So I'll create a class for this movie model. I'll just simply say class movie.dat and movie model.model. Is that correct spelling of model? Why am I being on? And saying what? Typo. Is that correct spelling of model? Hope it's okay. So is it wait? Model is supposed, the E is supposed to be at last, yeah. The L. It's better to write correct spelling here. So there we go. I've renamed. I'll come here and change this guy to name. Okay. So our movie model is there. So let us define the properties that we need to our movie models. So our movie models may have an integer of ID. Okay. Another thing, so this ID by default can always be 0, and or we can create a what? A constructor for it. Okay, you can create a constructor for this movie model. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. It can either create constructors or you can put default values. It's up to you. Let's put default values. By default is 0. Let's make constructors, it still be required. So we'll have a movie model. IDs will be required. So the next thing, let's make it 0. I don't know. Actually, let us make it 0. Will be auto incrementing. So we'll have the model. Then the next thing is after the ID, maybe we'll have the title. So this title will be a string of title. So you can have maybe movie cover photo. You can have the actor, whatever. Let me put maybe actor. And do you call them category or genre? Category. Yeah, so I think that's enough. And maybe some details. I'm just showing you how to perform some simple code. Maybe you can put also a double of rating. Integer of what? Of rating. So this can be enough for you to get started and understand local databases. So that is how you're going to do what? To create a model. So this is the model that will be handling all the logic of what? All the logic of a movie, right? So we want to create now the logic of, in case we want to save this database. In case we want to save this movie on our local database, what should we do? So to do that, you're going to create a function that will be first creating a table. Before you save something, you first create a space where you save it. So you'll have to first create a table before you save something inside that table. So let us create a logic that will be responsible for creating the table. So it's going to be just a simple function. I can call it table create, like this, and like this. Okay, so this one will be purposely for what? For creating a table. So sometimes you may need to define your things that you should not repeat yourself. So I'm going to put here a final static called table name. So this one always contain a static file. It's supposed to be static final, right? Static first. So this one is going to contain the name static string, is it? The name of a what? The table. Why is it warning? Yeah, better put constant here. So table name. What do they do? suggesting. Like this. Let me just make it. Okay, so this is going to be the table what? The table name of this what? Of this. So that we make sure that it is not changeable. So I can call it movies. So I'll be referencing it when we want to access the what? The movies. So now after that, now we're going to create a what? A table. So to create a table in Flutter, Flutter Flight, you'll be referencing, of course, documentation. Come to documentation, come and see create table. It is here, just on the home page, readme. Okay, so search create table. So create table, this is how we do it. We create table. So I'm just going to copy this piece of code, and then I do what? I create a table. So before you create a table, you first need to define the path of the what? Of your project. Okay, you have to first define the path of your what? Of your database, where your database should be saved in local database. So you can simply come and copy this and then come and paste it here. So come and press Alt and Enter. So this can be changed to what? Wait. So this is called a variable. So a path of database is where you want your database to be what? To be saved. So write this, press Alt and Enter. Is it join? No, you don't need that join. Just put this one. Just as simple as that. Database path. You can just create your own path, okay? So this is a path where our database will be saved. So we better have a file of constants, or where you'll be referencing your what? Your constants, because some things you need to have them constantly so that you make sure they are not changeable. So let me create here a file called my constants, and I'll be saving there my constant files only. I mean my constant strings. Okay, so I'm going to create a file here called maybe my constants, like the application name, the API link, etc. That. Can I do something like this? Let me see. And I can just simply come and copy this guy, paste it here, and maybe database path. Enter. I need to have it a class. I can call it application configuration. Okay, and then I put this constant, and I'm going to create the first constant. I'm going to call it what? Database path. I mean, I can call it database. Like I say, local DB path. Why am I doing like this? Because I want to make sure this thing is not what? Is not changeable. So this one I can call it maybe the application name. Maybe you have to make sure that it does not look like another thing. Flutter. You can call it just maybe your application. My app name. Okay. So that is the name of what? Of our database. Okay. So make sure that it is not changeable. That's why I am defining it as constant here. So if I want to create a database, I'll have to first define the path. So, you know, our path is now inside this class of what? Inside this class of app config. So this is where we'll be. I already have it. My constants. I think I already have it somewhere. Okay. So I'm smart. I already have it. I can delete this guy. I can delete this guy called my constants. We already have this class called app config here. So we'll have our constants there. So I'm going to call local DB here. So instead of writing here manually like a string here, now how about next time? So you'll not should be sure. So I'll put app config and then reference to the other constant config dot local DB. So this is the constant I'm creating. So this is deleting. Yeah. So delete path. This is our get path DB. Let's say open. Yeah, it is. You get it like this. So come and put this, and you see the name of your DB should be .db. So I have to put here .db like this. Okay. So I have to make sure it is .db. the name of your database. So it's going to be, I remove this guy and come and make this one variable db equals await, and then I put here open database, and then I put here my constant name. Okay, constant app.localconfig, then constant. So this is how I open the database. Just say open database and then put await. Okay, so the database will come here. So after, you'll have to check if your database was successfully opened or not. Okay, so before you create database, you have to check at least if it was open or not. So check if it was open or not. You just simply say if db is open. Okay, so I'll check if it's not open, then I'll not proceed from here. You can maybe send a warning, create some kind of toast. I think we already created that function that can do some toast. Yes, you see, we already have this function. Okay, so it is inside utils if you've been following. So I can make here some simple toast and say utils dot what dot toast. I can say failed to open database. So I'll not proceed from here and I return. So maybe you can report this one as a what? As a bug. Okay. So if it passes there, I know it successfully opened the what? The database. So the next thing I'll have to create now the what? The table. Okay. So let me search here. The logic of creating table, create table. It is here. This is how we create a table. So I'll copy it and explain it. So copy this piece of code, come here, and I'm going to explain it one by one. So I'll collapse this guy. So this is how we create a table. You just simply say, so I already have the database. I've already opened the database. Database equals await path. No, I've already opened the database. So this is how you can create maybe the database with versions. Okay, I can as well create, open it from here. So db equals database equals await open database. So I make sure that our databases are opened. Yeah, this one can also work and create the create database. I don't want this method. I don't do it like that. But this is the in case you want to create all your database at once, you can use this method. So you can store your database in form of what? In form of versions. Okay. So this one, in case you have some migrations, you can always store, create your data, your tables once. So I'm not going to use this method. I'm just going to use a simple one, a simple method. So to create a database, you just simply say await the database that you open, which is db, and then say dot execute. So dot execute, you put there your SQL of creating a what? Create a database. Okay. So let us write our SQL. It's going to say create table, and then you put here the table name. So the table name will have, it's already defined here. So I'll put here $. So I say movie dot table name. It's have to be surrounded with what? With bracket. Like this. Movie model dot table name. So this table name will be substituted here. So that will help me not to make mistakes of changing the words. So then you open bracket and start doing what? And start putting the values there. So it's going to be create. Let me write as one word so you cannot confuse you. So start creating the values. So ID is going to be integer and primary key. So if you want it to auto increment, you can simply add there auto increment. So just come and search here. We have auto increment. So you put, this is how you put auto increment. So if I want this ID to be auto incremented, I just add there auto increment. So every time you add a movie, the database will have to figure a new ID for it, other than us to do that logic of what? Of creating a new ID. So it will automatically increment the ID. So the next thing is the title. So I'll change this guy to title. So title in small letters. So this is our, where we'll save the title. So it will be what? A text. So that the next database, the next data type. The first data type is integer, text, and then new. So that is another data type. So comma, and then it will be text. So another data type is going to be actor, is also going to be a text. So I'll say actor and then say text in capital letters, text. Another one is category, It's also going to be what? A simple text. Category, and then say text, like this. So that is our simple SQL for creating a table. Integer, text. So that is the one for creating table. So I hope we are together here. I hope you're not confused. This is a simple SQL of creating table. Create table, table name, then put ID integer, primary key, auto increment, comma, title is a text. If you want it to be even nullable, you can just simply put here. By default, it is nullable. And then if actor is a text, and then category is a text. So if you want to add more fields, you can as well do what? You can as well add them. So you can put this one in try and catch. In case it fails, you can see the error. So you can put here catch, and then put here exception, and then put here and print here failed to create table because, and then you put here the the reason, okay, maybe dot to string. So there I can know why the table was not created. So on top here, you can put, if it reaches here, of course, you know success, okay? Table created successfully. Table created successfully. Okay, so that is how you create what? That's how you create table. Okay, that's how you create table. So that's it. That's it. So you can close database, but that's not necessary. So let's go ahead and create the table. So you have to link this logic to this button. When you click here, this should be executed. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'll just simply come and create an instance of this movie model into our screen here. So I'll come to our database create screen and then put here the logic of creating a movie table. So I'll come here and say create movie table, or I can say create new movie. Create movie table, just like this. Okay, so I can create here a simple method that's going to handle that. So I can just simply press Alt and Enter, so that when I create this, it is called. Oh, there are so many ways you can do that. You can as well create just an instance of a movie model. Let us create an instance of a movie model. Okay, so just come on top and say movie model. Press Alt and Enter so it can be imported, and say my movie, okay, equals to new movie. So if it's not included, just press Alt and Enter to be imported. Okay, so I can remove this new movie. Sorry. So that is our movie object. So I want, when I click here, it should call the create table inside this movie. So what we do, we come here on the press here, and then put, when you click, it should just say create what? Create table. You see, I hope that is straightforward, right? Hope that is straightforward. So now I save. After saving, now let's go ahead and open our terminal, which is here. Clean everything. Okay, now let us click, tap. Beautiful. Table created successfully. So it means that our table has been created successfully. Let us click again, failed. So it has failed to create a table. Why? Because this table already exists. So you cannot create a table of same name, same 2 times. So that's why I see this fail. Okay, so that's beautiful. So you have to put a logic that will make sure that the table is created 1 time. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. You can just simply come and say SQLite if create table if not exist. Okay, So come here to Stack Overflow, you'll see solution for that. So you want to write that line in case the table does not exist. You do what? You do what? You create it. So this is how it works. You add that piece of line here, just if not exist. So all that is comes with experience. Okay. So I want to make sure that this line is only executed if the table does not exist. So I'll come to the method, press Ctrl and click on it, and then I'll add it here. Where is it? Before the table name, right? So before the table name. So it will be like create table if not exist. So it will not throw what? The error. So I run here and then I click on create table. You see, it's not throwing the error. So the table is already created successfully. So it will ignore if the table already exists. That is a cleaner way or a better way to create a table if it does not exist. So that is so beautiful. We can now create a table on our what? On our local phone. So they can even 20 tables, 30 tables. So even though some user is offline, you're able to show them something on their phones. That is so beautiful. You can write a lot of things, you can do a lot of good things with it. It's really beautiful. So with that done, we proceed to what? To inserting data into the table, right? So I'm going to duplicate this same page and I'm going to create another page for what? For inserting data. Okay, insert data. So I'll just simply come to this guy and then I will come here. Sorry. Here, this one, database grid, and I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it so I can have the one for inserting. Create table. So I'll copy this and paste, and I'm going to call it database insert. So that's our second screen. Okay, so database insert. I'll come and select everything here and paste the class name, and then maybe you can call this one insert data into tables. Okay, into SQL flight table, whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this one to our main screen here. Okay, so I'll come to our main. Okay, so I'll come and duplicate this last line. Okay, and then come to our DB. This is title. So I'll call this one DB insert data into table. How to save data locally. So that's okay. That's beautiful. So I'll come and change this one to press Alt and Enter. So that is so beautiful, right? So now that's okay. So let's go ahead. It is let us put a relevant icon. Maybe put something. Create. Beautiful. Yeah, it's nice. So if you click here, we are here. Okay, that's so beautiful. Okay, so now let us put here the movie title. Let us put the movie information that you want. So create name. So I'll come here. I'll come on this screen of insert. So let us put the parameter, the field that you want. So you want the movie title, the movie actor, and the category. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing it will be title. I can call this guy movie title. You can put a relevant icon if you want an icon, or you can remove. I don't know. I don't know whether that's okay. Okay, movie title. So the name will be movie title. Okay, so the next thing is going to be movie what? You can put validation, etc. The next thing is going to be movie, movie actor, movie category. Let us first begin movie actor. Movie actor. So put here icon of user, person. As come for movie actor, remove this read only so it can be editable, and then maybe okay, movie actor. This movie it. Okay, so the last thing is the category. So the category can do drop down. Had you done that thing of drop down before? Let me see. Drop down. Not yet. So come and search flutter form. Okay, just search form builder. You don't need to memorize all these things, eh? So come and search the drop. Just all you need is to know that they exist. That's all you need. The rest, once you go to real world, there's no cheating that in exam. What you can do anything you want. Okay. So don't stress. Just know things that exist. Next time you want, just come and copy, paste, modify. So that's it. So I'll come and duplicate this guy here. This is a drop down. You remember we're using form builder, if you still remember. So the initial value, I'll remove it. The initial value can put none, so I'll remove the initial value. So the label is going to be what? It's going to be it's going to be what? It's going to be category or movie genre. What's going to be suffix button? I don't need it, right? I don't need suffix button. I just need maybe the decoration. Copy the same decoration so it can be consistent. So I'll come and paste here my decoration. So it's going to be movie category. So a lot of warnings. So come and put here movie categories list. So it's going to be a list of movie categories. Really, you can have just a list of string like this one, eh? Like this guy, like this one. Okay, a list of strings. So I can come and put also inside here my constants movie categories. So I can come to my constants so that they should not change every time. So come to app config, yes, and define a static list of movie categories. So I can call it movie categories like this, and then I put maybe action, so this is our simple list of movie categories. Put action, put drama, put sci-fi, that's how I don't know. Put what? Put sci-fi, put love story, put fiction, put comedy, put maybe TV series. Then lastly, I put maybe anime. Yeah, like this. So I'm going to reference this into our list there. So I'll come here and put app config dot what dot movie categories. I press Alt and Enter to import this guy. So if I save, I hope that's beautiful child. What is this? Drop down. Okay, so you can change here maybe name, and then can be name here. The value can be name. I don't know, whatever. So save. Yeah, we have the categories. Just put red icon for category. Beautiful. So there we go. So those are enough. So I can put here the movie title. I put here the movie actor. I select the category and say save. So save movie, save movie. So we can write a logic of saving a movie. Before we save, maybe we can do some simple what? Some simple validation. Yeah, something like that. Or you can do even the validation here. But the good practice, you can write a special function for saving the movie. Okay, so let's just write it anyway. Practicing good practice. So maybe I can write here save movie. Save movie. So we see if the title is okay before I do it. So I'll press Alt and Enter. Create method, Alt and Enter. So here it is. How did this toast reach here? Let's remove this guy. We don't need it. So save movie, right? So here maybe do some validation. I check if movie title is maybe dot length is less than 3. There is no movie which has less than 3 letters. So I can do some toast utils dot what? Dot toast and say utils dot. I already had this. Utils dot toast. Enter correct movie title, and then I return here so I don't proceed. So go ahead and validate for the title and validate what? Validate what next? We validate the title, we validate the actor, just some simple validation. You can run some more validation, validate what? Validate category, like that. So you can have some more cleaner data. I'm just showing you how you can validate things better. So here you go ahead and save, okay? And save the movie. So now remember we have not collected these fields. So I'm going to show you a better way of how you can collect. So you may need to collect the data each time the person is entering. When someone is typing, you collect the data. When someone is typing, you collect the data. So to do that, you have to add here one more function, which we call on change. Okay, so when the letters are changing, you collect that data. So to do that, I'll come here to my first one, which is a title. Okay, so in this field, I'm going to add on change. So it's going to be a method that will give me a value that has been changed. Okay, so I can call it S, I can call anything. So I want every time someone types, I collect the data and I save it. I put it in this item of movie, right? So I'll just simply say on change and then say put title equals to x dot what dot to string. So it will automatically help collect this title every time someone types in. So this one will help us not again to come and collect the data physically. Though there is a way how you can collect data, but that will help us to get the information on fly. So so every time person changes here, we are getting the information. Okay, let me prove to you that the time is over, but I can do it very fast. Let me come here in title. Let me come here and show you something. So I can come here and I put movie title there. Okay. Why is it crying? Oh, it's constant. Movie title there. So I'll come and put here. Every time it changes, I save and update status. Set status. So if I save, now you see what's going to happen. If I come here and put Apple, you see the title is also changing. Okay? So it means that I'm collecting the information on fly. Apple Calypso. Apple Calypso. You see the information is changing. So that is the whole point. You can collect the information on fly like this. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that for the rest. So I'm going to add the same on the actor. So I'll put it on actor change. I collect the what? The actor. And come here on, so this one called gender. It's called category, but it doesn't matter. So on category change, this one say category. That's beautiful, right? Then later validate. So I put here time to save, right? I can put here time to save movie. Okay. Can put maybe saving here, like I toast and say saving. So I put save movie, you see, enter actor. So since this one is an error, remember we had already put something like you can even pass more parameters to change the color type. So you see, when I click there, saving movie. Okay. That I hope that's the background color. Colors dot red. Remember what the way we designed that toast. Okay. You can change the background color through here, but it's optional. So these warnings, I want them to show red color. So when I click on save, you see it is red color. So the person knows something's not right. So now let us enter what is the problem. Enter actor name. Maybe John Rambo. Our time is up, but I'm concluding. I'm finishing. John Rambo. Something like this. Okay. So it is action packed. Then I save. You see? Time to save. So now let us do the logic of saving, and then we call it a day. So to save the movie locally, no, I promised you 60 minutes. So that makes the end of today's class. So in the next class, we'll have to begin from there. We are going to now save the movie and also do the remaining things. Listing the movie, checking if the movie exists, all that kamumbuluze. We'll do it in the next class, as we are also practicing the good practices of programming. What the hell? I was not recording? No, I was recording. So that's it.
Good morning once again, and welcome to our 19th. I think it's 19th, if not 18th, but I think it's 19th lecture of creating mobile applications. I still remember when we started this journey, and I applaud everyone who is still pushing. But if it's your first lecture, still no problem, feel at home. But all what I can say is let us keep around, keep pushing until we complete what we all started together. So as you can see, I've already started our emulator and the application that we have been doing, and I've already opened the source code. As I told you, this source code I share it on GitHub, so in case you want to get started with what I've been doing, or you want to remind yourself, you can clone the source code, and the link I always paste it in the description of this video series. So without wasting much time, we're going to go straight to our business where we stopped at. And you remember yesterday we stopped at a point where we were able to insert data. I mean, we were able to create the table on a local device. So today we're going to resume from there, and we're going to learn how we can insert data into the table, or in a local device, or on a mobile phone. So without wasting much time, let us go straight into business, and we proceed from how we stopped at in the previous class. So let's start. I hope you can hear me clearly. I hope you can see my screen clearly. If I can get feedback from one of you, it will be very useful. Members, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
And you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
That is so beautiful. Okay, as we always do it, we're going to do 60 minutes. As you can see, our time has already started. So I call upon all of you to be very much attentive, concentrate in these 60 minutes, so you should not miss any bit.
But after 60 minutes, then you can go and play and do anything that you wanted. But in these 60 minutes, please try to concentrate and give this gift to yourself. Okay, so let's go straight into business. Enough of introduction. So last time, this is what we did. We were able to create a what? A table. So if you come in the console and they click on run, you can see table was created successfully. If I click there and you remember when we add, if the table is already created, it should not be created twice. It helps us not to create a table twice and helps us to not to get that error. So you see everything is successful. So today we are going now to see how we can insert data into our table. If you remember, our table is having a model of movie, whereby a movie will be having the ID, it will have the rating, it will have the title, and then it will have the actor, and the category. So this is the form that we did, and you remember we stopped at the point where we were able to enter the information and we're on the point of saving movie. So without wasting much time, let's start. So let us first go to where this form is. So this form is under local database, this chapter, and then it is under database create screen. So if I come to this, you'll see, I think I should increase I think the font is clear. So it is here. We're having, is it here? Nope. Create table. No, this is a create table. It is here, insert. Okay. So still remember, we're collecting the movie title. We collect the movie string, the movie actor, and then we collect on the category on change, and also collect. And when you click on submit, we're calling a function, this one, save movie, this function. So we first validate, and then we had to do some toast that it's time to save. So if I click on submit now, you see we enter correct movie title. So let me say Avatar, and then if I click on save, there is enter movie correct. This is what movie title is, correct actor. Okay, movie actor. So if I click on save, should be enter correct movie actor. So let me say maybe games. Then when I save, still I have to select the category. So if I select the category, Avatar, it can be drama, and then I say save. You see, it's time to save. So now we're going to write the logic of saving. Okay. So the logic of saving, we're going to put it inside what? Inside this movie model, so that everything that will be dealing with the saving of the movie model, it will be inside there. So I'll come here into this class of movie model, which is here under models under movie model here. So we are going to create a method that is going to be working on the logic of what? Of saving. So I'm going to call it save. Okay. So I'll just simply come here and create another method. I'm going to call it save. It will be saving the object itself. Okay. So now after there, I have to make sure that the database, of course, when you're about to save, you have to make sure the database is created. Okay. So the database is, the table is created. So I'll be calling this table create to make sure that everything is well before we do it, before we proceed. So I'll just simply come and call this method of table create. So I'll call it here. So that I should not try to insert before the table is created, right? So, and remember, this will help us to create the table only one time. So I'll put here await. So await means that this can take time to create the table. So you have to wait for it. Otherwise, if you just call it like this without putting await, then it means that it will not wait for it. It will go to the second line. So there will be two processes that will take time, but they're operating at the same time. So it means that before you create a table, you'll be trying to do what? To insert data. So you have to await. So that's a synchronous process. So you have to put here await. Then if it brings an warning, then means here that you have to put asynchronous or put async to mean that this method can be waited for this formula. This save can be waited for because it takes time. So you can write here manually the word async between these brackets, or you can simply press Alt and Enter. I feel like this font is still small for people who will be viewing the. Let me come and increase it. And make it maybe 22. Okay, so this is asynchronous, so we have to wait for it. So I'll press Alt and Enter so that it should suggest for me here asynchronous. I can as well type it, or I click there and then I click here and then say asynchronous. So this will be made asynchronous. So meaning this method will be waited for. Otherwise, if we don't do like this, that means that it will skip this part. So that is very important. So you make sure the table is created. So the next thing is now to write the logic of what? Of creating a movie. So you can come here to documentation and then you can look for what? For insert. So inserting, it has two ways. You can either insert using a transaction, or you can insert using just a plain normal insert or row inserting. Okay, so let me use this row inserting, and then later I'll come also and use the other way of inserting. So this is how you insert data. So you just simply come here. First, make sure that your database is open, and you still remember how we open our database. So just simply say variable db equals await open database. This is a method that comes in the library, and then you put the name of the database, which is we saved under application configuration in the local db path. This one. So you can first check if the database is open or not before you mess. So you can do like if db is open, then you can say print maybe yes, to see that if it is open or not. Yes, and if it's not open, you can do like this and check if it's not open, which here no. Okay, no. So that one will help you not to go into errors. So in case maybe it failed, so I'll comment this and I save. So if I'll come here to run and I click on save movie, you'll see I'll have to call this method save now. Okay, I've not. So I'll have to call this method of save, right? So I'll come here to database insert screen. So after validation, I'll have to now save this movie. So I'll say my movie.what.save. So it will call the method of saving itself. So I'll save it like that. So I will come here and see if the database was opened or failed. So if I click on save, you can see here the database was opened successfully, right? It was opened successfully. So let us go ahead and check if it was not opened successfully, then we should return, right? So I'll come here and say if the database is not opened, where is it anyway? It is here, right? So I'll come here and say if the database is not opened successfully, I can maybe make a toast and say it failed. Okay, or I can return. So I'll make sure that by the time it passes this level, the database is what? It's opened successfully. So it reaches here. So the next thing is now to do what? To insert into the database. Okay. So if you want to insert into the database, it's just very simple. Just simply write await, and then you put the table name where you want to insert the data to. Okay. So the table name, it can be await, then you say db.insert. So this is the database that we just opened, and then insert. So the table name, we have to specify it here. You still remember we had to define here the table name so that we should not do what? We should not do repeat ourselves. So our table name, we can just simply put table name like that. Okay. Then we'll have access to it. So we'll know that our table name is constant. So in case we change the table name once, everywhere will be updated. Then the next thing is the value. So the values, you can enter them in form of a what? Of a JSON, or in form of a map and a what? And a map of string and string, like this. A map of string and string. So let us go ahead and
insert this movie. So to insert the movie, we'll just simply open the curly brackets like this. So that's our JSON. So we can start coding it. So which things do we want to insert? We want to insert 3 things. The ID, you still remember, we said it will be auto-incremented. Okay, it will be auto-incremented if you still remember here. Okay, so we just want to insert these 3 things. So I'll just simply come here, I first paste them here. So I want to insert the title. So you'll have to put it into brackets, into quotes, so that it should be in form of a JSON. So the title will be here. So you can also simply say maybe this the title. Then you put comma, and then you go ahead and do actor. Then we'll come and put category. So that is how we'll insert the data. So you can surround this one with try and catch if you want to see if it enters successfully or not. So I can surround this guy with the try, and then I catch here the error in case there is an error. So if it reaches here, I'll know it was successfully. So I can put here print movie saved successfully. It's one word, fully. Okay. The other side, I can say in this catch, I can say failed to save movie, and I can put the reason, maybe say because, and then I put this catch, the E to string. So here they'll give me the reason why the movie was not saved. So like this. Okay, let me first comment this print so that it should not disturb us, the print of creating the table. Maybe leave this one for error. Okay, for successful creating a table. So that is how I'm going to do what, to save my movie. So let's go ahead and do this. So I'll just simply come here, say save. So I'll click on save. So you see, beautiful, movie saved successfully. If I click again on save, movie saved successfully. So that is how we can do some basic saving of movie into the database. So another thing, they'll be giving you back. So that is point number 1, how you can save the movie. So another thing, they will be giving you back the ID of the movie that has been saved. Okay. So if you want to receive this ID, it is up to you. So I can just simply say int, maybe new ID. Say new ID. Okay. So this is the database ID, or I can say DB ID. Remember, it will be auto-incremented, okay, or table ID, whatever. So if you want to receive it, you can receive it like this: movie saved successfully with ID, and then I can do like this, and I put the ID there if I want to see it here. Okay, so if I save, that is how they can give me back the ID. So click on save, movie successfully, saved with ID number 3. So you see, it is saving them and ID is auto-implementing. So that is so beautiful. So that is one way. So now I want to show you some techniques that you may need. This one can be painful to hard code this by yourself every time when you want to convert this data to JSON. So it would be wise if you create a method that will be converting a certain object to JSON. So maybe in case you want to upload this but to the server will accept the JSON, you just call that method other than you repeating yourself. Okay. So let us go ahead and create the method that will be converting a certain object to JSON. So I'll come here and create that method here. Okay. So instead of us repeating ourselves, we better do what? We better create that method by ourselves. So I'll come here and create JSON. So if you write this method exactly like how I've named it, it will help you to even use JSON in code to automatically code this object into JSON. So I'll say to here, and then this of course will be returning a file like this, a JSON object or a map object like this. So I will just come and copy the same thing that I had here, and I do what? And I paste it here. Okay. So it is just the same thing, right? It's just the same thing. So when I call this method, it will be responsible for converting our object into JSON. So if you want to write here any kind of logic, you can write here. So in case maybe you want to see if something is null, it should be used properly. So let me come here. So instead of be hard coding it, I'll just simply say this dot to JSON. Sorry, to JSON. To let me just copy it. Is it to JSON, right? To JSON. I don't know why it's so. Yeah, like this. Yeah, it's beautiful. So this one will be responsible for converting. They say that this is not necessary, so you can remove this. Okay, it's beautiful. So this will be responsible for converting this particular object into JSON, and then we call it here. So that is better to do that. So if I come here and try to run, so you see, movie was entered successfully. So that is one way of inserting the movie. I mean, inserting data into the database. So the second way, there is how you can insert data into the database using transactions. I think that one you'll have to come and do it by yourself. In case you want to insert, there is batch insertion. Maybe you want to insert so many movies at once, so you can use this db.batch, and then you insert the items, the category, and then you insert the movie. So there's another way how you can insert using transactions. That's what I want to show you, but that will give it yourself as a challenge. Here is you just open a transaction. So here in the movie, I mean that database will make sure that that is first completed before it is done. So this one is also helping you from SQL injection. We just simply put and then say await. Then you open this database, which is DB. The transactions, and then you put transaction, you put async, then you put here, then you can either run this normal raw SQL insertion. You can as well write your own SQL, by the way. You can write your own SQL. This is the second way. So this is the third way, using predefined methods. Okay, so you have three ways. You can either use the JSON way, which I like, or you can write your SQL manually like this, or you can enter using prepared statements. Okay, prepared statements like this. So you have all the three ways. So for me, I'll stick to this one. So in case you want to learn deep and practice deep, you can come and try this by yourself. So that's beautiful. So that's how we insert data into the local DB. So if I come here, start, so I'll have to put here maybe success, something like that. So if you want to listen whether it was successful or not, so you can do that logic whether it was successful or not. So you can do here maybe make this guy return something. So if something is returning and it is asynchronous, you have to make it also. You cannot just say maybe boolean like this, okay? Like to return boolean. No, you have to put future, like you tell whoever will wait for this. I mean, whoever will call this method into expecting something to come back, he has to know it is you have to wait for it in future, what I can say. Okay, he has to know that it is it is a synchronous function. So that's how you define a function that will return something, but it will take time. Okay, so you just simply say future, and then you put here the data type that you expect to return. So I'll come here and say maybe my boolean, maybe I can say success. You can call this guy success. So by default, success should be false. Okay, so in case it failed to open database, I'll return false. In case it successfully insert, so I'll have to come there and make it true. Okay, like this, true. So that's the only scenario when the success will be true. So in case it fails, I'll come and make it what? And make it false, like this. Then at the end of the day, I return what? I return the variable success, return success. Okay, so this success will be turned into true only when it successfully executes this. So I have to show the other side, whoever who is calling this, I can tell them whether it was successful or not. So how do we do that? I will just simply come now to a method that is calling this. I'll just simply come and say, which is here, right here. So I'll have to wait for it also. So if I wait for it, it will have to also be this one, have to also be async. So I can say maybe boolean and say maybe response equals to await, because it is a method that will do what? That will take time, await. So in rate await, it will give you a warning because we have not made this function asynchronous. Press Alt and Enter to ask you to make it asynchronous. Now it is asynchronous, so the warning will go. So I can come and say if await is true, I say maybe movie successfully saved. Maybe saved successfully. Okay, and in case it is failed, I can say failed to save more. Else, I put here failed to save. So if you want to get the reason, you can find it in the what? In the throw. So I save. So if I click here, you see movie saved successfully. So at this point, you may need now to do what? To clear your form. Okay. If you want to clear your form, there is one more thing that you have to do. So I want to maybe reset the form. So this form, I had not shown you how to target it, how to call it using keys. So I'm going to show you how you can reset the form. So to reset the form, you just simply come and do some more research here on Flutter form builder, the package. So search for something called key. So this key, this global key, it will help you to do what? To allocate a special controller on the form, so that you can be able to control it. You can collect values, you can reset it. So right now, these fields are just independent fields. You have no way we can control this form in a single way. Okay, so we have to find a way of how we can control this form by using one key. Maybe I want to reset the whole form. Maybe I want to get a specific value. Maybe I want to update a specific value. So we did not have that way. So I had not shown you that. So I'm going to show you how you can target a specific form. So if you want to target a specific form, you have to surround it with what? With this form builder. Okay, I had not shown it to you. So I'm going to surround it with the form builder, and then you allocate for it a what? A key. So this form builder is like a what? It is just like a widget. So I'm going to create a temporary widget here. So you can come just outside the form, outside the form, for example, here, or you can come here, so that you make sure that your form builder is going to circle or surround the entire field that you want to control. So I can simply come here at form builder, and I surround it with what may be a center, and then I change this center to form builder, this guy. Okay, so I change this guy to form builder, so it is there. So the other thing that I'll have to do is now to define the key that I will use to control this form. So to define that key, you just simply put a parameter called key, and then you define your key. So this key can be a variable, and this is how you can define this variable, like this. So I'll just copy this guy and put it on top, but you can change the naming. So by doing like this, I'll have allocated a special variable to control my what? Control my form. So for example, I want to reset the form. Okay, I want to reset the form. So I'm going to come here and use this method for testing. I hope you've understood. So I want to reset this form. So I can come here. Let me come here to saving and return just. So I'm just going to use this method for testing for now. Okay. So I want to reset the form. So to reset the form, you'll have to call your key and put dot. Is it like that? Yeah, I think dot get state is current state or something like that. Current state dot reset. Yeah, like this. Okay. Is it hope? I don't know. I think I have to put here exclamation mark because it can be null. So being like this, it will help us to reset the form. See, it has been reset. So if I put here something, I put here something, and I click on, you see, it resets the what? The form. That is so beautiful. So it means that we have a way how we can control the form. So it is very, very interesting. You have so many things that you can do with this current state.
Now, for example, before, assume that you want to collect the data here. You want to validate the form. You want to, for example, I want to validate the form, right? How would I do that? So you can use this key to do all that. But I've not taught validation. I'll come to that. So this current state, you can use it to collect, to listen to fields programmatically. You can use it even to update some fields, okay? So before, how could you update the field? So you can update the field like this using patch. You can update one field, or you want to update all fields. So maybe I want to update maybe the movie title, or is movie title? Movie title. Okay, movie actor and title. Okay, so I want to update movie actor and title. So I can just simply come and say movie actor, maybe Jackie Chan. So movie title, I can maybe say title and make it maybe the Drunken Master. Okay, so I can delete these other parameters. So I have put here exclamation mark. Yeah, so you see, it's beautiful. So let me comment this receipt. So you see, I can programmatically update my what? My form. Some form will need to update their data. Okay. So you see, when I click on, you see, everything is updated by this control. You can as well get the value programmatically. Okay. So if in case you want to get the value, we just simply put this guy. You see, this is how we can get the what? The value. Okay, so maybe I want to get this value manually or programmatically print. And then you say dot. So you specify here, I say fields. And then you put here what you need to collect. And then you put maybe to string. You see, that's how you can collect the value. So if I run it and I click on save movie, you see, is it that fields that then you specify the actor and then string. So it has to be no, sorry, that value. That value, yeah, like this. That method. Question mark. Yeah. Hope that's it. So if I save, go save. You see? So by doing like this, you can be able to collect the value using this key. So that key is very important to control your what? Your entire form. Really, really important. So these things will be learning them along the what? Along the way. So you can come and learn more deep about these forms. So I'm going to comment this guy here. So in case you want to look at this code, you can come and look at it. Yeah, maybe I put a comment, collect values and updating values using a key in a form. So you can come and do that. So I'll comment this. This is a reset. So I want when a movie is successfully saved, we should reset the form. So I'll come here. I'll check if it is successful. I'll reset the form so that the user should not enter the movie twice. So let's go ahead and do that. So movie title Drunken Master, actor Jackie Chan, and then movie category, it's action. So I save, boom, movie saved successfully, and my form is what? Is reset. So that is how powerful the form key is. So go ahead and play with it. So in case it's successfully saved, you can as well control maybe and leave this screen by using navigator.pop. But it's up to you how you want it to do it. Okay. So if I do like that, then you have to pop up the screen. So that's it. Okay. So that's it. We proceed to the next topic. But I hope you've understood how we can do it, how you can save your
information or your data to the local database. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Movie save this guy here, and this is the whole logic that you need to save. Convert, open the database, convert data to JSON, and then insert it like that. So hope you'll practice that and understand it. So we proceed to the next thing, which is now how can we display the movie that already in the database. So let's go to that straight. Okay, let us go straight to that. So I'll just simply come here and do what and create that function here. I mean that link here that will take us to the screen that will create the movie into the database. I mean that will display the movie from the local database. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to add it here. So I'll come to our main, and then I come to our main class, our main screen. Where is it? It is somewhere down here, right? This one here. Okay, so I'm going to put here, this was insert data. So I'm going to put maybe display data or select data or retrieve data. So let's go ahead and get this last method and duplicate it, last widget and duplicate it. So I'll paste it here, and then maybe I can call this one db select. Let me call it select for getting select data from db from table. Okay, so let us use a right icon. Can call this guy maybe list like this, and then how to get data from local db. So I save, and now that should be here. Now let's go ahead and create that screen. That screen, I don't know how it should look like, but no problem. Let's go ahead and duplicate. I don't know which screen we should duplicate. I don't know. Okay, so let's get any screen to duplicate. I think we can duplicate this screen where we land columns. Any screen you can duplicate it. Okay, let me duplicate this screen of what? Of db insert. We'll just make it. Okay, so copy paste. I'm going to call this guy db database select screen. So it's going to do the logical selecting. So I'm going to come to this and then rename everything, Ctrl F, Alt and Enter, and then I rename. I paste database select screen. Then I come and change the title here and call it get data from tables. Okay, and that's the title. So let's go ahead and make sure that it's displaying. This has just closed. I'll open it again. And my controls. It is here. Okay, so I will go ahead and put this method, this screen into a menu, so that if someone clicks here, you should be able to open it. So that is it. Database select screen. So I'll press Alt and Enter. It can be imported. So that is okay. So I save and then come to bottom. It is there. So when I click there, it brings us to screen. Get data from tables. I can call it movies, something like that. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that logic of getting data from tables. So I'll come to this get data from tables. I'll come and where is it? It is here. Database select. So I'll come to this main child, this guy here, and just delete everything here, and just as simple as that. Text. Maybe I can call this one
get data from table just on the main body, and then I come and remove this useless function. Okay, so like that. So that's it. That's it. So let me first put here just a temporary thing. When I click on, it should do the logic of getting the data. So let me put just a raised button. I think let me change this guy to column. Let me first get this button that we had first. I hate creating buttons from scratch. Do you have it? It is here. Then I go back to future. Then I'm going to make sure I'm going to make this guy a column, and then I put here our button. So call this guy get movies. Okay, movies. So I'm going to create a method here that will be getting movies from the database. Okay, and do the logic of displaying those movies. So I'm going to call this guy get movies. Get movies. So I press Alt and Enter so I can create this method. So here I am. Okay, so I can print here maybe and say time to get movies from DB. So I'll put a semicolon here and I save. So I put here run and I clear everything. So if I click here, you see time to get movies from DB. So let's go ahead and do that logic faster. So we'll have to write that method again inside our what? Inside our object. I mean inside this movie model. So that is the better way of organizing your code. So everything about movie model is inside the movie. Everything about another thing is inside, so that you should not confuse this to that to that. So the method of getting the movies from the table, I'm also going to put it again inside the movie model, so that if I want to update something, everything will be inside the movie model, other than mixing things in different ways. So I'm going to put here the logic of getting movies from the database. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that method inside the movie model. So we know it is going to take time, that method, so we have to make it in the future. So I'll come here. This was for inserting. I'm going to create another one for displaying or for selecting. So I'll come here and call it what? And call it future. So we will expect it to return back a list, okay, of movies. Okay, so it's going to be future, and then you open this square bracket and then put list, and then open square bracket of movies. So we will expect it to return a list of what? Of movies. And then you give this method a name. So I can call it maybe get items. So it will be responsible for getting movie items since it's inside the what? So I will come and open bracket here and put the curly bracket here. Now, since this method, I want to call it even when I have not created the instance of a movie. I want to call it from anywhere. So it's better I do it static. So you have to put here static. So making it static means that you can even call it before you do what? You create this instance of this movie. So you'll see this guy warning. Why is it warning? It is because we have not done what? We have not returned what we promised here. So let us go ahead and create a temporary list. Call this one list, and then say of what? Of movie model, and I can call it maybe items equals to empty. Okay, so by default is empty. So let us always return here. So that is a simple skeleton that we can create a list of movies. Return. Why is it crying again? What are they saying? I have to put this on async. So I have to make this guy asynchronous here because it is future, right? So yeah, that's it. Now that is a simple skeleton of getting data from database and return it, or getting data from anything and return that is going to be asynchronous. So let us go ahead and now do the logic of getting data from real database. So to do that, you can come and cheat. Okay,
So search for select, come to our SQL flight, search for select, okay? So you'll find different ways of how you can select. This is one way. There are so many ways, but I'll show you, I think the best way, the best way to get information from database, but you can come and practice all. Yeah, I think this is the best way, right? This is the best way, but you can come and practice the remaining ones. So let me go ahead and explain that way. So I'll come here to my table, to my database. So the first thing, I'll have to make sure that the table is created as how we did here, and the table is opened. Okay, so I'll come and make sure the table is created and the table is open. So I'll come here. The first thing that I do, I make sure the table is created. So I'll call the table create of this. Why is it crying? So it is crying because it is outside. Okay, so how to put this dot create table. How can I call this guy? So it is outside the static. Okay, I'll assume it is created. Okay, so the other thing, I'll have to make sure that the database is open. So I can just simply say db.is open. So if it is not open, I'll return an empty array or an empty list, or can as well return this guy like this. So in case it is not open successfully, I'll return an empty list of movies. So if it is open successfully, then it will proceed to here. So I'll have to loop like this. I'll remove this guy. I'll explain this step by step. So this is how you get data from what? From database. So you just simply say list of maps. I don't want to show you useless things, so I have to delete where necessary. Okay, so let me see this. Yeah, it's going to be a list of map. Okay, so this is how, this is how you get it. Okay, so it's going to return you a list of map objects. So you say list of map, just say list and then put map and then put maps equals to await, then you put db, list db dot query. Okay, so dot query, then you pass here the database name. The table name. The table name already have it here, so I'll have to paste it here. So the next thing, this is where you pass the columns that you want to use the conditions for. For example, you want the movies which have maybe specific words or maybe specific thing. So you can specify this here. If you want specific columns, if you want specific columns, maybe you want only the IDs and the title, you can specify here in this method of columns. But for me, if I want everything, I'll have to remove. So this is really much more better. So if you want to maybe the IDs and the title, you can specify maybe that I want the ID like this, say ID, and then maybe say I want the title, something like that. Title and maybe only category. But this is optional. So if you remove this, they will return for you everything. But that is how you can specify. So you should be knowing how it is done. Now this is the where. So in case you want to put the condition, maybe you want the movies which are having rating of more than 3. Maybe you want the movies which were acted by Jackie Chan. So you'll have to pass the where here, and then you have to pass maybe the argument of where here. But for now, let's just get everything from the database. These arguments, I'll show you how you can get them later. So it is also optional. So if you want everything, you remove this where. And then this argument, it is where you want to. So I'll go ahead and do like this. So it means that db query and pass the database table name, it will return for me only the specific table. But if you want to see the details of everything that this method of query can possibly take, just simply please click here and then you'll be able to do what? To see the possible details, even the order, even the limit, all that you can be able to do what? To save. So let's go ahead and get this map. So, and let us just return here, return the thing, return the items, okay? So we'll always return items. So let's go ahead and display the number of items that has returned. So print item.what.length, okay, just to display what has come from database. So that is our simple method that we can write to get the data
from what? From database. It is really, really simple if you practice it. So that's it. So let's go ahead and now call this method. So we'll simply come to our database select, and this method can be called statically. Okay, so I'll come to this screen, and when I click on this, to call this get movies. So I'll just simply come and remove this and say db.what dot get items. So it's also going to be what? Asynchronous. Okay, so I have to put here async, and then come and put here await. So that is how you can get the movies from database. So I'll save, I press Ctrl and click to come here to the method. Then I click on run, and then I click clear everything. I click, can you see? 8 items are received were good. That's so beautiful, without error, without anything, with just that simplicity. So now our task is to now convert those map objects into now our real list objects. So to do that, I can just simply come here and loop. Okay, so I can just simply say if map are not null, I know it's not be null, so I can just simply say dot for each, just put maps dot what dot for each here like this. So that is how you can loop through each of these maps. So if you want to see how these maps look like, you can just simply say maybe this one element. Okay, it's coming into element. So it's always recommended that you use the other 4 instead of what? Of for each. Okay, so this variable element and then something like that. That is better way. So I can just simply say print element like this. So if I save, come and delete everything here, you can see these are the JSON object that have come back, or the map object that have come back, which is so beautiful, right? So our task is going to convert these guys into what we want, or the movie objects. So I'll come here when it will be looping. Let me first paste this what has brought back. So when it will be looping, I'll be creating now the object, okay, of movie model. So I say movie model, and say maybe m equals to new movie model. So I'm now doing what? I'm now creating this object, okay? This, okay? So I'm creating the movie model. So I have to initialize it. I mean to put now its right parameters. So I say m.id equals to, so this is going to be our ID. I can get it here from element, and then I put here ID like this. Okay, so if you want to be safe, you have to make sure it's an integer by maybe using something like this, int, and then dot parse, maybe to string like this. So here to make sure that it converts it to what? To integer. And then we put here now title. So title is going to be m dot what? Dot title equals to element, and then you pass title, maybe put to string like this. And then you have actor, and then like that, and then lastly category. So that's beautiful. So after, we have to add this into our temporary list of what? Of movie items here. So dot what? Items dot add m. So I'm adding this item to the movie. So like that, we'll be able to go out to get the movies. And then after, we return the movies. So that is a simple method. You can pause the video and look at it. It's really simple and beautiful. Now let's go ahead and now get the movies from the side. So I'll copy this. I come now to the side of the screen, and then I create a public variable, which is called movies. So it's going to be initiated by saying movies item equals to await. Okay, await. So it will wait for these movies to come from database, and then it saves them here. So let me print here what we have come from database. So I can say print, then say movies from DB, and then I put here like this, then put dot what? Dot length. And then there, I'll be able to get the movie that has come from database, that have come from database. I save, I put run, I clear, I click. Beautiful. Movies from database, 8 movies. That is so nice. And I'll just go ahead and display these movies, right? we're going to display now these movies. So to display these movies, we're going to build a list dynamically of Flutter. So if you want to build this list of Flutter, you can come and search. Even me, I've never memorized it, but you can search it manually. Say maybe Flutter list view builder. Okay, so it is very simple. It's called list builder. So you can, if you have grepper, it will always be on top. So you can install grepper and use this guy, or you can as well come to Stack Overflow. Here, the first search result, you'll see it. It's very, very simple. Of list building. This is just this is the way how you build this. Very simple and straightforward. So I'm going to copy that and then come to remove this column. I don't need this column here. So I'm going to paste there my list view builder. Okay, this is just simple. Just list view dot builder and then put the number of items that you want to build and then put here the user interface in the item builder, right? That is it all. So for example, I want to build 6 items. I just say list view builder. Just write this piece of code and then maybe say return text and then maybe put i.toString .toString like this. So here we'll have maybe 6 items. So if I do like this, can you see? I have 6 items that have been built dynamically. If I want 600 items, so I just say, you see, 600 items have been built dynamically within just a second. So now for us, we want now to have our real items. So our real items, so I can just simply come and say, instead of putting item count, I'm going to put this, our movies count, okay? Our movies count. So I'll say movies count here. So movies, so instead of items, movie item dot length. So this is bring the length of movies and put it here. So if I save, you see, we have 7 movies. So if I want to display these movie items, movie IDs, I can just simply create maybe here in the builder, say movie model, I can say M equals 2. Then I put this list and then I pass the index. Here they'll be giving me the index, this I, and then I put a semicolon. So there I'll have got the movie that is being pointed at. So if I want to display the movie titles only, just put M dot title like this. So you see, you have the movies there. So beautiful, right? So beautiful. So now let us write a better user interface. So to write a better user interface, we'll just simply do it like this. So we can do what? We can do list tile. You still remember our list tile? List tile. So we put the title. Title is going to be a simple text, and then you put the movie title. It's going to be it's going to be m dot what dot title like this. Boom. Have the movies there. What else? Want to display maybe the subtitle. Subtitle is going to be text, and then maybe want to display the category and the actor. So I can just simply put here, say by, and then I pass m dot what dot actor a Jack Chan, and then I put a dash and maybe the category, and then put here m dot what dot category. So that's so beautiful. So we'll be able to get the movie. So avatar by this guy. So and yeah. So it's so beautiful, right? So beautiful. So I want to put maybe the what else have we not displayed? I think that's it. I want to put maybe the delete button. So I can put trailing, and then I put inkwell, and then I put child. It's going to be icon, and then you put icons dot what dot trash. Is it trash? Oh. Is it what is it? Maybe delete. Yeah, the delete. Yeah,
That's the trash. So I can maybe even change its color to red. Okay, so I have a put here maybe on top, and then I put open and put this guy here. So that is going to be here on trailing. If I want to delete, I'll be clicking here. Okay, delete. So I can put maybe even edit. Okay, so I want to put now what else? I want to put edit. Okay, so maybe we'll work on updating. So edit, I can come here and put here leading and put edit. So I have to remove this red color. So I have to change this guy to what? Edit. So work on the logic of edit in the next class. So edit. When I want to edit, I'll click here. Okay. So that's so beautiful. What else? I want to have maybe a plus icon. So to add a movie, you should be able to click on a plus somewhere and then it takes you to the screen of adding movie. So to do that, I'll have to come to app bar and put what we call actions. Okay, actions. And then I can put here maybe my again inkwell. I can just come and copy this inkwell. Okay, inkwell, this guy, only this, I don't know, this. So inkwell, and then I put icon, and then I put here maybe plus. I can say, is it add? Yeah. So I'll have here the add side movie. So maybe I can give some padding. I can give it some container and then give it some padding, so it can be visible. Padding edge insert dot only left, right can be 10, so it can be visible. Maybe I can say 20, and then I can also increase the icon size, maybe 30. So if someone wants to add, you can simply click here to add a new movie. So let's link this add movie to its screen because the screen is already there. So to link that, I'll simply come here and put our main menu. What is our main menu? What is the add movie? It is where? Insert this one, right? So I'll have a copy this navigator, this one that takes me to screen. So I'll come and put it here. So I save, press Alt and Enter, I save. So when someone clicks here, you'll be able to add a new movie. Okay. Now, lastly, now let me show you one last thing that you didn't know. So if I come here, if I come back and again click on what? On movies, you'll see the movie is not displayed. It will not display because I have not put the method to be called automatically that retrieves the movies from database. So to do that, I'll just simply come and do this, what we call init state, to listen to the initialized state. So you have put here init, on start, I don't know. Is it? I think it's somewhere here. It's not there. Here, it's called init state. So I have to override this init state, initialized state. So in this initialized state, you have to call this method of getting movies automatically, get movies. So you have to get movies here like this. So it will get movies automatically from the database when it starts. But getting movies, let me show you. So here I will have to maybe put, let me show you, print, say, found, and then say, so you will see this method will be called automatically when our screen is open. You see, it is being called automatically, but the problem is it is not updating. So if you want to update, you have to update the state. So you have to add here set state like this. So it will have to update. So now when you click on open, you see movies are automatically being updated. Let us add one more movie, maybe which one? Kung Fu Hustle.
Pungufu hustle. Maybe you can say Don EN, and then movies action. Then I save movie. So movie saves, and my form is reset. And then maybe I can add another movie. Maybe Things Fall Apart. And then I come and say it is a love story. I save. So save successfully. So now if I come here, my list is not updated. Why? Because I've not discussed about states. But if I come and open it afresh, you see the list updated. So I will teach you how we can work with states later. So that's for us, everything is okay and there's no any error. So that's makes it for our today's class. In the next class, we'll work with delete, we work on edit, and then we work on other interesting thing that we may find in what database, and then we call it whole topic of working with offline database. So I hope you found the lecture useful, and I recommend you to practice, work as you practice, so that you can get these skills, so that when you have an idea next time, you can be able to do it by yourself. So that's it for today, and in the next lecture we'll have to resume from there. So hello, and how are you? My name is Mohino Bark, and I welcome you to our 17th class of learning how to make mobile applications using Flutter. If you remember, in the previous classes we covered these different topics, and right now we are at this level where we can create a local database and then insert there some data, and then retrieve data from that local database and display it. So this time we are going to see how we can proceed from there, and we're going to exactly look at how we can delete the data that is in the local database, update it, and also maybe perform some extra querying SQL, such as selecting with where condition, adding the limits, etc. So that's what you're going to look at today. We're going to just go advanced and make sure that we complete this topic of offline database or local database in this video. So with that much said, you're going to go straight to our today's business and proceed. Okay, so let's get started right now. So we have our timer here that we always use to count 60 minutes, so that after 60 minutes make sure that we are done with what we are planning to do, what we're planning to cover. So let me make sure that people are there. Here. So with that said, so with that said, let's just get started, right? So here we have our emulator, and then here we have our project. So let's begin by clicking here to create a table. So when you click a table, sorry,
I have a question.
So when we come here and click on run, we should be able to do what? To see what is in the console. So if I clear the console and I click here, let me put this guy, I don't know where I should put it. I think I should put it here. So when I click on run, you should see that the table should be created successfully. I think I removed that point. So let's go ahead and add something in the table by clicking to insert, and then we can maybe I can add here, for example, drunken master, and then put here Jackie Chan, and then put the category
So action movie, and then save. So it has been saved. So we can add another movie, The Sun, and then you can put here title, maybe it was made by James, and then you can put it is drama movie, so it has been saved successfully. Let us put another one. We can put maybe Avatar, and then you can put the actor, maybe John, and then maybe it is sci-fi, and save. So the movie has been saved. So you can see here that you have 3 records. So I hope you were there in the previous lectures how we did all these processes of making sure that you can save the movie up to this point. If you're not there and you feel like you're not understanding anything, then I recommend you to watch at least the previous 3 lectures. 3 lectures, so you can understand how we came up to this point where we're able to insert a movie into the database. So after inserting the movie, we can come here to what? To select. Okay, so when I click on select, I should be able to see the movies in my table here. I mean on my list. So that can prove to me that the movies were inserted successfully. If I want to add another one, I just simply click on plus here, and then maybe I can add another movie like what? Like Things Fall Apart. I don't know if that's a movie. Okay, so I can say maybe the actor is Peter, and maybe it's a love story, and I save. So if I come back here and I reopen here, I should be able to see that movie. So I'm able to see the movie. So at this moment, we are going to learn how we can delete something from a local database, something very simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that logic. Okay, so I'm going to let me put here my console. So I'm going to put a listener that if someone clicks on this button of delete, we should be able to know that someone wants to delete an item X. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So we'll come to this section of get data from tables. So we'll come to that screen. I think it is come to lib, then come to screens, then come to database. I think it is this one, get data. I mean database screen. You have certain, I think this one, database select screen, this one. So let's go ahead and put a listener to this delete action. So look for the delete action, the delete button. It is here. So we're going to put here, when someone clicks here, we should do the logic of what? Of deleting. So to do that, we can either do it directly, or we can write here a method that will be handling that. Okay, so let us write a method that will handle the delete. So it means that this method will have to receive the item that is supposed to be deleted, which is going to be a movie model. So I can put here do delete, maybe something like that, on delete anything. So I can put here, it will receive the item that needs to be deleted, and I can call it item. And then after, we can maybe first put something in console to see if we are clicking on right things. So I can put here print and say deleting, and then I list here the title of something that we need to delete, like this. So deleting that item, like that. So I put here a semicolon, okay, and I save. So let me go ahead and call this method when someone clicks on this button of delete. So I'll come here, the on delete button, which is in trailing, and then when someone clicks, I'll call this guy. Okay. So I'll go ahead and pass this item that someone is focusing on at this moment, and we pass the model that is supposed to be deleted, this one here. Okay, so let's go ahead and see, okay, if this one is working right. So I'll clear everything. So when I click on delete, you see deleting things that fall apart. Okay, so I'm able to know the specific item that I need to delete. So let us go ahead and now do the real logic of deleting an item. As I told you, it is better to organize your things in form of modular. So in case you have anything to update, you update it only in a single file. So since we have this model of movie, so it means that also the logic of deleting this a movie should be within that particular model. So we're going to come to this model of a movie and add the delete method. So I'll come to my project, and then I come to my models, and then I come to the movie model, and then I'm going to add there a method that will handle the deleting logic. Okay, so I can come here and just maybe I can duplicate even the one of selecting or any, but let me just go ahead and create a fresh one. Okay, so I'll come here and create that model. I'm going to call it delete item. So since it will be called on an item that is already existing, so we don't need to do what to receive an item today on that particular item that will be about to be deleted. So I'm going to put the logic of deleting. So if you want to delete an item, you can come here to documentation and get the straight code, which is SQL flight, and then come to the first search result, and then come to the documentation. So here the documentation, just simply search the word delete, and you can see this is how we delete. So there are 3 ways how you can delete. You can either write your SQL, or you can use this prepared statement. I think using this prepared statement is the better way, but you can simply search delete, and then you'll see different ways of deleting. There's this prepared statement, and there's this one where you can delete a bunch of things. Okay, for example, this one you can delete from a specific table with a where condition that is already there. So let us use this method. So the first thing, I'll first make sure that my database is open. So I'll call this guy this. Okay, so I'll say db.await. So it's going to be a synchronous method. So db equals to await open database, and the pass how we open the database. So I can check if the database is not open, I return, because if it's not open, then it means that it will not be successful anyway. So I'll put if db is open, and then I put here not. Okay, and then I'll say if it's not open, it should what? It should maybe print and say failed to open database. Okay, and then here it should return. So in case it fails to open the database, it should return without even proceeding. So let me put here print and say maybe a time to delete. Okay, here just to show that it is ready to delete, and then I comment this for now, so that we see if we are on the right track. So this is inside the inside the delete the delete model. So let's go ahead and call this delete item on the model that we need to delete from the screen. So I'll come here to my screen. So when someone click on an item and they try to delete, I'll call the item dot delete. So dot delete item. Remember, I've already created this model. Dot delete item. So I can delete this guy. So here it is where I'll call, like we're trying now to do what? To delete. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll save, and then if I click on delete, you see time to delete. So it has successfully started open the database, and it is ready to do what? To delete. So now let's go ahead and do the logic of deleting. So to do the logic of deleting, we'll come here, we'll come here, we'll come here, and then here, and then we delete. Okay, so as I showed you, to delete, you just simply write, can remove this return if you don't want. I just simply say db that you've opened to delete, and then you pass here the table that you need to delete from. Okay, so remember our table is here called table name. Okay, inside this method. So this is the table name of what? Of movies. So I put there deleted from table name, and then I put where condition. So the best way to identify, of course, is through using ID. So I'll put here my ID, which is going to be, so you write where, and then you pass an open string with the item and then a question mark. So a question mark is where argument will be replaced. So I pass the where condition, so I'm going to put here the item.id. Just put id like this. So since it is already the same item, okay. Where sorry, I have to do like this. This was supposed to be the column itself. So where id equals to question mark. So this question mark is where is what to replace in this where arguments. So the where question mark, and then you say where arguments, and then you put here a list. So if you maybe want to put another constraint, maybe like name, so it should be like in kind of what, say maybe and something like that, and then say name, and then you put question mark equals question mark. So here it will be when you're combining the two conditions. So here I'm just making it simple where, and then you put the item, okay. So I can put here, maybe can surround it with try and catch, okay, and then say try, and then I put it here and catch, and then I put here the catch. So I can say put here, I can say now print, and then say failed to delete because, and then I put here the reason why it failed to delete, okay. Or else I can come here, I can put here when it reaches here, so it will successfully delete. So I can say print, and then say successfully deleted, like this, okay. So there we can know that something has been successfully deleted. So I save, I come now here, let's go ahead and now delete our items. All right, so I'll clear the console, and then I click on delete this movie, tap, so successfully deleted. So you may see on the screen it has not updated. Why? Because we've not done the logic of updating the screen. But if I delete, you see it is being successfully deleted. So if we come back and open the screen, you'll see the movie was deleted. So we want to do that logic, like once we delete, it should update the user interface. So let's go ahead and do that logic. So I'll come here, let me comment this guy, I don't need it. Okay, let me come here to database select. So when you finish, you should do what? You should update the screen. So if you still remember, we have our init method, this one, and this one was working on getting movies. So it will get the movies afresh and then update the screen. So we have to call this method after deleting. So let me go ahead and call this method, this one, after delete. The method of updating the screen, I'll have to call it again after deleting. So I'll come and put here. So since this is a synchronous method, it may take time, so I have to put await. Otherwise, it will skip it, and the user interface may not notice. So I'll have to put await, and then here I have to put get movies so that it can update the screen. So that's it. So let's try to delete. It delete, and then it updates the screen straight away. That's so beautiful. Okay, so if I click here delete, it deletes and then updates the screen. So if I add another movie, maybe the good, the bad, and the ugly. So maybe it was made by Steve, and then can come, maybe it's comedy save. So if I come back and I try to refresh, you'll see my movie has done what? Has been added. So if I dare to click here, it will do what? It will delete it. Okay, so that is how we delete items from what? From database, and that's a good practice that you use to delete item from what? From database. So I hope you've understood how that can be done. If you have not, then please pause the video and watch that place again, and make sure that you're on the same page with me. Okay, so that's how we delete. So the next thing is now how can we update the data that in the database. Okay, how can we update the data that is in the database? All right, let us go ahead and work on that logic. You remember here we have our item of delete of editing. So I'm going to do that logic of what? Of editing an item and make sure that it does what? It does update the one on what? In the database. So let us go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to put the logic here of editing. So when we edit, I want this information to be loaded in this what? In this screen. I say when I want to edit a movie, I want this information to be loaded in this what? In this screen. So that I just change only what it is necessary. Okay? So let's go ahead and see how we can do that logic. So if you want to pass the data, so you can mute your microphone. Is it Conrad? So I want to, when I edit, I should be able to do what? To modify the data here, right? And I want this data. Someone should mute their microphone. Conrad, mute your microphone. Okay, I've muted you. Hope. So if I want to edit this information, I'll want, when I click on edit, it should load it in this. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's okay. I'll make sure that I click on edit and then it loads in this same form. Okay, so there are things that you may need to learn. So we should not have a different form for editing, a different form for what? For updating. Okay, so I'm going to do what? To do that logic, right? I'm going to do that logic of making sure that I pass this object to delete function. So let's go ahead. I'm going to edit screen. The same screen for adding, we're going to pass there the information and put there the information of updating. So let's see how we can do that. So you can see here we have edit. So in this edit button, I'm going to put a listener that if someone clicks, it should open the add screen and give it the information that we need to do that to update. So I'm going to put the listener on edit. So I'll come to our screen and then I'll come, it's going to be like delete, but it's going to be for editing. So I can just simply copy this and then say, I call it just do edit. Okay, do edit. Only that I will make sure it is like this. Okay, so it does not really call the delete. So I'm going to come to now edit and pass to it. I'm going to come to edit button and call this do edit method. So the edit button is here and then I pass here. I call this method of do delete, of do what? Of do update. So I pass the item that we are focusing on at this moment. So here, right here. So I want, when you want to edit, it should open the what? The screen for what? For adding. Okay, so let us see that screen of adding. How can we open it? This is how we open it, right? This is how we open it. So I'll copy this part and then come and paste it here in the do edit method, right? So there we go. Now I will need like so let's go ahead and try it. Okay, this is for DB insert. So if I click on DB insert, you see it opens the insert table. Click here, it opens the what? The insert table. But I want this to be called what? To be called edit. Okay, I mean the edit information should come and replace by default. For example, I want to edit this Drunken Master movie. So I want, when I reach here, this Drunken Master information should be here. And maybe here we should see that it is editing. And we want to use the same form, okay? So you're getting the point. So in that case, we're going to write some extra logic. The first logic that we're going to do, we're going to pass data from this screen of list of movie list, and we pass that data to this screen of what? Of insert, or the creating screen. Okay, So that's what we're going to do. We're going to pass the information from this side to the other side of editing. Okay, that's what we want to do, so that we should be able to know what you're editing and what you're on. What is it again? Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So if you want to pass the information to the second screen, so it means that the second screen should expect something, right? It should expect something. So let me go ahead and do that. So I'll come to the second screen, which is database insert. So all these tricks, you will need them, right? So I'm going to put here, inside this main method, I'm going to put here a variable that is dynamic, okay? So just simply say dynamic, and then you can call this variable anything that you want. So me, I'm going to call it data, okay? So it will be receiving maybe data. I can, by default, you can call it, it can initialize it to what? To null. Or you can just simply say var like this and then null. So dynamic, it can be anything. So I can remove this constant so that this screen should not limit me. So there we go. Now if I want to receive the data in this second screen, I can just simply put here comma and say this dot data. So is it like that? So it's supposed to be at first, I think. Let me see. Like this. Yeah. So let me see. Every screen that is calling this guy is going to request. Now I want to make it optional. So if I want to make it optional, I think you have to put I don't know how to make it optional. I wanted to make it optional, so in case for screen which did not have anything to pass, they should not be forced to pass the data. I think we put it here. Have to create the initial listener, like the way we did on this side of listing movies. So we're going to create here the init listener. So when the something starts, it collects the what? The data. So let me go ahead and come here and put the on what? Init state. Okay, just write init state. Okay, so init state, I want to call my own custom method for initializing the form, right? For initializing the form. So in case some data came, it should do what? It should feed it in the form. So I want to call it automatic. I can call here I can create my method. I can call it init form initializing the form. So I want to make sure that it is being called. That's why I'm putting it there. So that's the print. Okay, so I delete, then I click on edit. Okay, so you see initializing form. So but the problem is this method is called one time, so it means that if I want to do another thing and test, I'll go back again and open. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to temporarily attach it on this save button, and then when I finish testing everything, then I'll remove it, right? So let me go ahead and come to this save button, this submit. Okay, I'll submit movie. I'm going to call the method of initializing form, right? And then I put return so that this form is not proceeding from here. And this is just temporary, right? So I want just to test. So when I finish, I'll remove this method, right? I'll remove it from here. So I click. So if I click here on see, I'm getting initializing form, right? Get it, eh? So let's go ahead and do the logic of initializing form. So the logic of initializing form, well, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to see if there is some data that has been passed in what? In this variable. So if there is data that has been passed that we expect, then we'll know someone wants the edit. If there is no data that has been passed, then we'll know that someone just needs to what? To do what? To just add new item, right? So I want to do that logic from here. So if you want to access these variables inside this main class, okay, if you want to access those variables, there is an inbuilt variable that you'll have to use to access it. So let me say print and then say So if you want to access these variables in the main class, in the parent class, you'll just have to use this inbuilt variable called widget. Okay, so say widget dot. So in say widget dot, you'll see I'll be able to access anything that is passed to this class or anything that is in this main class. So if I say widget, you'll be able to see widget dot what? Dot data. So if I was expecting many things, I could put them inside there, widget dot whatever. So I can say widget dot data. So to this screen. Let us see again, edit. So null. So nothing is being passed to the screen. I don't know. Let us see why. So let us put this to data. Now let us pass something this screen, I hope. Let's see. And now this is where we are opening. Where is it? Do edit. It is here. Yeah. Do edit is here. And we want to pass now something to the screen that we want to edit. Okay. So if we want to pass that something to the screen, we'll just pass this item. So just simply say data, and then we pass what we want to pass, which is the item. Okay. So we are passing the item to the screen, right? So we go ahead and do that. I hope you've understood that. You are passing the item that you want to edit to this screen. So I hope you've understood that, right? So let's go ahead and see and clear everything here. So equals to widget data like this. Okay, maybe I can now update the state like set state. So I'll save. I will come now here in my movie here, the first title. I'll put something called initial value. So that initial value, it will have the initial value that you want, the form will start with, which is going to be my movie dot what dot title. So if this movie has a title, by default it will do what? It should be starting with it. So let's go ahead and model. If it is not of a movie model, again we just proceed. We go back. We said it's not editing. So if it is a movie model, we initialize this movie object that we had put the other time. This one, we initialize it, and then we initialize to the what? To the data that has been passed, which you can access through widget dot data. So after that, now we make sure that now by initial time, when the form start, it should start with the what? With the values that are inside this my movie model. So by doing like that, we come to the fields now, and we add their parameter that we do not have, which is called initial value, and we pass to it the movie title. Okay, like that. So we come also to the actor, and we pass here the initial value, the actor. Okay, which is actor. Like that. Okay, so that if I click on, it will execute the first section. If it is not true, it will execute the second section. That's how we can check if something is true or false and update it accordingly. So if is editing, I want to show maybe the word editing and then maybe the movie title. Editing, and then maybe I can put the movie title, but you can do your own design. So which is my movie dot title, like this, right? So if I save, let me come back. So when I come is editing, you see editing drunken master. Okay, next thing, maybe I want to change this word. If you're not if you're editing, you should change to update instead of save. Okay, so save movie, it should change to update. This word it should save to update. So I can say save, and instead of editing I can put maybe update. So when it is editing, update movie. So when it is editing, it will be update movie. When it is adding, it will be save movie. It's beautiful. So I can create a special logic for saving a new movie, right? I can create a special logic for saving a movie. So instead of saving movie, I call maybe the one for editing. So you have many ways you can do that. Hey, you have many ways. So I can maybe say here, when someone clicks on this one, I check if it's editing. If it's editing, you should call update. If it is not, then you should call the save. Okay, the save movie. So I can call this. I can create now my second method. Call it update movie. Update movie like this. So let's go here and duplicate this. In fact, we can duplicate the whole of it like this. So I've removed this guy. We no longer need it. The return one. We no longer need it since it can successfully initialize. So I can duplicate this guy. So since update and saving will almost be the same, so I'll come here and change this to update movie, right? So it will be update movie. So let me remove this and list everything. I can then maybe say print and say updating, right, like this, okay? And let me just return for now to make sure that everything is all right. Return, I save. So if I come back and I click on edit, you can see if I click on update movie, it is calling this one of updating movie, depending on the condition that we put here. So now let's go ahead and now do the logic of updating. So updating, we may need to validate, maybe like the way I did like first time, and then we are going to update the movie. So in something I need to show you, right? So here we are updating, you're not saving, right? So in SQL Flight, there is that action of updating that you may the database can decide whether it should update or should insert a new item, and that will save you not to do what, to write the same method twice unless you want to manually update. So I'm going to begin with that one of showing you like the same inserting function should work as the function. So you see, updating function is exactly like inserting, so we're like just saving, right? Like but I want to show you that in case it is an existing movie, instead of inserting, you should just update it, right? So to do that, it's going to be the same method. It's going to be the same method as in that of inserting. Everything is the same, but here db insert, we're going to add here another comma and then put here conflict algorithm method, parameter. Conflict algorithm parameter means that in case there is a conflict, there's an item with the same primary ID, what should be done? Should it replace? Should it ignore? Should it create it as new? That is what the extra method that you'll add here. That is a very, very important property, because it will help you not to write the update method separately. Okay, so in case it is existing ID, it has an existing ID, it will replace it or it will update it. In case it is new, does not have an existing ID, it will add it as new. So that's what we call the conflict algorithm. It is an extra parameter that you add. So you can, if you want to see the parameter that you can possibly take, then press Ctrl and click on it, and then you'll be able to see what it takes. Okay, conflict algorithm with capital letter. So I'll come back and say conflict algorithm with capital letter, and then I make sure it is imported. Alt and enter, it is imported, and then put dot. So these are the possible parameters. So they ask you, in case this primary ID already exists on the database, what do you want to do? The first one is replace, so it should be updated, right? The second one is abort. Abort means it should be cancelled, right? And the third one, it should fail, like it should show an error. You're trying to insert the same thing, okay? And the other one is ignore. The other one is roll back, like you should maintain the same thing. So one of these can work for you. So as you can see, the one that we need right now is replace. So if the ID already exists, it should do what? It should be replaced. So that is the one that we do need. So this to JSON, it will convert. Make sure that you also add ID, so that it should also convert the existing ID. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then the ID will do what? Will be like it's not there, and then to create it as a new thing. So this to JSON will convert it item to JSON and then bring it back here. So make sure that you add .id. That ID should now be put into consideration, right? Yeah, right. Okay, so now let's go ahead and and update. So I save. We apply the conflict algorithm. So I come here, Steve, let me say Jobs, Steve Jobs. I clean and then I save. You see, it was saved successfully. I hope it was not added. You see, now let me show you one thing. When I say save, you see the ID is 5. So because I have 5 items, even when I again say save, the ID remains 5. So it means that the item was not inserted. It was just what? It was just updated. So if I say Steve Jobs like this, I save, everything is all right. So if I come back, you know the reason why it is resetting, because I put the reset. So if I come back and I click on edit, you'll see, sorry, which was the movie? This one. And put here Steve. Make sure it is updating. Let's go ahead and reopen. See, Steve Jobs. So only the state is not updating right, but we're going to see how we can work with that state. Okay, so everything is all right. Everything is now all right. If I change the actor, I mean the category, save, come back, delete. Is it this one? This one, right? Even the category has changed. So that is so beautiful. That is one way you can update using the same method. So if you are using the same method, you'll see everything is almost the same. So we don't need this, like should be called else. See, we don't need that update method, right? We just need this save method. So the save method will figure whether it is an update or it is a what? It is a new entry. That is so beautiful, right? Which error do you have? Save method. There are 2. What? Already defined, so I have to delete 1. Like that. So the save method will have to figure whether it is a new one or it is something like that. So you see the reason why when we say save it is resets, because I had put here, right? So if you say maybe if it is editing, it should not reset. So you say if is editing, should not. If it is editing, it shouldn't. If it's not editing, it should reset. So that's how we'll be able to achieve that reset. Okay. So only should only reset when you. So if it's not editing, it should reset. So that's really beautiful, right? That's beautiful. Yes. So lastly, I want us when you click back, this list should update without again us coming back here and click. So now I want this state to automatically update without even, for example, if maybe I can say maybe snake in the eagle's shadow. Okay, snake in the eagle's shadow. So if I say save, when I come back, I should find this guy as snake in the eagle's shadow, updated automatically. So there we need to go one extra mile. Other techniques that you may need, I have to go one extra mile. So we have to, oh, by the way, you'll have to come and also research about another way how you can update without using that insert. So you can update like this, just db update, and then if you specifically want to update, okay, you can write this way. But the other one, it also works. It updates if the ID is not new. But there are 2 ways, okay? Okay. So come and search flutter result screen, something like that. That is our screen. Stack Overflow. Nakadekumacha wanawancha nyo. So this is the result. Let me see. I want to show you something that you didn't know. So this is if you want to wait and see if the navigation is done, you can do it like this. I'll explain it. So I want to come here. So when you click on edit, I want to listen until the guy finishes and comes back. Then I update my screen. Before we're just going there without listening, okay? So I'll come to my database select and then come to what? To where is it? Do delete. This is do edit, okay? So instead of just pushing without waiting, I want to listen. When the person is done with this process, I should update my what? My list. So this is how you listen. You just simply add, I think you just simply add await. Is it? Yeah, you just add await. This result, we'll look at it later, but you just simply add await here like this, await. So you have to wait. When the screen is done, you update this data. I mean, you update the, I think that's it. So let us put get movies. So I have a wait here when we call the edit, and when it is done, we call get movies. So I hope that's it. I hope. So let's go ahead and save. So I come and edit, and then I put here full stop. I save. When I click back, the full stop is there. That's beautiful, right? So that is how you can do it. Okay, so I just simply add a wait. So it will wait until this screen is done, and then it will do update. Likewise, remember when you're adding movies, the movies are not updating on fly. So let us go ahead and do the same. So we go to the add movie. So since this add movie button, it is here inside the what? Inside the widget. So since we cannot do asynchronous within the widget, then we better remove this one and then create for it a special method. So I call it do add movie. Okay, and then I press Alt and Enter to create a method. Okay, so I put there await, and then I make it asynchronous, and then when it is done, I update my movie. So this move pro screen will process. When it finishes, I update the what? Update the movies. Okay, I call this method of updating movies. Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. So the other method, if you still remember, we had an error. So when you click on this, it will bring you this error. So where is this error coming from? This error is coming from when you're trying to initialize the select. So this form builder has an issue. May I call it an issue? If you try to put an initial value, where is it? This is the insert. If you try to put an initial value in the drop down, and that initial value is not there. Remember, right now we are adding, so we don't have an initial value. The initial value is empty. Okay, so when you try to enter something that does not exist, what it does, it crashes. Okay, it crashes because it is not in the drop down. Remember, our drop down is of movies, and the movie is not there, so it crashes. So there are two ways you can come across, you can come around it. You can use the patch. So patch method is the one that we use to update the values manually. If you still remember, in the previous class I had to show it. I showed it to you. You can use that patch to first make sure that this category exists before you do what? You edit. Okay? Or you can put the empty category in your list. So come here to movie categories, put that empty screen. I mean empty, like when by default you have an empty space. So when this guy will be feeding there the empty space should be in place. That is one way you can do it, though it's not the better way. So you have this empty space, right? So I don't know how you can come around it, but that's the whole point. If you try to initialize something that's not there, it will crash. The other way you may remove this. What is this patch? You may remove this category initial value. Remove it. So anything where there is a drop down, if you put something that does not exist, it will do what? It will crash. So the other way, I think the better way, remove that drop down, the initial value for the drop down. So here, when you're initializing the where is it? When initializing the edit, here, where is it? Here. When initializing the edit, for the case of things that are from the drop down, like the movie category, first check if that movie is in the list of the items that you want. Then you manually put it there. So how do you do that? Just simply come and say, so you remember this is our movie list, okay? So we come to if app config dot the movie list categories dot contains. So we first check if this guy really is there. Okay, we just first check if it contains, then we manually put it there. So we check if this movie, so if it is empty and is not there, it will ignore. Okay, then you manually update it. If you still remember, we manually update like this using patch. So use your form key. You still remember how you use the form key, and then use category, put here the name, and then category. Update it only when it is in the list. So you do that. That time is up. You do that for all items that can cause conflict, like a drop down. Okay, so that is the second way how I can do it, and I think that's the recommended way. So if I come back and I click on edit, it's not even updating, right? So let us go the other way around. Okay, let us go the other way around of initial value, because you have to wait for the form to finish building. So I'll come this way around, but that's a dilemma that you may also need to figure out by yourself. So I put there the initial value, but I make sure that I have an empty space in my drop down, so that it does not what? Does not crash. So if I come to edit, everything is beautiful. When I come to add, everything is beautiful. So that is it. That is it, right? Everything is, there's no error. So that is how we've come around it. So let us try to see if we can add and automatically update here. I'll come to add, and maybe I can say Pure Love, Nigerian movie by Noah Rams. I don't know, that's I'm not really spelling. And then I say maybe it's a drama movie, and I save. So when I save, I can add another movie. So, but if I click back, you'll see Pure Love has been added without me refreshing. So that's so beautiful. We have covered the whole CRUD operation. So for advanced selecting, you can come here and play with them. You can come and read the migration part by yourself. So that is how we can deal with the local database. Local database is very important for catching the data. This one just using the front side, but when you go to real applications, you will need to catch user data, because a user, whether he's online or offline, he wants to see his things. Whether the network is fast or slow, he wants to see their things. When the network is slow, they want their things to load fast. They don't care about which algorithm you're using. So you will need to load the information from the other side and save them on the database, on the local database. So when this guy is using the application, you just show them what is in the on the database, just like the way how WhatsApp does. Almost every current application, they save the information on your phone, and then they keep updating it in the background. But the information is being fetched from your from your phone. So that is the better way of doing the current mobile applications. The users are no longer patient. Okay, they're no longer patient. So go ahead and practice everything that I've shown you. There are new things that you learn: how to pass data from one form to another, from one screen to the other, how to initialize an existing form, how to update a list from after the screen. All that I've covered them in this video. So please make sure I do a good service to yourself. Make sure that you practice. So in case you're stuck, I will always share my source code. Don't use my source code for laming you by using copy and paste. No, use it when you're really stuck and maybe you want to remind yourself. And the Git repository link will always be in the description of the video. So in the next class, maybe we'll start Firebase or anything interesting. But next class we'll have to start with another completely new topic. Then when we cover many topics, and then we'll go ahead and see how we can put this topic together by doing a project together. Like that, you'll get the confidence of saying that I am now a mobile application developer. All that is painful to watch these videos, are boring and practicing, but nothing good comes from nothing. You have to go through pain to get that something good. All right, see you in the next lecture. The time has already gone, so no questions. Goodbye. Hello, and how are you? My name is Mohino Bark, and I welcome you to our 17th class of learning how to make mobile applications using Flutter. If you remember, in the previous classes, we covered these different topics, and right now we are at this level where we can create